Alright. Cool. Nah, dog, I ain't going. I'm cool. I'm cool. Everything. I'm cool. Cool, man. Everything cool. You cool? Yeah, I'm cool. Cool. I'm cool. Yeah, I'm cool. It's cool. We cool. It's cool.
99 expedition with the TVs in it. Chicken trees, brought the only way I breathe in it. Two strikes living in the ninth inning. Stack over the gate, I hit the plate, now I'm grinning. Everybody on your team, when they see you always winning, but you gotta watch the ones that win with you from the beginning. Sinning. Hope I got to give a young thug. Let me die in my sleeping to the head with a slug. I hit the club. Women show love, a gang of hugs. Stay apart from the ones that be y'all in the hubs. No dust. Free admission, get us a celeb. Dilate the expedition bumps work, then I smell. In this game, head 90 new. So chill now. Right quiet, I'm studying 4 real well. In the third, look, hey, you can tell them, yeah. Now the pills on the floor, so I gotta watch my step. Cool. Alright, cool. You cool? Cool. I'm cool. Alright, cool. You cool? Cool. I can be sneaking, freaking, but I'm cool. Tell you what you think, but I'm cool. Before I tell them skill, it's gonna talk down. Cool. Alright, cool. When I step through, they say, sneak, that's you. I say, nah, baby girl, I freak you too. So, grabbing my bone, I want the pink. Now your panties all moist, gonna throw them in the sink. I'm hot, 10, roll like 10 mix, boy. This is so when she got the paper, I got the ink. She writing the number until I send a pink. Fight broke out, and everybody in the street. Why can't we just get along and make ends meet? Then I thought, not forget it, start hollering at a freak. I pulled to the side of my ride, she saw the link with a piece dangling off and in the red keep snake. Baby said, that's you, the time she was there. As I broke down the weed, started sucking on the stem. I said, shh, keep it on the low, and hit the shrimp. I'm trying to get chin burn after breaking your limb. Fooling with a lightweight with the feather in my breath. Then I thought about it, man, it's way more gimps, but nothing can satisfy a high-tech fence. Wide off the grip, walking with a limp, but I'm cool. Alright, cool. You cool? What I cool? Alright, cool. What I cool? I can keep snaking and freaking, but I'm cool. I can tell you what you thinking, but I'm cool. Looking for a 10 on the scale. If you're cool, then I'm cool. Alright, cool. All in the door, about 3 or 4 sets of keys. All I want is the money, so leave that honey for the bees. Counting hella cheese ain't a day I don't smoke the trees. Gotta have my fix, only way I'm feeling at ease. Breeze through Jeff Freeze on Friday. I'm breaking the dress code, they doing what I say. Gangs make you run like a line of the A1 gang. Look who's back, man, you know who like down the bay. Kick the haters out and let all of the players play. I can't count on my fingers all the work that I knock a day. You gotta respect me when they see me, they make way. Surrounded by LG, we don't get down with the hate. California side on the east of the OAK. Been here 6 months, Calgon can't take me away. Well, let them go through my wallets, ask me like right after I beat them up. They begging your boy to strike, but I'm cool. Alright, cool. You cool? I'm cool. Alright, cool. You cool? Alright, cool. I need to keep sneaking and freaking, but I'm cool. I'm telling you what you thinking, but I'm cool. Looking for a 10 on the scale. If you're cool, then I'm cool. Alright, cool. I'm cool. Alright, cool. You cool? I'm cool. Alright, cool. It's cool. I'm cool. Alright, cool. It's cool. Y'all cool? Tell you what you thinking, alright, cool.
Hey, huh? Motion. Yeah. Hey, bitch, I'm in motion. Huh? I turn a 1 to a 2 and a 5 to a 10. I do that shit again. It was all a blur, had to wipe off the lens. Take a pic, then I'm gone with the wind. Big fish, you could tell by the fin. Doing well, could tell by what I'm in. I hopped out the black Escalade, don't stop. Paid the driver for the day, nigga, I be doing a lot. My oh my, what a run I'm on. Album 29 when you run this song. I've been at distance shirts and flip phones. This homemade, your sauce from Wishbone. Ballejo, Pillsbury Factory, we make dough. This young man, he play foe. His family moved from the east side, oh. Stopped in the north for the VJO. Beating down your block, it's a TKO. Me, I'm a West Russ and I need peso. Tostitos and mucho queso. If we talking rap, then it ain't too many clothes. Niggas dead to me and I don't believe in ghosts. You can break bread when you make it by the loaf. 10,000 shots, I'm getting better every post. Bitch, I'm in motion. Motion. Bitch, I'm in motion. Motion.
Left.
Motion.
I'm from the N-O-R-T-H. I'm a petty off the track when you send it my way. I'm at the burglar, but stopping sliders in the driveway. My head blasting the sea shit, my way. What I did for my motion, put my cleats to the pave. I'm a stand-up nigga and I'ma be that to the grave. Feel like my last 2 years been up in the maze. Ain't got my bread, won't be no toast in here today. Don't get me wrong, a lot of shit I won't do for no paper. All I wanted was the cake, now I've been gaining weight. Last week was high speeding to your song, nigga shake. And in the field too long, waiting on the right play. You don't get you no motion, you gon' stay a lightweight. Drop at the drop, go get it the right way. And I won't let a soul come and get in my way. You told me hit the road, Jack, now I run the highway.
Bitch, I'm in motion.
In motion. Hey, what's up, my boo? Peace in the LBC. Oh my goodness. Hey, Shame and the Scandal. Hey, Melody. My mod is in the house. My mod is in the house. Okay, I probably got one up in the rafters up there in the clouds, getting ready to shoot you down if you come too damn crazy over here. Oh my goodness. So I've been gone for a few days. I have been gone for a few days. And so I am back because I was on how many days was I gone? My 3-day tour. My 3-day tour. Well, I mean, as far as going live, I've been gone, but I have been in the YouTube streets and I've been primarily like over in the mafia sector, right? I keep telling you guys about the mafia sector. And, I'm coming in the chats and stuff. Hey, Be Easy. Oh, man, Be Easy gave a very excellent live as usual, right? And I don't understand. I don't understand why people do not understand the difference between ethnicity and nationality. Like, ethnicity and nationality are two effing different things. And so, he keeps having these people come in and they want to have these like nonsensical arguments, right? Like, and I know Be Easy in his mind is thinking like, what kind of dumb truck or dumb door did I knock on? And then all the dummies just come falling through the bitch, like stumbling over each other, you know what I'm saying? Stampeding on a little bit of brain cells that they still have is ridiculous. But look, y'all go check out Be Easy. Help him to build his channel. It's good conversations. It's conversations that are outside of the sector stuff. You know what I mean? Look, Be Easy. Like I'm trying to tell you, look, I be having my moments too where I might forget a thing or whatever in the moment. I primarily feel like it's because I just don't give a flying fig. It's like the Charlie Brown teacher. And so I have to really put some thought into the shit. Like, oh, fuck, who is it again? Da, 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 da. Like, it's not interesting. But it was interesting. It would just flow off of my tongue, like just like nobody's business. Do you hear me? Like nobody's business. But yeah, my brain is not, it's not holding on to the nonsensical. Okay. Sincere Sighted, thanks. I appreciate the viewership and support. No problem. Okay. I feel like this thing is acting really silly. I saw that young man up there yesterday. Let me see. Oh, did you? You fucking weird ass. I mean, this is crazy. Like just fuckery at its finest. Okay. Just fuckery. Just look. I might not agree with you. I might not even like your lifestyle. Like it could be a number of things I can pick apart when it comes to a person. But I do understand. Like if you make a point, I will understand your thought process, like why you did a thing you did or your point of view, right? And I can possibly even agree with your point of view. Like, what brought you to the point of a verb, right? Because it always starts with a thought. And then the thought, kind of sits there. You maybe ponder on it for a moment, and then it becomes an action, right? It becomes something that you like. It might, well, for the most part, it could become an action, right? I like it when people just think a fucking thing and don't act on it. Like, just fuck it. You don't need to act on everything, and that requires a certain amount of emotional control, right? Emotional intelligence. Like you got to utilize it. God gave it to you for a reason. But let me talk about the various things that I have seen. So let's start with the mob sector, right? Because I've been the mafia sector. I've been over there. And listen, now I've been dropping down in the chats and engaging in things to the nature, right? And some people are receptive. others are kind of, well, just one person in particular. I don't think he's quite certain about me. And, because I got my lily black butt over there. I'm a woman, a black woman, and you can clearly see that from my avatar. And they're probably wondering, like, the fuck, you know what I'm saying? But you can have all kinds of people who will come and support your channel and at least, engage in whatever. And for me, I am not coming with fuckery. I am not coming emotional intelligence and restraint. Facts on facts on facts. I'm not coming to poke at your channel or anything like that. But I did see some weird stuff go down. So I have mentioned some of the channels before, and I don't know, sometimes I don't know if I should mention the channels or not, because regardless to what these people try to say, they try to say like, nobody is, paying attention to me, or nobody, goes around where I go. Like, no, this shit happens. Okay. It fucking happens. And, but of course, I am not part of the sisterhood of traveling bitches or the brotherhood of fuckery. You're right. If I was part of that, or, strive to, or suck a fart out their butts and things to the nature, kiss some butt. It'll be like, oh, why did sincere? Why did you do sincere? It'll be that type of stuff. But I don't need you to understand the right difference between right or wrong in relation to me. I really don't, because I know the difference between right and wrong. So I know the difference. I know what the fuck is happening. So, what I'm saying? You just going in your little world, and and I know what the fuck is happening. Okay. We don't have delusions of grandeur or none of that shit over here. We don't have delusions, period. We just call a thing a fucking thing. But anyway, so I was over there in this particular person's live, and these dudes look melanated. Guess who showed up? That mixed Mr. X dude and his crew. Like, what is his name? Jim. I want to call him Jim Carrey, like the actor, but it's like Jim something or other, right? And these fools pop up in their whole little crew of people. But later on, this one dude said it was just him doing it, but he clearly has a tie to not the brotherhood of bozos and builders. Okay. Facts on facts on facts. But we all have experience, for the most part, over here in Black YouTube, Mr. X and the rest of them. Remember when they were coming around and they were like inflating people's numbers and stuff and trolling and then saying all this like very covert racist stuff? Like, these fools be every fucking where. And I have stumbled across their ass yet a fucking again over in the mafia sector, playing games over there, right? And so I'm in the fucking chat. You remember Melanated? These fucktards. And remember that Charlie Sending Love had a little, thing with their asses for half a second too. You know what I'm saying? And so like when she was doing her little reporting, I forgot what Charlie was reporting on, but she stumbled across them fucktards, right? Well, they had found their way to the mafia sector, and apparently they fucking probably been over there for a while, because they have some kind of connection with the Angel Gotti broad, right? And I'm like, how the fuck did she get caught up with these fools? Like, in my mind, I'm thinking, but there's no accounting for taste. There is that, right? So anyways, they're all up in the chat and they're saying all kinds of weird ass stuff. And I'm like, dude, I'm saying to I'm like, hey, you guys need to get more mods, right? Or you need to get a mod. Because at the time I didn't see a mod, but then the mod comes through and was like, oh, they do have a mod. I said, well, respectfully, they need more mods. And they need to pick their mods like they pick the made men. Do it like that. Right? If you're going to make somebody, then the character of that person, what they're capable of, if they're with the program or not, if they're going to flip, whatever the fuck, you should have a good outline of them, unless they're like a Donnie Brasco. But anyways, outside of that, right? Know these things, and it'll be trial and error. Truthfully enough, it will be trial and error, right? But I think they've been moving around enough to where they kind of understand. And even if they make another CC, their mod like that, but that CC should show up, like, because some of these channels are like in the beginning stages, if you will, where they're going to need that support. But anyways, yeah, they were all through that raising hell. I was like, Mr. X, I'm sick of you and your crew. Like, go somewhere else. Like, I literally start typing in the chat saying that shit, because I was like, because we have the experience with them. We know what they do and what they, to them it's fun and games. And that gym dude even had nerves to hit the link. I'm like, the fuck? And when he got up there, I was like, no. Okay. Just don't do that. But they still lit him up. He went into this little spiel of crazy bullshit, and they had, sense enough to drop him. So I was like, okay, that's cool. And so, anyways, I've been some of them, I'm starting, I guess, kind of be known up in there. But yeah, it was crazy. So one of the mods started talking to me Spanish, right? But I said, okay, I don't know if is she a Spanish or Italian, but Italian looks different than Spanish, right? But it looked like Spanish to me more so because I'm looking at it, but I respond in Italian, right? So I'm saying basically, you just, what I'm saying, you got to be careful about these people and stuff. It's a real fucking thing, So then these fools start saying to me in the chat, we're in America. We speak English. I said, oh, and I said, well, at least this motherfucker ain't that damn slow. You know what I'm saying? Because usually it'd be like, we're in America and we speak American. Do you speak American? Does your fucking ass speak American? Okay. And they're like, we speak English, and I'm like, now this is interesting. Because I'm in a primarily Italian space, right? And they coming at me about talking in Italian. No, they said, we're in America, we speak English. So that happened to be one of the trolls. It had to be. And so I'm just like, okay, they're really on some bullshit here. But that's the kind of same bullshit that they bring when they come into the black spaces, like that same fuckery type of stuff. So I just say they just cross the board with the fuckery. Spanish and Italian are closely related Romance languages with shared Latin roots, similar grammar, and a high degree of vocabulary overlap. Facts. But when I was reading it, it was in Spanish, because I'm looking at it, because I can read Spanish more than I can really speak it, right? So I understood what was being said, and I'm, so I'm just like, so let me respond, but I responded in Italian, right? So then it becomes a thing about the language and all this stuff, and then so one guy speaks back to me in Italian. He says, I forgot who the person was. So the person says to me, what I'm saying? You can speak whatever language you want to. It's like, do your thing, right? And I told him, I said, I'm like, look, and I said this in English though, because right after he said that, I said to him, I say, look, check this out. It's not even about the language. I don't care about that. It's just, I am telling him respectfully that he needs some more mods, and if they feel a way about whatever language I speak or attempt to speak or whatever the fuck, that's their fucking problem. I don't care. Hey, L Blue, peace and LBC. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm getting in where I fit in, if you will, in that particular sector. Now, I will come and talk to you guys about certain things I experience over there, but do I plan to just be fully engrossed in a genre like that? It just depends. If it's something interesting or not enough for me, right? Because I'm really kind of tripped out about how Tommy Karate is out here able to make calls. Like the warden and the board, is it the Bureau of Prisons or whatever, has given him carte blanche, if you will. They have approved him to be able to call in to talk to his daughter and have a YouTube hour segment. I'm like, how the fuck did he pull this off? How the fuck did he pull off being able to go have a whole hour dedicated, right? Phone time, and you can hear this is the federal corrections of da-da-da-da-da-da. How do you pull this shit off? And is it because there's a difference between state and federal? Because I do believe Tommy's in federal, right? He is doing 6 bids, 6 lifetimes, right? And so I was in another chat today, right? I was in another chat today, and I was asking this particular mob dude, I was like, man, I had asked him about Tommy Karate. Did he think it was kind of weird that Tommy is able to make these calls? And he was like, fuck yeah, man, nobody's understanding it. They're it's kind of weird, right? So Anyways, there's going to be discussions about that. And there's also going to be some discussions tonight about the Vlad interview, because Vlad, this is another thought, right? This is a whole different thing, but Vlad gave an interview with Gene Borello. What's his name? Borello, Gene, right? And Gene, they were talking about how not Victoria Gotti, but Angel Gotti, which is the one I'm telling you that's caught up with Mr. X and them. I'm like, the fuck? That Angel Gotti tried to put a grift on Vlad because she was promising that she can get, like, John Gotti the third. Let's call him Gotti the third because everybody knows him as Gotti Jr. But we get it correct, right? It's Gotti the third. Okay? He's the third. He's not a junior. His daddy was a junior and died up in fucking jail. But he's a third, right? How she was promising to get him on there or maybe whoever the fuck else, and like she couldn't uphold her situation. Like, if a motherfucker gonna pay you, if people are going, like, if you got agreements or contracts or you're trying to go into negotiations, you got to be able to come with what you have. Like, you need to be able to manifest. People are running businesses. YouTube is a business for quite a few people on here, and they're getting their money off of this app, right? And it's a source of income. I heard, one of the mob guys who I happen to be in their chat today, he talked about how he wants to be able to kind of segue out of going into the everyday of working and stuff, because he works, right? And he's hoping to build his platform to such where he can have an income coming in from it, right? And he's also on Patreon. So, people are using this as income sources, which is nothing wrong with it, and as it should be, because that's how they were built. Otherwise, you wouldn't have super chats, super stickers, and AdSense and all these things, readily available for you to get a check, right? So there's that. So I don't knock that. Hey, Tay Bay, peace in the LBC. But I did ask a question when I was over there, so I'm back and forth in my thought process, as you can see. But I did ask a question when I was over there earlier today, as to say, what I'm saying? Fuck. Oh my God, never mind. I'll get back to that because it just came and went just that quick. So a big question. But going back to the whole situation with Angel Gotti. So I guess Angel Gotti was trying to put a grift down, and that is a conversation, because right now they are funking over there in the mafia sector, and they're funking with Angel Gotti. They're funking with the Gottis. They're funking with Philly. What's his name? The Philly crews. They're funking with New York. Like, the mafia is out here pissed, right? They're pissed because these so-called quote unquote rats or whatever, because they did 302s, they didn't proffered, are out here telling the fucking business, and they do not like that, right? But they're mostly gunning at this moment for Gotti the third, right? Because he proffered, he has a 302, but he didn't get what he wanted out of the situation, or at least it didn't manifest into anything. So the argument is that, right? This is the argument. The argument is this, right? If you sit down with the feds, if you proffer, if you have a 302, are you a rat? Are you a rat? Even if you didn't go fully through with it because they got more information from somebody else or whatever, like, or you backed out, whatever. But in order for you to have a 302, you have to proffer. That means you had to have a conversation with them in general. So you brought something to the table and they weighed it out pound for pound, and it's useful or it's not useful. Right. And this is the case for John Gotti Jr. So I'm just like, well, the third, right? The ones, how should I say? Should I say the third, or should I, because, and how I know about this is because one of the particular channels I go to, he broke down the history, right? Because they all pretty much know each other, how it is, far as the names and whose family knows whose family and all the things in between. And suffice it to say, everybody don't know each other, right? But it is what it is. Like, they know each other through the grapevine, but some of them are more cooler than others, right? And that Jimmy Merlino dude over there in Philly, they're on his ass, a little bit too. So like, it's all these things happening, and I'm thinking like, fuck, because Jimmy Merlino's calling everybody a fucking rat. Now, he ain't on paper proffering So he does have that against these particular sect or group of people, right? He's not on, no paper or whatever, but they're saying because Jimmy Merlino is out there in the public's eye and, kind of thing that, he's not no saint himself, because there's this whole thing that goes with the rules and regulations of being the mafia. One being that you're not supposed to be in the limelight. You're not supposed to be on the news. You're not supposed to be talking to no newscasters. You shouldn't be speaking on anything. And so how dare you, if you're going to be in even a roundabout way, say anything about us, that we're at least fucking, owning up to the fact that we proffered. We're owning up to the fact that we fucking, have 302s, and, what I'm saying, and we're not in the life. Well, we're still on the books for whatever title we got, right? Whether it be a capo, made man, whatever, because they keep books on that, or at least your name never leaves from that situation. But, it's a different type of life now. It's a different type of life. So I wonder if we're going to see an influx maybe of some more people, especially with the whole situation with Tommy Karate, because there is a particular argument on the board when it comes to Tommy, right? Which is the one that everybody calls an serial killer, right? And I was like, why'd I say aerial killer and didn't I used the wrong, I was supposed to change the other one. Fuck it. I don't feel like changing the word. Serial killer. Hey, Shot Kim, peace and LBC. So, can I get you up here? Like, it seems like it's acting up. My Lord. That is crazy as I don't know what. Like, I can't get it up there. Okay. The new generation talk about everything. Facts. Have you seen the gang related series on Tubi? It's getting good. No, I gotta look at that. Oh wow, it's on Tubi. I'm about to look and see. Like, I just been in other spaces and stuff, but I want to come tell you guys about, kind of like my little experience or whatever, But anyway, so I had asked this question. I haven't got an answer yet. Hey, Cynical One, because remember when Be Easy was over here the other day and we were having our little, chat, our little chatter chat? Let's look at this shit. Look at this shit. Go up there. Oh God. Just never mind. Forgive me. System malfunctions. Okay, but Cynical One, I try to put you on the summer jam screen. But I asked the question, this is a very serious question because we talked about it over here, right? Is what is considered a serial killer, right? Like, so I think it is like, 2 or more people within a given amount of time or different settings, right? Within a short amount of time, like within a month's time or whatever. And so my question is that, many of the people in your field, your life, the field, have done or committed multiples, right? That's what y'all do. Why is it so egregious when it comes to Tommy Karate? Like, to where you guys are calling him a serial killer, right? So I'm just like, can somebody answer this? And where I asked, I thought this person would be more willing to have the conversation with me. But I think, right at the end, I kind of asked this at the end and he was wrapping things up. So I don't think he got a chance to really see my question, because all the other questions I had in there, the things I was saying, he was like responding to me. So I didn't get an answer, right? Because I want to hear it from, somebody in that life. But I do believe, it's my understanding, it's the way Tommy Karate got rid of people. It was very sadistic, right? And he didn't care. Like, he had, for as far as they say, he had like a bloodlust for it, right? Like that. Like, others will say, hey, we have all done it. Like, we have all got rid of a person, but there's certain things that we just don't gravitate to that. We'd rather beat your ass down or something like that. But even that, we just don't really gravitate to that. It's more like a command, like our capo regime or somebody would tell us to go X, Y, and Z. It's an order, so it has to be done. But we're not sitting up there with, bodies hanging upside down in bathtubs and eating sub sandwiches and shit like that. You know what I mean? Or whacking, like, there's a certain special kind of person that fits that script. So that's why you see, at least that's my understanding, without getting a full response from one of the mob guys, you know, that's what I believe it to be, that the case to be. You know what I'm saying? They just, it's a different kind of killer out there. Hey, Leslie, peace in the LBC. Mm-hmm. Okay, I got you up there. Now let's go down here. Hey, Ghetto. Peace in LBC. Okay, streets been bonkers. Yeah, it's a lot going on. It is. I'm gonna get over there to the particular sector that you have ingratiated yourself to. Right now, I'm talking about the mafia sector and my going ons over there. So, yeah. So I didn't get that question answered, and there's levels. Okay. In all things, there's levels to this shit. Okay. And but over there, they not really. That's a whole different. I see a whole different vibe of things going down. And now that I see that Mr. X and friends are over there, there's fuckery afoot, right? Because they are really trying to play it, right? And they're on James Proctor's ass, and I'll give you a name right there. Because he's considered a journalist, you know, of the genre, whatever. And Jeff Nadeau and them, they're like, you know, they're like people who speak in general, if you will, but some say Jeff Nadeau is not that way, but James is supposed to be. And they've been on his ass, okay? Because they feel like the Gottis have him in their back pocket. And because he's friends with Angel Gotti, right? And so he's been out here and he's been basically trying to pretty up the image of Gotti the third, right? Make his image look a little bit prettier than what is here out here that is factual and that you can go look and see. You can look and see that he proffered. You can look and see that he has a 302. These things wouldn't happen unless you actually talk to the feds. You had to talk to the FBI and you were looking for some kind of bargain, right? Like you were looking for to be in Wicksack. You were looking to be fucking relocated somewhere, you and your family. You were looking for some kind of immunity from your crimes or whatever. Like you were looking for something. You know, you are looking for it in all the wrong places and all the wrong faces as far as the mob is concerned. And you cannot leave the mob, right? Because there was a whole conversation about, can you just leave the mob? Can you just up and say, oh yeah, today I don't want to be part of the mob? It doesn't fucking work like that. It just doesn't work like that, right? You're forever, what do they call? Amorta. Okay? You're forever that, right? So anyways, so there's like this whole battle when it comes to John Gotti III. James Proctor, is he in the pocket of the Gottis? You know what I'm saying? He's out here trying to clean up the whole situation, trying to say that because he didn't go forth in these particular proffers, that he didn't gain anything from it, that it was, you know, under these particular circumstances that he is not a rat. Well, everybody's saying, you know, the other people are saying like a rat is a rat is a rat is a rat. Motherfucker, how do we know? Because we a rat. We rats, you know what I'm saying? As far as the world will see us, we're fucking rats, you know? And then you see a lot of infighting too, right? Well, I don't want to say infighting, but there's some battles going down between, like, some people just don't like each other. Like there's quite a few people who don't like Sammy the Bull. They feel away, and then apparently Sammy the Bull most recently proffered, right? He didn't really give up anything, but he has a new proffer out there. It's like, what? Well, I'm looking at 302. I guess like 302 would probably be the best. He talked to the FBI recently, or at least they were coming talking to him. Didn't amount to nothing. He didn't really give nobody up, but it is like, you know, I'm like, how long can the FBI be asking you fucking questions? Like, how long can they, like, once you proffered once, can they double back and double dip and all this kind of fucking things? I'm like, what the fuck is really happening? You, like, how long does this go down? Now, somebody was kind enough to answer me in the chat, and they said like about 10 years. And but they wouldn't really know, you know, hopefully the host will answer the question, but I never got that question answered either. So I'll probably be revisiting some of these questions, you know, down the road, because tonight it's going to be a jam-packed full of, you know, the mob boys going fucking live tonight. And I'm going to be looking to see all the things, because they're definitely going to be talking about the Vlad situation. They're going to be talking about Angel Gotti. They're going to be talking about, you know, Jimmy Merlino over there in Philly. Like, it's a few things that are popping, and really they're going to be in Gotti's ass, right? Because you know, they're going to be in his ass, and they're feeling some type of way about Angel. You know what I'm saying? Angel Gotti. And you know, she, in her mind, she feels like they're all fucking rats, and because her brother didn't do a certain things, you know what I'm saying, that he's not considered a rat. But they're saying, like, next in line, it wouldn't have been the third, right? It would have been Gene Gotti, which is John Gotti's brother. And it didn't happen that way. And I don't know if it's because Gene was in jail or whatever, but they're even saying that Gene Gotti, who was just like John Gotti, you know, he gonna go out like with no, he gonna do his time. He ain't gonna talk no shit. He ain't gonna definitely be a rat. He's gonna put it down that way. Is feeling some type of way with these newer guys, like with the third, and then Victoria Gotti's children, you know what I'm saying? Even Victoria Gotti, because remember, she had that show out there, something, the Gottis or whatever, it was Growing Up Gotti. That's what it was called, Growing Up Gotti, right? So he has a problem. So there are particular people that are out on the streets or still within the life, quite a few of them just not feeling it for him like that. I'm surprised how he survived all this fucking time. Talking about the third, Gotti, the third. It's very, very fucking interesting. So I wanted to tell you guys about that. You know, shit. I've been moving around. I'm trying to tell you, moving around. So when I left that particular sector, I went into another sector, and these are these sectors are for creatives, right? Where all these creatives are making like these AI movies in these series. And I was just engrossed in all these original series, right? I was like, oh, wow, this is so awesome. I'm like, well, I haven't been to here. Like, how come I hadn't know about you? You know, so I've been watching all their particular movies. One's called The Rise of Wraith or something like that, or is it The Return of Wraith? Then they had another one that was like a werewolf situation where this guy's hunting down like werewolves and stuff, and then he was like his sister got turned, and he didn't know that his sister survived it and became the leader of the Lycans. You know, it's like a whole bunch of different things. I'm just like, man, I'm like, I need to go on and make a movie out of this AI shit. Like, shit, they're making songs and intros and outros and all the things in between. I literally could put a fucking concept together, a thought, you know what I'm saying? A story, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, oh, this is pretty neat. This is pretty neat. So I enjoyed that. I spent like a good afternoon just going down that tunnel of stuff, you know? So then when I came up out of that, I made my way through the beef sector. And I was like, okay, so let's see what's kind of happening over here. Well, I went to Shock Him's live, and he was talking about the Tommy Castro Roe. Well, really Roe. He was talking about Roe, and then Roe and Lemon, and how there was a fallout between Roe and Lemon. And in my mind, I was like, this is much ado about nothing in truth, because these fools, it's like a lover's quarrel. They will literally be back friendly or whatever you want to call it. I wish Roe would stop. You know, I don't know what happened when it came to Roe, because Roe has always came off very meek, right? He's came off meek, and all of a sudden he's gotten with this Roe versus Ghetto. Yeah, and then there's and there's Roe versus Ghetto. There's that too. But look, Shame and the Scandal, check this out. When it comes to Roe, there was a time when he seemed a little bit more humble and more meek, but then he got around a particular group of people. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about the Black KKK, cliques, cults, and crews. Okay? He got with some of the girlies from that. And then all of a sudden, he starts smelling himself, if you will, like the old timers would say. You starting to smell yourself. You come in a certain way, like you ain't got no humble. You're not humble at all. You know what I'm saying? You got delusions of grandeur in your head. Now, I'm the first to say that nobody will think more highly of you than yourself. Like at all times, you should think highly of yourself, and at all times you should stand up for yourself and not suffer fools or bullies, but primarily fucking bullies who are fucking fools. Okay, do not suffer them. Okay, and I'm happy that he is speaking up, right? Like in the sense that he's trying to stand up for himself, but he keeps putting himself in these particular positions where I don't know if he thinks that there's been some kind of agreement that he's not going to get dragged or talked about or made to look like a fool, because that's going to happen. That is going to happen. Do you hear me? because I don't think they really have a respect for him like that. He is a useful tool. He is very useful for their content, like a panel whore, if you will, somebody to fill in a seat on a panel, just he's useful for that, right? But I don't think there's like this real respect. And I think since he's got around this particular group of people, all of a sudden he thinks that he's like, one of the cool kids. And really, truthfully, what is a cool kid? Shit, fuck it. I'm the coolest of them all. The coolest of them fucking all. Bitch, you couldn't tell me a fucking thing. You ain't gonna tell me a thing. And guess what? Move the fuck around and get out my way. That's why I be having them levitating up out their bodies. They be real bent out of shape. Oh, speaking of, right? So I was in Stomp Downs and he was talking about Jay Wilson things, right? And Roe things and Tommy things and Castro things and some shit that Jay Wilson has said, which I'm going to bring up in a second or alluded to, which I think is really odd to say this in and of itself. But do you know, I don't know which diva Stomp Down was talking about, but he kept on saying diva, right? And I'm like, I can't see this diva person. Does he have two channels running at the same time? Or am I blocked by this person? And I said, I know this goddamn weird ass Murdoch flying in a helicopter drunk ass bitch did not block me. Really, ho? Really, fucking ho? Is that really what it is? Started all that shit with me, and they had to get your head tore off over there at Room Shakers, and now you want to block me. It's like the never-ending story of stupidity. I'm like, what are you blocking me for? If anything, I should be blocking you, ho. Blockity block. I can't stand people like that who start shit, kick up shit, then can't stand in they fucking shit. It's like, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Yeah, bitch, and I know you my skybox or one of your fucking minions. Go run and tell that. Okay, he been messy. He tried to out Castro, but he looks sick. Yeah. It's some weird stuff going on. Okay, you be all over the place on these YT street sighting. Yes, I do. Because let me tell you something. It's more than these one particular sectors, the Chitterling circuit. There's other things going on out there that are interesting and that could be talked about. Other CCs that actually probably deserve your fucking view opposed to these people who are on the goddamn scam 24/7. Okay, look. Oh, and Shakim, are you still in here? Because I would like to know. Are you part of that contest that Ness is giving? Oh, there you go. Drop the link when you're done with the commentary. I'm here. Okay, because I was like, they were mentioning who the fuck was part of that fucking contest, and I was like, what? Nigga, why? Like, I'm confused by it. I am, and I'm not. My. You join that competition. My. Let me stop. Yeah, I got a song in my heart today. I do. I am just like overjoyed and happy. You know what I'm saying? I am. And rejuvenated, right? Like rejuvenated, because amongst all the things, you know what I'm saying, you'll be walking through these YouTube fields and people will be hating on you, trying to stop your shine and stop your motion. Hey, bitch, I'm in motion. Hey, they be trying to stop all the things from crack-a-lacking and popping, okay? Hating asses. But that lets me know I am not a hater. I am not hater made. If I come around, I want to see you elevate. You know what I'm saying? I want to take you to the moon and the stars, baby. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. And it also lets me show, there's quite a few people that they don't get it. I mean, they just might as well get on that little short bus, that little yellow short bus, and just go on, strap on their helmet and strap on their seatbelt and get ready for their fucking ride. Like, shit. Get on the magic school bus. Okay, now I ain't gonna lie. Lovely Love was joined and dropped out most of the time. But anyways, yeah, like that whole situation with Lovely Love being paid out by Barbara Warren, $300 to remove her from the contest. Yes, I'm joining. Oh, Let me drop this link. This is going crazy. I mean, let me just go and drop the link. I can't. My. What got in your head tonight? Okay, let's see. Let me see if I can drop it. There it is. God dang, it takes forever. I hope I don't have to. I try to fix my audio on my Android to make sure the interface is well. So hopefully it won't be no issues. Because I noticed like the last couple of times when Shaquem came up, like the interface with the Android and his phone, it's like been really weird. Really, really weird. So anyways, back to the whole situation. What was I talking about? Was I talking about Castro? Okay, well, let me just jump ahead. I'm just all over the place. Just whatever. Follow me. Let's get to this part where apparently Jay Wilson had made a comment to Tommy that he keeps stuff in his pants, like in his groin area, in his boxers or whatever, that his dogs can smell. So his dogs will come and mess with his private parts. I'm like, what? This happened at Stumpdale's. I'll say, who would even think of something like that? That is bestiality. That is weirdness at its finest. Now, of course, Tommy's like, what the hell are you talking about type of thing. That's my understanding. Okay. But what would make one think of a scenario like that and apply it to a person? Like what makes your brain go there? What would make your brain go? It is disgusting because I'm confused. I say a lot of things, and one could tear me apart for about a lot of things, right? Like the fact that I use the N-word, the fact that I use profanity. I have profanity Tourette's more so than other women on this app. Maybe because they feel like I keep telling them they're like some slave patrol or something, the things that I say, right? But I have not once yet said a thing that kind of equated to these like sexual deviancies, right? These perversions, because that would be to me a perversion. Just straight up. We'll put it right up there with the whole thing with MU supposedly having sex with a dog. Okay. Let's just all put it in the same category. And I'm just thinking like, okay, it's amazing how on this app that all these people have these like sexual deviancies, these weird proclivities. They'll be saying all kinds of random oddities, if you will, all the things, but then you will have problems with me. Like, really? Really? Is that where we're at with it? So yeah, what I'm saying? It's like Alice in Wonderland, if you will. Alice in effing Wonderland. But let me go over here because I'm all over the place. So let me just say I'm all over the place in my thoughts and different things that have happened because I kind of want to remember some of this stuff because some of this stuff is just like, wah, 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 wah. And I seen it and it was like, okay, well, here we go. But in relation to the beef sector, apparently there's a whole situation going down with Roe. Is it Roe versus everybody? Well, really Roe versus Lemon, Roe versus Ghetto. Then you got Tommy Castro's situation, and then they're trying to drag Brian into the shit. Like, they're saying Brian is setting people up. I'm like, Brian a fool. Hey, Shaquem.
Hey, sister, what it do, bro?
What it do? What's going on with you?
Oh my goodness, I don't even know what's going on with me right now. What's going on with you?
Oh my God, I've been having an interesting time over there in the mafia sector. I'm just like, a new excitement, if you will. Mm-hmm. So there's that, and then I got to be in the corner, and I got to hear that you were part of a competition. I was like, the hell's going on here?
What in the heliante is going on around here?
Oh my God. So are you part of you are part of the competition, correct?
Yeah, I decided to join it a couple of days ago before all of this stuff popped off with Love It Love and Ghetto.
Mm-hmm.
And Ghetto. So yeah, I'm a part of it as of right now anyway.
Well, were you asked to be a part of it or did you just volunteer?
No, so I kind of volunteered because at first I wasn't going to do it because I'm like, what the fuck can I do with a Lunchable, right?
Yeah.
Then I started thinking, I'm like, oh, you know what? I could probably do this. I could probably do a little bit of that. And then Miss Barbara added $400 to the pot yesterday. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to try because I know I'm going to make something. You know what I'm saying? So
she added $400 to a Lunchable pot. I mean, did she not know that Lunchables are like $2 a piece?
Are they $2 still? Because sure, the way these inflation prices set up, they might be.
Yeah, they're about like $1.98 or $2. I was at the grocery store the other day, and I was like, "This is interesting." Maybe it might have been a sale. I mean, it's like I'm confused, you know. But okay, so she added $400 to the pot. You volunteered. You wanted. What made you do that? Like, do you feel like you're making yourself too accessible, or what?
No, I mean, I haven't done a competition. Have I ever done one?
Well, you know, I'm talking about in relation to Ness, because you guys just got on a good footing and all that stuff, and next thing you know, you got her modded up. Now you joining her competition, and it's like I feel like I don't know. Do you feel like you're on the right trajectory with this or no?
I feel like I am. I mean, at least for the time being, but you know, you just never know.
Facts. You never know blow. Well, I mean, if you're comfortable with it, then so be it. So $400 was added to the pot, was put to the pot initially. Now I'm hearing about $300 to drop Lovely Love. So are we talking about a culmination of $700 coming from Barbara Warren, or is it just $400?
It's the same 400. So basically what I understood was Barbara sent the initial 300 to basically take Lovely Love out of the competition. But you know, Lovely Love was begging up a storm yesterday. She was begging and screaming and hooping and hollering.
She ain't no different than the rest of them bras. I mean, hypocrisy much, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's nothing new. I think what she was doing was starting to irritate some of the subbies. Miss Barbara, I know she don't like me, so you know, I don't know if it takes a lot to get on her nerves, but yeah, she was basically saying, Lovely Love, calm down, or I will send the money to fucking ban you. Lovely Love was like, bitch, I don't calm down, bitch, I double down. I was like, okay, Lovely.
Okay. I gotta steal that. Look, wait. So calm down. So she wants to control her with the money, or I'm gonna send this money to ban you. Ban you from what?
There's the competition, the Lunchables competition.
Just to ban her from the competition. Now, this is my question. I know that quite a few of these ladies are split tails and two ball bitches. They're all fucking ladies, very emotional. You know what I'm saying? These broads, quite a few of these broads, okay, have like these donors that give out big money. And so now the question becomes, who is actually running the show? Is it you or the donor? Because if you say there's a competition and the competition is set for all people, and you never stipulated from the beginning that people can be bought out the competition, then why would something like that be happening? Hey, El Balloon, hey, Can't Get Right. Like, why would that be happening? And is that okay? Because it wasn't, you know, stated from the beginning that people can be bought out of the competition. And should everybody feel in jeopardy? Should everybody at this point feel like they're in jeopardy of not being able to participate in the competition because they can be bought out by such as a Barbara Warren or whoever else and not be part of the competition? And really, truthfully, this is another one, part 2. If you do things like that, does that harm your competition?
Yeah. Those are great questions. I mean, I definitely think I can't answer it because it's not my show, but I would say I was looking forward to Lovely Love being a part of it just for the entertainment aspect of it.
Yeah. Because Lovely Love is lovely. Can't nobody take this away from Lovely Love. She brings something to the show. especially when it comes to the competitions. Hater or lover, she is a good person to be part of these particular productions. You know what I mean? Can't get right. I'm so glad to see you because I'm glad you're coming around now a little bit better, than you was before. Because I was like, what the hell happened to him? So that lets me know that everything is okay with you. That's good. But go ahead, Shocking. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're good. What's up? Can't get right. Well, there was an opportunity for Lovely Love to apologize to Miss Barbara today. So,
wait, what happened? Wait, what happened?
So basically, Miss Barbara said if Lovely Love apologized, then she would allow her to join, and Ness could just keep the money, right? But Lovely Love, like this live that Ness is doing, was supposed to be about Lovely Love, and somehow it's turned into like a Survivor Rodney kind of live, which is crazy. So I don't think that's gonna happen.
I don't know who you said didn't. Okay, but didn't Mistake get bought out a challenge or something? I don't know. Yeah, apologize. Like, what is she supposed to apologize for? Who fucking competition is it? Is it Barbara Warren's competition or is it Ness's competition? Whose competition is it?
It's Ness competition. Is that a rhetorical question?
It could be.
Okay.
It definitely could be. But I would say it's Barbara's competition. Because she's supplying the money, she's setting the parameters, right? The rules and the demands, right? She's making demands. And so apparently she is funding this competition. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, Ness is just the face of the production, but everybody answers to Barbara Warren. Is it wrong for one to see it that way?
No, I think, like when it comes to me, I already know half of them hoes don't like me anyway. Barbara used to be a supporter, but it is what it is. So shit, I don't even feel safe. I'm like, it could happen to any of us. The thing is, I think that she kind of softened her stance today. And basically she just said, hey, give me an apology for telling me to shut the fuck up or whatever Lovely Love said. And I'm just so surprised that the live got off of Lovely Love and now it's about Rodney and his Twitter. So yeah, you just never fucking know what you're gonna get.
No, I'm not surprised it's about Rodney and his Twitter. That's been a conversation forever, but it's a deflection. It is definitely a deflection because if we're talking about a competition that you're promoting with fucking Lunchables, right, and all the things you can do, maybe you're going to make a fucking how they make sand capsules out of motherfucking out of sand. Maybe you're going to make a Lunchable capsule or something. I don't know what the fuck, you know what I'm saying? What you're going to do with it or whatever. I mean, okay, the odyssey of it all, But the question is that you are out here promoting, you are having other people talk about your competition. It has floated through your sector and so on and so forth. And now you have literally banned a person for a considerable amount of money. $300 is like, I feel like it's a considerable amount. It's not $3. You have banned a person from the competition, and now all of a sudden you're demanding an apology, but this is not your fucking competition. And why should she have to apologize for whatever she says to you? Because you broads are not apologizing for the shit that you guys say in any fashion, form, or way. Y'all be all up in the chat saying all kinds of randomness, and you're not being made to apologize. It is just a conversation. So what is the damn problem here? And I want to know what specifically is the rules of this. Ness, what are the rules to your competition, bitch? Because we're not going to act like you ain't watching me or one of your fucking minions, okay? Like literally. You just set a competition in motion, and now it looks like you and one of your, I don't know what the hell she is, supporters is like scamming the people. And how much do you, so you have set the bar, right? It's $300 to ban a person. Apparently, this will be the unspoken scenario. And so, how many other people are going to get banned? Who's next? Shakim? I mean, who's fucking next? Do you already have a line and list of people that you're going to just roll right up in there to take their places? because these particular type of scams and stuff have very intricate details to them. So if you're going to make, you got 3 people so far or 4 people and you're going to make 300 a pop, that's 1,200. So you must got 3 or 4 more people to come back into the program. Like, how long is this part of the program going to last? Sharkim.
Yeah, I'm listening. My bad. I had to go get my squares.
That's okay. It's just, come on now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's already been like a lot of drama and shit. My thing is,
it is fucking ridiculous, L Blue. It's weird as hell.
Yeah, it's a lot. Like with these subbies, I'm telling you, like they're blessings, but they're also curses. So you just have to decide what you're gonna deal with when it comes to your challenge. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will definitely throw their money around. You know.
So is LG gonna join? She probably will join. LG and TG, exactly 100. So if I don't like someone, I could pay 300 to have them blocked from a competition. That would / should make folks not want to participate in these competitions. A lot of things should make these people not want to participate. And this is the honest, the God truth. Like Ness is out here, she's doing her thing in the sense of she's created this competition. She's got a little buzz from it and all, or she's a little buzz stirred to get the competition on its way. You're getting people like a Lovely Love, who is like, you know, a person that people look to see in these competitions. You're like, she brings a little, you know, to the situation. And so, okay, so now she would be considered, far as when you look for a competitor, like one of the top contenders of competitors, right? Or people that we know that will compete in these things. Cam up and do all the things, right? You have bought her for, she's been bought down for $300. So it's like, what would you do for a Klondike bar? And I really kind of understand like where Lovely Love is coming from, right? Like to say, you know what I'm saying? This is some odd ass shit that's happening. And maybe you feel away because I got into it with Ghetto and his broad and stuff. And she's not even, Ghetto's woman is not even, okay. Ghetto, this is no shot at you, but Ghetto's an honorary beef sector person now, correct? Like, is he beef sector or what is he now? Is he beef sector? Do you know?
He'll never be that, but you know, is he tolerated? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, okay. I think me and you differ on that. Like, I disagree with you. I would say that he's beef sector. He's beef sector because they have accepted him. Just the same way I would say the same thing about you, that you're beef sector, or you're until you fell out with the asses. But I don't know what the fuck is happening now. But it's the same kind of fucking feel, right? Whereas that you're all on the panels, participating in all the fucking things, conversations, and all the talks is about things that are happening in that sector, so on and so forth, right? It's the same concept. Hey, Dreamy, peace in the LBC. But if you are beef sector and your wife or girlfriend, she makes a cameo here and there, does that make her beef sector? Mm-hmm. And is this about beef sector? Because they're always talking about, oh, the beef sector. So is she honorary beef sector as well? Or is this competition open to all the peoples and all the sectors? You know what I'm saying? Is it like, because, I don't understand you guys. I don't understand that some of the particular people in that sector where they feel like they can roam everywhere into all these other sectors and be on the panels and in the chats and in their conversations and dynamics and stuff. And it's okay for them to do so. But if, say, somebody else comes and talks about their sector, it's problematic. And so it's like they're a pack of hypocrites. It's weird as hell. But is this just supposed to be a solely beef sector challenge, or is it open to every fucking body?
No, I mean, to my understanding, it is open to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's just to my understanding. But Mrs. Ghetto's not in it no more. I think, Ghetto's all over the place. I think he was saying this morning that he took Mrs. Ghetto out of it because of the drama with Lovely Love and stuff like that. So we'll see.
And I would agree with L Blue on this, right? And everyone around here knows what LL gives. So to expect her to straighten up to appease one of your subbies is ridiculous. Well, it's about the money. It is the money. Show me the money. And I'm just wondering, since that is very obvious, then plainly made through the money. Okay, so it was $300 to get rid of her. What's the other 100 for?
The 100 was for the pot.
So Ness gets to keep 300 and only 100 goes to the pot?
Basically, that's what she said. Well, that was if Lovely Love apologized. She could have just kept the 300.
No, we're talking about the pot now, though. The pot is just $100.
Oh no, the pot is at like, last time I checked, it was at like $560, if I'm not mistaken, something like that.
And that's from other donors that added to the pot, correct?
Yeah, that's with all the donations so far.
Okay. So she has her pot, that's $500. Then she has the 300 that she gets the pocket for herself for dropping Lovely Love. So I mean, you know what I'm saying? And she's probably gonna take her amount off the top of the pot because that's usually what they do. So at least she's up 300 right now. I mean, yeah, I don't see her stopping at 300. Ness, I don't see you stopping at 300, bitch. What I see you doing is keeping it going. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to know who fucking competition is it? Is it your competition? Is it Barbara's competition? Like, whose competition is it? But as far as I can see, whatever a subby or I don't know what you call it, your follower, you know, whatever decides to set the standard, right? They're setting the rules and the parameters for your idea. Then they're the one that's in control.
Yeah, and then Catherine Powell is apparently joined it too. So I mean, shit, another one bites the dust.
Man, I mean, they're out on Catherine's ass right now too. You know what I'm saying? They've been on Catherine's ass. They've been, you know. So I was in the skybox over there at Jay Dunn's, right? And I was listening to Jay Dunn talk about the competition and stuff like that. And then also it happened to play itself out over at the hood tables. And so let's see who was like, who was over there, who all hit the link. Talent hit the link, and I think somebody else hit the link, but I was listening to Talent, right? So Talent says something to the nature that the beef sector has hit a all-time low with the whole situation with Lovely Love, right? And that, you know, in the whole situation with Catherine Powell, because Catherine Powell, you know, is obviously something's going on with Catherine, and you're like picking on people who with mental illness, if you will. And then you got this whole situation with Lovely Love being bought down. He didn't go into the depths with that because we do know that Talon he has an affinity. He has an affinity for fucking Ness's ass, right? And but he did say that he didn't agree with some of the things, and this seems like there's a all-time low that the beef sector is coming to. And I'm saying, shit, the low has been there. The low has been there. If we think about the things that happen in the beef sector and then how they're very selective, right? And then there's always this whole gang bang type of mentality. And now we're just at the point where, fuck it. What is the point of the CC if the subbies are running everything? If the followers are running everything? What point do you serve? Like, what are you just up there to what? Because you're the one that's going live. You're the one that's putting your fucking program together. You're the one that's, you know, putting the energy and time to entertain the people. Like, this is your shit, right? You're doing that. They're not doing that. I heard Ghetto even speak about it today, where he was basically saying that, you know, he was supposed to go live today, and then he got to thinking about going to live, and he was talking about the energy of it. You have to be dedicated to this thing. And, you know, and it takes time and energy. And especially if you're not going to have co-hosts, because there's quite a few times where I don't have co-hosts. So you're up here and you have to be able to hold that panel or hold that channel by yourself. Then you have people who feel away, you know, that want to come in, fuck up your program, fuck up your bag. Like, it's a lot of energy that's invested into being CC, but it's really hardly no energy invested to being a fucking subby or a follower. All you got to do is fucking, you know, get into somebody's chat and talk shit and throw some money at it. Case in point, Barbara Warren. And Barbara, I don't feel no type of way about you, but I'm just stating the obvious. It's the fucking obvious. You know what I mean? So I know how you guys do. You'll run around here talking about who's hating and why do they care? Because you did it publicly. This is not hatred. It's facts. We would like to fucking know whose fucking show is it.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Big Rigs. But go ahead. I'll get off of that because I know you're over there trying to keep it copacetic with them.
No, I'm gonna keep it real regardless. I mean, that's why, like I said, I don't know where I'm gonna end up after the competition. I might be dragging everybody like Lovely Love is. So
I mean, Lovely should. It's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? All of this over a goddamn $2 goddamn Lunchable. What y'all gonna do? Just make fucking goddamn, I don't know, characters out of it like you got some Legos and shit. Just stack this shit high. And, ooh, this is a dog. Stack down over. Ooh, this is a heart. What the fuck you gonna do with a goddamn Lunchable? Like, stop it. Stop it. The idea in of itself is just, so outlandish. And then I feel some kind of way about Lovely out here, that's how it has been the norm for most of these competitions. You have people just like you have your subbies and I want to say you guys are the black KKK. So when you got your followers, right? You got their mindless zombies out there supporting you and giving you money and all the fucking things. Why can't somebody send Lovely Love a cash app? Here's $5 for just even participating into this fuckery. Oh, here, buy 10 Lunchables because I don't know what you're gonna do with these Lunchables, but bitch, make it happen. Like, what is the problem with her getting money? And why are they checking her? They don't want somebody else checking theirs.
Well, that's I don't know if you heard of Ness Live, but Ness was even saying like the shit is fake outrage, and that she says she gets why Lovely Love feels the way she feels.
Yeah.
And so the live, I think, would have went a totally different direction if Lovely Love would have clicked the link. But for whatever reason, Lovely Love has been on her world tour. She didn't want to come to Ness channel. So yeah.
So Lovely Love was supposed to go back to the place where she got insulted and got banned from. To kiss the ring and to apologize, because my understanding is she's supposed to apologize to Barbara. So what would be her purpose of showing up?
Well, yeah, that's what Barbara wanted. So Barbara just wanted an apology, and she said she would just let Ness keep the money if she got the apology.
An apology for what though? Like, it's like for speaking her mind or talking shit back to a person who obviously was saying something to her as well. Like confusion much. Yeah. Because I'm certain this is not the first time that Lovely Love has said something to Barbara. I wish Lovely would pop out from wherever the fuck because she's been on the whirlwind tour with a mic in her hand. I really just want to know, Lovely, like, is this the first time you had a fucking like back and forth with this Barbara person? Because that will really fucking matter. Because if this is like a second or third time, all of a sudden now she want to pull weight and rank on you with money. How come she didn't pull weight and rank last time? Could you please block this hoe? I don't want to see her no more in the chat. Here's $500. And who has $300, $400 to spend on? Like, what is happening in your everyday life? Like, are motherfuckers maxing out their pensions and shit for this shit? Like, stop it.
Well, these competitions, I got somebody.
No, let's not say. Let's hope this ain't another fucking D Darrell situation. Lord Father. If this shit turned out the airway, it is another fucking D Darrell situation. I'm gonna be like, ooh, there ain't no future in your fronting and stunting.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back because I do have somebody at my door, but I wanted to talk to you about the Honest Rowan Lemon fallout.
Okay.
On that, and then Kaios is having a fallout with Ness right now. So I will be back if you're still on. If not, I will catch you a little bit later.
Okay. Are you going live today?
Yeah, I was supposed to go live right now, but I got somebody just pulled up at my house, so I'm gonna have to try to. If I do go live,
let me sing this song to you real quick. Lay your head on my pillow. Baby,
you just
relax. Hey,
okay. You ain't shit.
All right, I'll see you.
How long you gonna be on?
I don't know, probably for another maybe 20 or 30 minutes, however my mind goes to. Look, my goddamn look, my man, Big O and then came up in here. God dang, I can't think right now. Not I love you sincere. Thank
Shout out Big O. Talk to you later.
$9.99, okay. Peace in the LBC. Thank you for the money. I cannot get my thoughts out right now. This is crazy, but it is what it is. And I smoked this good weed. I'm happy. You know what I'm saying? There's much ado about nothing. And this thing is acting up. Why won't stop? Lord, Father. There we go. All right. I appreciate the $9.99. I really do. Because, they just act like that on, like, man, I have my support and I am thankful for my support. And I am thankful for people who use their brain, like their minds. You know what I'm saying? Because there's quite a few people who have decided to go away or whatever for whatever their fucking reasons are. And just on some straight hating ass shit. Then we find these particular people doing just some more hating ass shit. Just more fucking cult hater shit. Like cult mentalities, cult of personality. Like just very cultish, very, very cultish. So, but if this broad got herself blocking me talking about deep and stupid funky ass, now that's another weirdo right there. Just like, bitch, stop it. Like, I'm just not even understanding why you hoes get so fucking mad. Then you want to do the blockly block, or you want to fucking be on a banning of this, that, another. And we're not going to support. Why, bitch? Why? You guys are the ones starting this shit, okay? You are the ones that got your head stuck up somebody's ass and sucking farts out of their ass. Like, this is you. You might as well. You have decided to become the stick to the lollipop of a fuck ass motherfucker. You are that. You're the lollipop stick. Your head is up their ass. And that's like, why be mad at me about it? I'm just talking about the obvious, spitting the facts of what is really, really happening out here. And I think it's gotten to the point where right now, nobody is their own person. Well, I'm my own person because I'm not going to be controlled by none of these hoes. And I'm going to do what I want to do on my channel because I'm the one that puts the bill over here. I'm the one that pays for my internet. I'm the one that hits this link and, I'm going to hit the live button. I'm the one that's up here making all the fucking inroads, if you will, good, bad, or indifferent. I'm the one doing it. It's my time and my energy. So, like, if you want to support the situation, thank you. I thank you. But it's just really weird when, you got people out here trying to control things, your creativity, trying to control your channel, and then you become a slave to that person or a slave to those people. It's just very interesting to me because I wonder if she would have said, oh, no, I'm not taking this money. No, this is my competition, and my rules are already set. We're not buying people out of the competition. We're not doing that. So who wrote the rules? Is there any rules? Apparently there must not be any rules. Or now there's a rule. Hey, Big O, what's nice to hear from Salt, your last live. Okay. Yeah, I enjoy when Salt comes over. I really appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Because, that's the dark side. And there used to be quite a few people from the dark side who used to come over here more frequently, but things happen. I done had a couple of battles and stuff, and sometimes, but then they have their own sector. So I can't really just say they all took a side or whatever, but some of them did, or at least just said, fucking nothing else to see here because she done fell out with X, Y, Z person. Oh, that type of shit is like, okay, you just can't make this shit up. But if I ever, like, I don't normally feel no type of way about a person, like, or people, like, I can have words with you and I just don't really feel a way about you. And I'm not a hater of, this business that is called YouTube. So I don't need to do that to anybody. But if you pay attention, it's very clear and evident to see how many people are out here on some real bullshit. Real bullshit. Okay. It's been going down in the Mo 3 sector, Big O, as you know. Oh, that's another thing I wanted to talk about because I've been over in the Mo 3 sector a little bit, right? And right now, Mink and Not On My Watch has fallen out. And I think Mink and Cam Talk Too Much is not cool either. And Mink and 88 are not cool. So she has fallen out with all these particular people. And Mink must owe or did owe Not On My Watch some money. I don't know if it's like $160 or she still owes $160 or whatever. And apparently she borrowed that money from another person to try to pay her back. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So Not On My Watch, but she's been going live. They've been going live on each other. And I haven't been catching Mink's lives like that. So I don't know. I thought her channel got, did her channel get taken? Like I'm confused. $800. She borrowed $800 from Not On My Watch. Hey James, peace in the LBC. Because there was a conversation about that broad who the baby mama of Mo3. What is that girl's name? Anne-Marie or whatever her name is. You know what I'm saying? They're like, why didn't she get the money from her? That's her like stomped down. That's her little friend. They be running around here and having each other's back and all that stuff. How come she didn't get the money from her? She's so richy. She has this and this and that. Why are you getting the money from fucking Not On My Watch? Why didn't you get the money from her? You know what I'm saying? Oh, Ashley, that's her name? Ashley. Yeah. I call the girl Anne-Marie. Just one thing. Just one thing. It's just one thing. That was a good song. Hey. Hey, it's just one thing you did. That shit would go. All those live instruments, I love it when there's like live instruments, you know what I'm saying? You got the horns, you got drums, you got things going, you know what I'm saying? Let's bring it on, let's do it, you know what I'm saying? But anyways, that song was in my head. That was a banger, was it not? Okay. Let me borrow $2. These folks are crazy as fuck. And no way, Malin 800 to a so-called YouTube friend, okay? I just thought about that song. You thought about it too? Okay, her and the son living in the truck. Oh my God, that's not funny, Big O. I hope her and her son are not living in the truck because that is not funny. To me, it's not funny. I know that she has some issues with her housing and different things going on. And then she had, Sean G, that thing didn't work out with the Sean G situation. And it's kind of been downhill since then, Like I just don't know. Then they're talking about, birth and not the lack of giving birth and possibilities of terminating births. I'm like, this is real fucking deep. This is some deep ass shit right here. But I am happy that she still has her truck because as long as she has her truck, she has a means to get in that, that bill of lading in to get that munions. You know what I mean? She has a means to get to that money. And it's just a matter of, and most of those trucks have cabs anyway, like they have the back part where you can sleep and everything up in there. So it's not really a thing for her to just travel with her son. She doesn't even have to, she can homeschool him, right? As long as you got a good Wi-Fi signal and stuff, he can, do, homeschooling. And then she can like collect, I thought she had 2 trucks. Then there was a whole conversation about quite possibly Emily buying her truck, but then that got shot down. I was like, I know Emily went out here buying nobody no fucking truck. Now, Emily was throwing money around left and right, but I know she went out here doing that much. Because there, a couple of people ate off of Emily. Sean G ate off of Emily. Cam ate off of Emily. Even some of these bras ate off of Emily. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that was a lie. That's what I'm thinking. If you get a car and a gym membership, you'll be all right. Okay. That's crazy. Big Rigs, did I say hi to you? I hope I said hi to you in general. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry if I didn't. And I apologize for that. Cause like, God dang. Ooh, just man. I don't like that. I don't like when people are like, in situations, especially with no children. $800. How did it even come out here on the YouTube streets? Like, why are they talking about all these personal things like this, like borrowing of money and stuff like that? How did it even come out? And then they say like that she's been going live talking crazy. And I'm like, I ain't see no notification from me because I think I am subscribed to Mink. I mean, let me go in here because maybe Because I know Mink got mad at me one point in time. You know what I'm saying? She was feeling some type of way, and it looked like she was going to turn her sights on me for the fuckery that was all around Brenda and shit. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, man, don't do that shit. Because you guys came over here highly disrespectful with the bullshit. And at the time, that was my guess. And that was, you know, a person that I was affiliated with. Oh, shit. Damn, she live right now. Oh, let me turn this down. Yeah. Oh, I'm not subscribed. That's why. Let me just go on and subscribe. I thought I was subscribed to Mink. I wonder why I'm not. Maybe, is this another channel? Maybe this is a newer channel or something. Behind the screen exclusive live, Big Coolin pulls up on. Oh, this is when Coolin and Mink had got into it. Damn, who put that picture up there? Oh, this is Kelly ass. Let me get out of this. Oh shit. Let me get away from this, okay? Because all kinds of shit came up from yesteryear, okay? All kinds of yesteryear shit came up. I'm just like, what? What? Okay, let me stop. Okay, it happened over a month ago, but it stayed in a Discord. Oh, you ain't missing nothing from that liar sincere. I just want to catch up. I'm trying to figure out. Well, you know, I think it's really truthfully because they all had, look, all of them collectively together, they would come together and they were doing shit to each other. Like, well, not to each other, but to other people. Like, what were they called? The Power Rangers or Superpower, you know, Soul Glow or whatever the fuck they were calling themselves. You know what I'm saying? The Soul Glow tribe or whatever, right? They were all coming together. They was running around in little masks and stuff. They were a collective group. Now they have turned on each other. Like, there's this whole backlash, even to the point, like, I even think like something's happening with DG ass, right? Where like quite a few people from his day ones or his initial Soul Glow crew, the Flawless Gang or whatever they call themselves, they have dismissed themselves and moved away from him. And so, you know, like, you know, it is this ebbs and flows, right? There will be turnovers. So you'll have maybe a year or 2 years with a particular group of people, maybe 6 months to a year. And then all of a sudden there'll just be this shift. And it's always based on who is the most popular at the time and whose side they fucking took. And you know what I'm saying, if they got their feelings hurt and you don't even know they got their feelings hurt because something was said or done and you're not even fucking aware about what was said and done, but it will become this shift, right? And then, you know, so out with the new, out old and in with the new. But a couple of people will still stay behind. And so I think he's about to see a shift in his crew of people. You know, like there's about to be a whole fucking shift in that. But one thing I can say about DG, he has weathered the storm. Because it was all that stuff with Eve. He went through all that shit with Eve, and then the whole fucking thing with YouTube cameras, you know what I'm saying? It spilled over into the beef sector. He didn't have battles with this person and that person. He was taking fucking hits and still going through it, right? And he's been able to survive the game, if you will. Fuck a Book, a Mink, and a Power Ranger. Apparently Book is fucking turned on my watch as well. Okay, I was on TT's live and she was going off on Mink and Book. Oh, what? Not on my watch was going off on Mink and Book. Yeah, I've been seeing her over there at TT's. Like, I think there was a time where her and TT wasn't even seeing eye to eye. So I think when I first started seeing her over there, not on my watch, I was like, this is interesting. You know what I mean? But nowadays, people too damn quick to deem someone their friend. Shit is ridiculous. That's why all their business is always all over the place. Gotta be more careful with the friend shit. Facts. You gotta, because you can't claim everybody. You know, it's just not what it is. You know what I'm saying? And half the time, they're not your friend. They just want to utilize your platform for something. They want to be with their fuckery, the chaos, the confusion, the demonic ass spirits that they fucking are. They want to, you know, they want to find a place to play. They want to, and they have deemed your place to be the playground. And if you do end up being cool with them, or you just somehow come into some kind of situation with them, then now they're trying to probe into your life because they're trying to gather stuff so they can eventually down the road do something really fucked up to you and then play innocent at the same time. It's theater. It's all very theatrical, if you will. I've been saying it for years, my, okay? It's like, it's theater at its finest. That's why I don't put nothing past any of them. I literally don't put anything past any of them. When I look at hatred and what it looks like, or selling your soul for a Klondike bar, or just, constantly be in some chaotic scenarios, I see all of their asses, like all the cast of crews of characters. And I don't think it's odd, but here's another little tidbit. They all talk to each other behind the scenes, and they're crossing sectors. You see what I'm saying? It's a cross-sector situation phenomenon. So they're all behind the scenes looking for ways to do some kind of fuckery to you and your channel, or, be on the bullshit. That's why I was saying, like with Shakim, like I was asking him, like, don't you think that this, like the way you're moving in relation to this seems very, I don't know. It just seems very like premature. You know what I'm saying? Because you guys are just coming off the cusp of a certain situation. Then all of a sudden she's got a mod stick. And then from there you're joining competitions, and, or you over here, supporting this live, hitting the panel, or she's making her way. Like I could see the panel thing where you guys kind of grace each other's panel, so you can get a feel for each other and see if that rhythm is still there. And you just take it slowly from there, because I don't, because like some things haven't been hammered out, or at least maybe the way I see it, right? But maybe they have been, because like I'm not the one in that particular relationship dynamic. I'm just like many other people, just like seeing it from the outside. And but it's another thing to be in the middle of it, right? Or be right there in the midst of it. I personally think that whenever you make up with a person, that the apology should be specific and sincere, right? Specific to the things that have been said and sincere, right? And then you don't just say a thing and then skip over it and go to a new topic. No, you wait for there to be the acceptance of the apology. Be assured that there's an understanding, and then you correct yourself, like you correct the way you move, And so I was over there listening to Jay Dunn. I was like, okay, she did make a point, right? I was just like, okay, Jay Dunn be on some bullshit her damn self, right? But everybody makes a point regardless to whatever kind of fuckery they're on. There's like, they're prone to make a point here and there. And she, she talked about like the whole going away and being on your religious journey, if you will, turning into a convert of some sorts, right? Maybe she went to a monastery or whatever, and then, sat down and read the Bible day in and day out and chanted, right? It was chanting and all things. But how's it like when you went over there, when you decided to go and read the Bible and, become religious or whatever, did you not learn anything about the love of money? Did you not learn anything about how to treat people? You know what I'm saying? And like, did you even read the Bible, right? So Jay Dunn is like, I bet she never even read that bitch. She don't even know, you know what I'm saying? She just never, like, she don't know the Bible like I know the Bible. I'm just like, girl, this is crazy. Ooh, okay. It was just crazy. I was like, yeah, you can't make this shit up. Child, folks just be throwing apologies out like candy. Facts. They don't mean it. They just want another chance to fuck you over. Facts on facts on facts. They just want to be seen on the panel at the time or use you for content. And that's what I even say about the Rose situation. Like Lemon disrespecting Ro the way he does. And I don't even know why anybody would be getting out of sorts about the Lemon Rose situation in any kind of way, because this keeps happening. How many times has Ro been cussed out by Lemon? Really? Like, how many times? How many times has he disrespected him, drug him for filth, called them a pack of bitches. Like at this point, Ro would literally be a walking mat. But Ro is doing these things because I think he feels he's like part of a crew who has put a battery in his back, or at least maybe he's getting a surge of energy from thinking that he can just come out here and stumble across his fucking insults. You're like, no, you cannot. Like, well, you can, but it's gonna come off crazy. So, like, if I ever get into a battle with these bitches, it's straight the fuck up. It ain't no hesitation in my fucking thought process or nothing, bitch. It'll be coming from the dome and damn from the heart in the moment, right, bitch? This is how I fucking feel about you, and it's gonna be words that, you know what I'm saying, that are just gonna be slapping you up and down these fucking avenues like the hoe that you are, bitch. I'll put you on the blade, beats the cobblestones, okay? Turn you into a straight up blade runner with these words. Pop, 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 bitch. Get your ass the fuck up out there. Get the skating home. He doesn't have it like that in him. Ro is like, I think he wants to, you know, have the back and forth soiree, but it doesn't like glide off his tongue quickly and I feel like in a very witty manner. It seems very rehearsed, or it seems very gossipy, right? Whereas that he was sitting around a group of CCs and they were pointing out this, that, and other and being gossipy and stuff. And so he's using this as what he's going to use as his points if he ever got into with a person. And it's like at this point it's falling flat. Like, wah, wah, wah. It's falling flat. While Lemon is over here just running in circles around you and just abusing your ass. But I don't understand why people keep on coming back to be abused by Lemon. It's a constant circle of abuse. And like Lemon, I feel for the most part, he's always trying to find a way to disrespect the person. That's why I don't fuck with him like that. Like, I don't dislike Lemon, but I don't fuck around with him in that fucking manner. I just don't, because you don't show too much integrity. You don't act like a man, right? In the sense of how a man would be or conduct himself at your age, right? Your word doesn't mean anything. Like, it's not weighted. Whereas that certain people will say a thing and I could trust that will be a truth. That is a truth, and it will be a reality. You don't speak in that way. And your character is currency. Your word is currency. These things are currency that get you through life. Whereas that if you don't have any currency, like fiat money, you know what I'm saying? Because ain't nobody got no real money. But if you ain't got that gold standard, you ain't got shit. Nothing but your word. And your word should be able to move you through all the lands. Because they will know you by your name. They will know you by your character. They will know you by your works. You see what I'm saying? That's how it works, okay? And so far, all we know is that you're going to come out here, not keep your word, twist it and frame it, narratives left and right, and just straight up be lying. Then you'll go and disrespect people and then turn into a fucking Darren, hoping that somebody will take some sympathy or have sympathy for you after you done all this egregious fuck shit ass stuff. And you keep the counsel of fucking fools. You do not keep wise counsel. And you like to move around fucking fools. So it's basically like romper room. It's basically like fucking, I don't know, the Looney Tunes. Every cartoon character is out with the bullshit. And you're the leader of the pack. You know what I'm saying? Most of these extra grown motherfuckers, little folks, treat them like shit. Facts on facts on facts. Just so they can be a part of what they deem to be the in crowd. Exactly. And what is the in crowd? Because when I look at these particular people that are part of the so-called in crowd, just aesthetically, they look a fucking mess. They ain't got no teeth. They got Roman eyeballs. Some of them you can't see at all. They could barely formulate a sentence, okay? Like, it doesn't make any sense. But this is the in crowd. Then they sit around each other and call each other out of their names each day. There's no fucking respect. They get to telling and divulging each other's fucking, information. There's that. Then they get to point out each other. They get to pointing each other's flaws out and using it as, weaponizing it against the other person. Like, that is not friendly at all. And in the true sense of the word, a friend is one that will lay their life down for you. There is no greater love than, one who will, put their life on the line for you. So ain't none of you motherfuckers friends in the truest sense of the word. But as far as these YouTube ships go, you guys are really fucking enemies. Enemies to the fullest. Now, that whole frenemy situation would have worked with Pizarro if she really created the frenemy sector. But you don't create a sector called frenemy. Like, this speaks to what I was just saying a few minutes ago. Like, if you only had a fucking brain, why would you call a sector frenemy and then want everybody to act friendly or everybody to have this great moral compass? You know what I'm saying? Strong moral fortitude. Frenemies are evil people. People who are not, who play in your fucking face. It's deception. The name itself is, rooted in duplicity. Duplicity. And if something's rooted in duplicity, then that means it's rooted in lies. And the transfer of fucking lies. Like, make it make sense. But, But Lemon has said many times he didn't want to meet Ro. Yeah, I think the whole thing with Ro was basically to get... He was using Ro, and I think he was probably trying to get information out of Ro. And a lot of the things that Lemon had did circles back to Shakim. If you really pay attention, it's a very circular thing. They don't want to speak to that truth, right? They don't want one to point it out. They want to sweep it underneath the rug and act like it's a non-existent, right? But if you have a brain and you want to really be fair and you want to have a true understanding, then you would just not be looking at a piece of the pie. You would be looking at the whole entire of the pie, for a fair analysis, assessment of things. Letting folks disrespect me and treat me any old way just ain't my DNA, okay? Facts on facts on facts. Hey, Dr. Soapy, peace in the LBC. I mean, anybody who's mentally well does not want to get treated poorly by anybody. Like, they're just not going to sit there and accept being treated like shit by another person. But look at it. Just look at it. Why do they keep coming back to be mistreated? That literally has to be a form of mental illness. It has to be. I mean, no one would speak to me like that, sober or drunk. Fuck you. Okay, Dr. Sophie. Just make it make sense, okay? I'm looking at certain people very differently. With clear eyes, now rose-colored glasses. Now, you could see it very clearly. 20/20 vision. You don't need no fucking glasses. You don't need no optical illusions. You know what I'm saying? All you have to do is pay attention. And it's just weird across the board that the stuff that, the people get away with, or at least people will be selective in supporting, and how they will sit up here and ostracize certain people, but not ostracize other people for the same fucking shit. And then what they esteem to be better than the next. Like, you can come out here, so-called dox people, I don't know, steal from them, terrorize and defame them and all kinds of stuff. You could do all kinds of weird stuff. Try to take away their pages and all these things, and you are a good guy. You're a good guy. One that they want to fucking support and uphold and put money into. But for those who don't do that shit, you're a bad guy. Why did she even say anything? I can't believe it. That type of shit. Hey, Vibrant, peace in the LBC. I didn't say hi to you. I'm so sorry. Apologies. I got 3 mods up in here. 3 mods, and I am doing pretty good. But it's just, we're in Bizarro land. This is Alice in Wonderland, and shit is ass backwards. Ass fucking backwards. But you do have to ask yourself, if these are not the type of people you surround yourself with in real life, then they're doing you a favor, not coming to fuck around you. Because if any of these bitches decide to turn into a frog and leap on my ass, I'm going to cut their head off. I'm not playing the bully game. I'm not playing you say whatever the fuck you want. I'm supposed to shut up. You're not going to do me any old kind of way. I'm not doing none of that with you. I don't give a fuck what you think about me. I don't care what you think I look like, where you think I live, none of the fucking things. Like, bitch, I don't care. And then I'm going to keep it fucking fair, mon frere. Okay? Because unlike you hoes, I can keep it 1,000. I don't have to particularly like you to tell the truth about a fucking thing. But you other bitches will be out here, you know what I'm saying, ganged up, bullied up, and all the fucking things, and high-fiving each other while you on some kind of Voltron dance. You Thundercat hoeing all over the fucking place with the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? With your fists in the air, sisterhood of traveling ass fucktards come together and, you know what I'm saying, talking shit about one person. Talking shit about one person. It's got all kinds of fucking things to say. You bitches are weak. Like, it shows. It really shows. And it's ridiculous. Hey, Judy, peace in the LBC. Hey, Highlanders. Hey. Okay, so sincere, Saida. I've been here since 27 minutes ago. I'm sorry, Vibrant. I'll be thinking I'll be saying hi sometimes, and then I don't. I'm just like, sorry about that. Lord, Father, that's disrespectful. I do not mean to be disrespectful. I do not mean to be dismissive. I apologize. My apologies. My sincere apologies. Listen, man, I don't know how I'll be missing things sometimes. Like, I see, but I'm not seeing. You know what I'm saying? I'm like there, but just like, I don't know. I'm going to explain it. Yeah. Lord, I'm just trying to pass some time, to be honest. Hey, Tehran, peace in the LBC. I'm trying to think what else happened. Like, something else happened. Okay, well, Shakim talked about this for a minute, about the Honest Row and ghetto situation. Tommy and Castro, that situation. I kind of like want to, I don't know enough. I do know Jay Wilson said something that was kind of weird, questionable, right? And I'm just wondering why he would allude to something like that. And I'm not really certain the dynamic that's happening with Honest Row and Ghetto, but I can say this, that I think the Honest Row and Ghetto thing has been going on for a while. Why I say that? Because Honest Row had gave alive my, I feel like this is about 2 or 3 weeks ago, not 27 minutes ago, 27 minutes after the start of the live. What? God dang. Man, now I even feel even worse. Like, did I say hi? What is happening? Oh, it's crazy. That is crazy. I'm like, I'm stuck. I'm like, Nope, I'm sorry. Dang. See, and that takes a lot, because I would have been feeling the way. I'd have been like, I know she ain't talking, did not talk to me. Like, what? Is something wrong? I would be thinking that. I probably would be thinking that. So thank you for being patient and having the patience of Job with my ass, okay? Because normally I'm the one with the patience of Job, but you really didn't have the patience of Job today, okay? Like, I would have just been like, what kind of shit is that about? I literally would have been like thinking that. I probably would have, but the shit come and go with me, you know what I'm saying? I come and just go right the fuck about that bitch, because I don't hold on to it in that manner. But I would have thought that would definitely would have happened. Now, what was I saying? Oh, okay. So I'm kind of thinking the thing that happened between Ghetto and Row was going on for a while, because like 3 weeks ago, I feel like it was about 3 weeks ago, Row had went live. I happened to be in that fucking live, right? I touched down, I spoke. Row did not speak to me, right? And I thought that was really rude, because whenever I see him, I speak to him. I don't treat him differently. I don't show him indifference or disregard. Because I don't feel like, what's the point? I've never done anything to you. I don't dislike you. None of the fucking things. Now, however Shakim feel about you is something different than how I feel about you. But I think a lot of times that they try to wrap or morph me and Shakim's feeling into one fucking goddamn, being, right? Like like that we have more, become one or something, and that is not the truth. I have a totally different thought process about certain things than Sha Kim does, but then for the most part we do agree on quite a few things, right? But it's not going to always be all the time. But I was down there and I was speaking and he was just doing his best to fucking ignore and all that shit. And I was like, okay, this is some bullshit. And I think it's because of the people that he's been hanging around. That this particular group of people, they feel a fucking way. They feel like I've done them some wrong, and he has to go on to get along to the point of not being his own independent person, having his own independent thought process, and liking whoever the fuck he wants to like. I could see him feeling some type of way about me if I actually just been taking all these shots towards him. But that wasn't the case. I get skipped over a lot, and not just here. I'm easy to miss. No, you're not easy to miss. I only got 4 mods, girl. You were trying to get someone up on the Summer Jam screen. Oh, okay. Okay, I don't feel sorry for none of them. All of them should have a file. Let me tell you, them bitches would be worse than the mob rats, the so-called mob rats, the mafia rats. All them bitches would proffer. They all would have just 1001 302s. Them hoes probably couldn't hold fucking water. Do you hear me? Just know they gonna give you up, every fucking body up, for whatever the fuck they trying to do. They give people up every day. They be out here telling all the stories about everything they talked about behind the scenes and stuff, and who said what on the good ship lollipop and all that shit. Okay, they're definitely rats. Okay, it's like a ship full of fucking rats over there in the beefing sector. Okay, a rat is a rat is a rat is a rat. But anyways, what to say is that he was acting funny when I came over there. But Ghetto happened to hit the link, and him and Ghetto were having this back and forth, and it didn't seem friendly to me. Ghetto was actually literally getting on Ro's top, and Ro was trying to, like, I feel like he has this image he tries to give off, like he's serving the girls, that he's out here just in a Z snap and Z formation type of shit. You know what I'm saying? That he's actually doing the fucking thing. But he sounds like a stuttering fool, and he's not really making sense, if you will. And he's taking a lot of bullshit from folks. Hey, Irby, peace in the LBC. I'm missing people, but I got your ass. I got you, Irby. I got you. I'm paying attention now. And he doesn't, and I feel like it's not really indicative to who the person he really is. Like, it's almost like watching somebody wear a too small coat. Like, bitch, do you not know this coat is too small for you? Like, you need to go up in a size. Switzerland can be hard on a mod and a subscriber vibrant. Oh, okay. What happened with Switzerland? Let's see. Did she go live or something like that? Cuffed to a bed, highly sedated, pass code 666 provided to the rapture, shoved them through the gates. Okay. It was weird, their exchange. Yeah, it was shame and a scandal. It was really weird. Okay. Peace, that's sincere sighted. I know you saw me cooking your homies on their own panel yesterday. Oh, Pan. No, you weren't. Very, very fortunate, but you're welcome to be here. But let me just tell you something, Pan. You need to understand the difference between ethnicity, right, and nationality. Ethnicity and nationality are two different things. Now, there's a point made about Elon Musk, and this is true. It speaks true. I'm going to say it as simple as I possibly can. Elon Musk has dual citizenship. He is from Africa. He's African nationality, right? And he's also from America. That's a nationality, right? Therefore, he can be considered an African American. But what kind of African American is he? Is he a white African American? Right? Under the umbrella of what is considered whiteness, because there's many that fall under the umbrella of whiteness. You have Russians that are white Russians, white Irish, white Italians, right? White Africans, white Asians, And if you came from Asia and you're white, and then you have duality, dual citizenship in America, you'll be an Asian American. You know what I mean? That's how it works. So no, you weren't cooking them, but you should come around and actually, engage a little bit more and just have the conversation and, take it from there. I'm surprised you found me. How'd you find me? How y'all be finding me? Okay, that's what I want to know. I see Sincere been on her mob ish. Yes, I've been in the mafia sector and I'm gonna be there tonight because some more shit that's gonna be going down. Let me see. You got this from Hip Hop and Chill. Oh yeah, I've been over at Hip Hop and Chill too. Let's see. Let me see what's going on tonight because like a couple of people going live, and let me see. I don't even want to tell these people where I'm at. Like I said it once before, but I thought about it. I was like, I can't tell these fools. Let me go on a set. Notification. Dang, already up in here. God dang, this is not gonna even happen for 2 hours. They all up in this chat. Yeah, this is gonna be a good live. Very good, very good live. Yeah, I'm getting ready for my evening festivities with the mafia. So I'm gonna have to get my food together, you know what I'm saying? My little snacks and shit. Get ready for my little conversation because I'm all, I got the questions and shit, you know what I'm saying? I've been telling them, you guys need banners. Get a damn banner. Even for half a second, I thought in my mind, I should make them a banner. But then I said, no. Why would I do that? I don't do that for nobody else. I'm over there with some live wires, okay? Now, if you want to talk about some sociopaths and some psychopaths, or what would be considered, what is on the DSM, they would be considered that, like in every fucking way. Every way. And it's like Usher. The confessions, they admit to it. And then they seem like some stand-up people. I'm like, damn. Seem like I could get along with your fucking ass. Hey Judy, thank you for the 200 Jules. Flow state. Ain't he calling himself the Powder Dusty now? I didn't see him over there, but that Mr. X and them, they playing around over in that way. They good racist asses, you know what I'm saying? They don't operate like that. Yeah, it's a different way of being like, okay, thanks for sharing Cadillac Chronicles. It's cool. Yes. Oh my God. I enjoy the Cadillac Chronicles too. Like, some of them people's voices is fucked. Okay. I'm like, God damn, you should have been singing every day. It ain't nothing for you to get your ass in the shower with all them acoustics in the shower and that hot water and stuff and get the me. Get your ass up in there, motherfucker. Exercise those vocal cords. Cause some of them sound like they just got trapped in a time capsule somewhere. I'm just like, God dang. I'll love you anyway. Even if you cannot stay. Love you, child, my whole life long. Or be it right or be it wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Whoa, whoa, sweet thing. Don't you know you're my everything? Man, Shaka Khan most recently did a Colors. What's it called? It's called Colors, right? The Color Show. And she was still trying to do her little, you know how she twists her hips and stuff like that. I was like, look at you, Shaka. It looked a little rusted a little bit, but she was doing it. I was like, go ahead. I feel for you. Mm-hmm. I think I love you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ooh. I feel for you. Shaka Khan, Shaka Khan, Shaka Khan, Shaka Khan. Let me stop. The Shaka dance where she moving her hips a little bit like, hey, it's like a real, like she hits it real hard. You know what I'm saying? That she like a pivot. Mitch, oh yeah. Michelle A still got that voice. I mean, she still sound good. I'm like, go ahead, Michelle A. Okay. Something in my heart, something in, ooh, it's got me hooked on you. Oh, baby. Then she was like, you like that? You like that? You like that? Yeah. I forgot what the name of it is, that why her voice is like that. And I don't think it's because anything was severed or anything like that. I think she might have been born that way. She spoke on it. And then back in the day, Michelle A was on the show with some other R&B artists. What was the name of that show? Can I remember the show? Let me look and see. Okay. Name of show, name of R&B show. Michelle A was on. Where's the show? It should pop up. Oh, look at that. Something in my, she was so young then. Look at her. Ooh, it's got me hooked on you. Sincere, did my mulatto okay, did my mulatto try to get into biracial sector? Okay, Sincere, did my mulatto try to get you into biracial sector? I don't, why would I be in the was it, okay, R&B divas, that was the name of it. Facts on facts. I don't know, because I don't need to be in the I don't need to be in that fucking sector. I ain't biracial. Okay, with Dawn from In Vogue. Yeah, Dawn was on there. It was like, that was a good show. I hate that show even fucking ended. Yeah, why would I be in the biracial sector? But there's a whole biracial sector, like what's her name from the biracial sector? She used to come around. I used to see her a lot over there in the beef sector. I haven't seen her in a while, so I can't even remember her. But yeah, it's a whole biracial sector. Yeah, Gigi. Yeah, that's her name. I liked Gigi. She came out swinging one time on Pizarro's. She hit the link and she came up there swinging. I was like, who is this girl? I mean, god dang. She came Golden. That was her name, Golden. She came out swinging. Pop, pop, pop. I was like, ooh. All right. You know what I'm saying? That might be the black side. Quite possibly it could be the white side. Maybe just both the sides. You know, you might have a little bit of the look of the Irish and then, the African institution up in there. You know what I'm saying? Because, that combination together is something else. It's fucking something else. That black on Irish, the Irish on black. It's both. Both are very feisty. Very fucking feisty. Don't let it be a black and Italian scenario too, because that's like, because them Italians are Sicilians, because they right there in the equator, in Africa and shit, they got that black in them too. So, them combinations will fuck you up. Pop, 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 pop. You're like, whoa, ooh, ooh. Yeah, hot mess. Hot mess. Okay. Oh shit. The fact that this sassy dude is on your page whining is rather pathetic. Oh shit, be easy to come up out of nowhere. I'm like, he found me. I'm like, how did he find me? I didn't even say much. What did I say over there? Oh, I think I pointed out, I asked him, right? Like, where are you from? Like, what geographical location are you from? Would you consider yourself North American? Like, are you a North American? A South American? Or are you from a different continent? Like, where are you from? Because then you would be a North American. So if you went to another continent, you would just literally tell them, I'm an American. Where are you from? America. Oh, you're American. Yes, I'm American. Now, if they want to talk about ethnicity past that, then that's something else. And then what would you label it? I told them basically, you would have to go by the term indigenous, the definition of indigenous itself, right? Because you were born, raised, homegrown to that fucking land. So technically, you would be an indigenous American or indigenous North American. You know, but let's not play with it. You know what I'm saying? Let's not play with these words. Let's not play with these situations. Let's get down to the nitty gritty of it. Okay, let's get to that. But I really enjoyed your live. Yeah, he found his way over here. He did. He said he grilled you guys. I said, no, I don't think that happened. I don't think that happened. Oh, he's back. He's back. Here we go. I cooked at Be Easy and his boyfriend on their own panel. Why are you calling him his boyfriend? Like, why are you attacking the masculinity? Is something wrong? Like what you doing that for? Yesterday, LMAO, go check it out. I put the timestamp on the vertical version. It's called Bonnets because Be Easy and Boy Toy wear matching bonnets. Pan. Now I know you call yourself clowning and shit, right? But let's not just make up some stuff. Like, were you somewhere that you saw them wearing matching bonnets or something like that? Can you back that up? Do you have some pictures, a video of sorts, any of that kind of stuff? Like, I don't think so. I don't think you have that. You're just upset, and I think you need to maybe revisit your conversation. Go back around. Like when Be Easy goes live again, just go over there and actually try to have a conversation. Because you kept on acting like you were not getting your words out. Well, that they were trying to stop you from getting your words out. And you were talking. But it's just in loop-de-loops. I'm just being real. I'm not trying to, take sides. Though if I was to take a side, I would favor them over your ass because I don't know you. But it just sounded very loop-de-loop, like it just scattered, if you will, just all over the fucking place. It's a scatterbrain moment. And you kept saying you were making points and you weren't really making points. Shit, here, I'm not here to convince you. Like, just fuck it. Whatever you believe it. Shit. Something in my heart. It's got me hooked on you. Hi, Shakim.
This bed was made for you.
Hi, here we are in the room together, and it's gonna get, what they say, wetter or better. Love is at. Lay your head on my pillow, baby.
Just relax. Yeah, this is for Kaios. I mean, not Kaios. Stephanie. So Stephanie said that I'm aging and I look 40, right?
Wait, and where?
I don't know.
Shit. Okay. Well, they really be mad out here. They always want to say somebody, look old. That's why I tell these bitches straight off the bat, bitch, I look old as Methuselah himself. My fucking skin is dropping to the ground, and bitch, I got one eye that looks, worse than the other fucking eye. Yeah, I'm ugly. But even they can't accept that shit. They get mad at that.
Now, Sincere, if you was really that ugly, all right, they wouldn't be putting your face on camels, so you could look like Natalie Nunn. That they wouldn't be trying to compare you to various stock, all right, on the animal farm, no pun intended. Okay. I think you're a pretty damn gorgeous lady, if I say so myself, but I never seen you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I still turn ahead of 2 or 3 in these streets.
Okay. I bet you do. Be Easy. What it do? Welcome on in.
Hey, what's good with the infamous?
The infamous.
Notorious.
Hey, Notorious.
That boy been on his job, huh? He ain't letting up.
Nah, they ain't letting up. These people are tripping and flipping. And like, I be forgetting about some of the things Shakim be talking about, because they definitely did. They was out here trying to turn me into a camel and all kinds of shit. I was like, God, these motherfuckers is real bothered. And this broad Diva Tomboyish out here like, okay, let me ask you, Shakim, you was in Stomp Downs Live, right?
Yeah, earlier today.
Was Diva up in there? Which Diva was in there?
I want to say Queen Diva. I don't think Diva Tomboyish was in there.
Oh, was Queen Diva? Well, why would no? But Queen Diva been over here. I couldn't see her. Was she in a different live? Was there 2 lives going at one time?
Yeah, because he does do the vertical, so she might have been in the vertical.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say I know this goddamn weird ass bitch that try to kick up all kinds of bullshit with me and got me blocked like I done done something to her stupid ass. Like, bitch, stop playing. Stop playing with me. Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's over there begging for cash apps already. Talking about y'all need to cash app. You know, motherfuckers need to get down with the late on the cash app. Motherfuckers that be bringing y'all content. My virtual birthday is August 8th. I'm like, goddamn. And then Catherine reminding everybody her real birthday is on August 18th. I'm just like, goddamn, is Diva okay? Like, she over there begging for snack money already? Do tell.
I think she's having a psychotic breakdown. Like, something ain't right. Something really ain't right. That's why I keep on saying she's very fucking needy. That's why they keep running back and going through these scenarios with Lemon and shit, because like they want to be accepted or they want to be seen. They just put themselves in these very fucked up positions. They'll take all kinds of disrespect. And then if you don't do as they want you to do, then they'll start, having tantrums like little fucking, 2-year-olds out here. Worse than 2 years old, so I'm just like, girl, I don't have time for bullies and I don't have fucking time for tantrums, bitch. I will snatch your ass from fucking outer space, take your fucking soul up out your body, talk to that bitch and shake it up, and then put that bitch right back up into your body, shake your ass one more fucking time, and then boot you into the atmosphere. Stop fucking with me, because that's exactly how it will go.
That's right, yeah, real quick.
Real quick, I had to do her ass over there like that. Room shakers, oh fucking weird ass bitch. She worse than a fucking hillbilly. But anyways, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You talking about Bobby?
I'm talking about Diva.
She was. Oh, okay. She was over there too. Okay.
Over where? Wait, I think we might be off on something. Now, what were you saying? Because maybe I missed it.
No, I was just noting that Diva was at Room Shaker trying to get at you again.
Oh, well, that only happened one time, so I don't know if it happened again. Did it happen again? Did she try to call me out again or something?
Oh no, I'm just talking about the first time.
No, the first time, yeah, the first time me and her had it out over there. But see, that's just, I think she had been waiting, like with her. Okay, her and a couple of other these broads, they wait to see if I'm going to be somewhere and hit somebody's link, and then they want to have this like engagement with me. But they're actually waiting for this to take place. Another person who's like really dedicated to something like that happening is Sour Patch. Like, they really want to catch me somewhere else at somebody else's platform, and hopefully I'll hit the link, and then we can have this like so-called, fucking Michael Jackson beat it ass Thriller type fucking dance off, Well, no, bitch, I'm not dancing with you. I don't have time to dance with the devil. Fuck you. I'll chop your head off. That will happen, and to keep it pushing. And that's exactly what happened to Diva's stupid ass. And whenever I fucking feel like it, I'll reach for her fucking ass. Bitch, you're a bully. You like to cause chaos and confusion, and you think that people should shut the fuck up and all this other stuff. Like, and you're just weird. Just like, come on. Just the weirdness of it all. Just stop it. Mm-hmm.
Very weird and very needy also. And I think she was offering you like $2,500 to prove that she was needy. I'm like, bitch, it ain't that hard. But okay.
She's super needy. That's why I told her you're gonna need that times 100. Because I don't know, there's a whole bunch of motherfuckers out here that think that you're needy and want attention and just stupefied. Okay. I ain't the only one that feel that way about you. I'm just the only one that will fucking entertain you because I call you Murdoch. Like, bitch, I don't expect you to do nothing different. Them motherfuckers had high hopes for your ass. I did it. I eventually knew you was gonna, pull a stunt or try to come with a stunt like this. Man, like a dog, you just don't change the nature of a dog. Okay, just kick your hind legs up and just go on and move your ass from one end of the lawn to the other. Just do that. But did you want to say something about Kyle's? Because that fucktard, he another fucktard.
Oh, so I find it interesting that Roman is coming live today because he wasn't going to come live until this Robbie situation blew up. He didn't want to address Kyle's apparently attacking Nez saying that he's going to snatch her channel and take down her Patreon again. And mind you, Kaios, it was so funny because Kaios was nowhere to be found in this chat until I brought him up on the panel. As soon as I brought this bitch up, he drops down, right? Which lets you know he was over there weeping in the bushes the whole time. And now he wants to, I guess, be mad at Ness because Ness allowed me and Rodney and Dovey to talk shit about him. Like, is he okay?
Let me ask you this question. Does Ness feel like Kaios is a stalker yet?
Well, I don't know if she feels like that yet, but she will in the future.
Yeah, because, he couldn't possibly be doing no stalking ass shit towards my ass. But at the time, I wasn't really talking about him, but he's one of the many, right? But I wonder how she's going to be feeling about this bitch ass nigga. But I really, to be honest, I don't even think Ness cares. I think in truth, she's like a Kardashian in the sense of all publicity is good publicity type of thing. Him talking about her or posting on his wall and stirring up some shit where she's part of a conversation, it benefits her. She feels it's beneficial. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, she called him irrelevant, and he's been, losing his mind ever since she said that. So I will be watching for more psychosis. Go ahead.
She should have called him a irrelevant juggernaut. That's what she should have called him, good juggernaut head. But Be Easy, did you want to say something? Because I know you probably came up here to talk about this Pan dude.
I mean, to be honest, I really don't. I don't even know who this cat is. I'm really starting to suspect. You feel me? This is like a Logic looking dude. You feel me? That's claiming to be mulatto, never cams up. You feel me? And like I said, have you ever seen this individual around your space? So you come from another man's chat to be like a little sassy troll in the comments. Then you come to a female space to, you feel me? It's weird. And then bro was talking like a lot of like weird sex play stuff. It's like, bro, if you like undercover, it's like, bro, this is 2026. You could come out and then, embrace your sexuality and orientation. Like I don't swing that way, but salute to people who do. Like, bro, that's some moist shit to like try to follow another man and then whine on a woman's page about another man. No one's seen this dude. No one's seen their face. So on one end, he's calling himself a mulatto, but also saying he's African American.
Welcome
But
to
nobody has seen this dude. There's no record of him showing his face. Then he comes up with a little other goofy troll page to hide his identity. So it's like, dude ain't like really real. And let's just say hypothetically that he allegedly cooked me. Like why are you running to comment and other, you know what I mean? Like you are you this nigga's mommy? Or I can't even call him that. Are you this wigga's mommy? Because he's coming over here. What, you want a pat on the back or acceptance from no one that even knows you? It's rather weird and
I was
pathetic.
like, how did you find me? Like, gosh,
That's what I said. I've never seen, like, we be over here. I'll be sharing you out. I've never seen him share. I mean, he don't even be coming to my spot. And I think he actually came to Big Rig spot, but under a different name. Like, so I think that's just like this elaborate troll claiming to be quote unquote mulatto / African American. But I think it's like, a really like Justin Bieber dude who has a teeny tiny drop of, so-called Negroid blood and is pretending, you feel me?
I told him to go back to your channel the next time you go live and actually just have a conversation. Look at Shaquem.
Already told him he could do that, but he be coming on some troll stuff. So, and I actually want to ask Shaquem something, but maybe I could ask you because I know both of y'all either follow and or support Tasha K. Am I right when saying
I follow her. I haven't.
So have you heard about that new? Have you heard about that new bombshell she dropped?
Oh, I was gonna talk about it. So was he caught with is that his girlfriend or
this is the allegations. The allegations is Roland Martin or Rotund Martin or Roly Poly Martin. Roland Martin was caught allegedly, because she emphasized on allegedly, but she said that she has some screenshots of a video. I don't know if she has the actual video, but she said she was looking at screenshots of a video of Roland Martin in a thong. I don't know if it was a lacy thong, Victoria's Secret, Fredericks, I don't know. Apparently he was in a thong G-string ish thing, and then he was getting pegged from behind with a rather large dildo with a chick that wasn't his wife, allegedly. Allegedly.
Oh wow, that's cool.
These are the allegations, and she emphasized allegedly, but she said she was currently staring at some shots of a video. So I don't quite know if she has the video or just the screenshots. And people sometimes people will send the screenshots and say, "Look, bro, I got the proof," and then they'll sell the video. You know what I mean, for an exorbitant rate.
Yeah, they said that this is not the first time something like that happened with him, but they're saying like right
Yeah,
now he's
you
not even
remember he
trying to
was on
share.
Instagram, like he was scrolling, like you know how, like, let's say me or John or something, we pull some, my screen don't show, but like sometimes John like screen his thing to show the same back, because sometimes people share their screen differently, right? And sometimes if you have an open I can't remember what it was. So he was watching something, and then there was like an ad. There was like an ad of, like, some sort of LGBT friendly ad, and then I think there was some other allegations that somebody was like, "Go to my iPad," what I mean, where there was like share his other screen, and I guess it has some like kind of man butt cheeks on it or something like that. And then there were some videos of him dancing, and then he was like dropping low and spreading eagle. You feel me? Like really like twerking and putting his back into it. Like, so then like they putting all these things and compounded. Like, okay, we got videos of him twerking, dropping down, spreading eagle. We got he accidentally pulled up a screen and there were some butt cheeks, and he was like, "Oh, that was just a commercial." And then they're like, "Why? Like, I don't get commercials with butt cheeks. Why'd you get the? You know what I mean?" So like, all of these things are compounding. Where even though it's alleged, people be like, "Hold on, wait a minute." Then there was a photo of him around some dudes with like these speedos, and he was just smiling. I don't know.
Oh, sorry, I was talking. He got quite a few people. Not drop down and get your edge on. He got quite a few people that's gunning for him, Roland Martin, because he just been out here with the
Yeah.
kumbaya left and right. And I don't
And
know
he
what
been
he
calling
did.
people stupid fools and all. Y'all hella stupid if y'all don't vote. He's saying the same thing in Texas. If y'all don't vote for Talarico, y'all stupid. Like, and all this other stuff. But it's like, come on, bro. Like, I get it, right? I mean, I'm not advocating for that, but do people, since they've been so used to disrespecting us, and unfortunately many of us have disrespected each other, that people think that the only way to try to galvanize us is, to disrespect. I was like, if you're talking to a football team, you feel me? Let's go win these games, you stupid fool. It's like, is that really gonna be the message that drives everyone home? So yeah, there are a lot of people gunning for him, because he's been doing a lot of shilling for the Democrats, getting money while at the same time making allegations against people, uh, calling people white supremacists or white supremacist sympathizers. Even Sabby Sabs, he attacked Sabby Sabs too, like calling her stupid.
He was
Um,
attacking Sabby Saps like for what? It's like he just attacking everybody. What is he
that's
mad
what
about?
I'm
Because you're
saying.
not making no difference, dude, with the stuff that you're saying. You just out here just like a commentary, like everybody else, commenting on things.
Bingo.
And I would technically
No, but the
technically
thing is,
call
because
him.
he's still looking in his glory days, because he used to be on like CNN and all this other stuff. So he used to be like the Don Lemon crowd. They used to look down on people that was on YouTube. Now look at Don Lemon, Joy Reid, Roland Martin. All of them are on what? YouTube.
On
So
YouTube.
yeah, they used to look down on the savvy, even Natasha K's, right? Oh, she's just a gossiper. Well, whether I agree with her or not, she has a sizable
And
platform.
Don Lemon, I think, is on Clubhouse too. Because like the other day he was
Oh,
live
I
and it
haven't
looked
been
like
on there
he
in a
was,
minute.
huh?
No, I said I haven't been on there in a minute. I forgot about Clubhouse.
Yeah, because I think that was Clubhouse he was on because he had two like platforms going and he had merged them so you could see all these people and the way the squares were reminded me of the Clubhouse situation. So I think and I believe that he was streaming Clubhouse to his YouTube platform and he had a whole host of people But then also you could do that with a Zoom. So maybe it was like a Zoom thing. But he's, Don Lemon now is like engaging with the commoners, if you will, the common folk. You could
Yeah,
literally
yeah, exactly. That's what actually set him apart. Even though I don't disagree with Don Lemon because he used to be throwing the black community under the bus, but I mean he is a seasoned journalist. So when he wants to get in his bag, he knows what he's doing. He still like does the same thing as Roland and Shields for the Democrats.
Mhm.
However, he is more engaging with the people. So that is, that's what people talk about the IRL content, right? People,
Yeah.
they start to relate to him, even if he may not be giving it to you as raw as a grassroots creator. People still see him as something other than mainstream, even though he literally is mainstream. Like all those people that he gets on are people from mainstream, or that he's trying to give them the prestige of his platform so that they
Mhm.
can go off and do like bigger things, like essentially trying to be like a quote unquote kingmaker. Because even once he was fired from CNN, they still had to give him like his severance package or whatever because he already had a contract. So he was in like the midst of a like
They
30
got
plus
their
million
asses
dollar
all.
contract.
Lemon, Cuomo, all of them went down. And it's like,
Yeah, you know who Angela Rye is?
yeah, her ass too. Oh my
No,
God.
no. Did you hear what she had accused Cuomo once he had got fired and all this stuff? She tried
What?
to, yeah, she had accused him of basically making inappropriate sexual advances. She was framing it as a Me Too case, but I'm like, why didn't you press charges if it was this bad? But anyways, I guess she said they were I can't remember. I guess she said she took a photo in a bikini or something, and I guess
Mhm.
it had like a silver thing, and then I guess he made a thing. He was like, "Man, I'm just paraphrasing. I like the photo," and I guess he called her like silver crotch or something like that because she had like a shiny thing, and she was like that hurt her, and she was acting. She was like crying, and I was like, "Are you?"
She was crying about it.
Yeah,
Oh,
look that up. All you got to do is just type in Angela Rye, silver crotch Cuomo. Just type in some random and then it will bring it up. And then she brought that up after the fact. I'm like, why didn't you say that on air? But
yeah,
he didn't. He didn't get canned for what he done to her so-called sister girl. It was, he had brought his brother on, who was the governor at the time, and he gave him a softball interview. This was during the
yeah.
C-19 era, and his brother,
I remember that because they were saying like nepotism and all these different things, and that his brother was trying to save his job and all kinds of stuff. Like it went
and
downhill for the Cuomo brothers, for real, for
and there
real.
was a nursing home thing where his brother, there was a bunch of elderly people in a nursing home, and they were and people were like, hey, these people got C-19, they got to get up out of here. And Cuomo said, nah, they need to stay in there. And then basically there was a scandal with him, and they had held him responsible for some of those C-19 nursing home uh, uh, uh,
Mm-hmm.
unalivings, right?
Yeah,
So, and then when his brother interviewed him, he didn't ask him about any of the scandals. They was hi and kikiing, and they're like, "Bro, what's with all this softball interview?" And like you said, they're like, "This is what nepotism is about, right? And making
right.
him look good in the face of a scandal." And CNN was complicit with it. And then after the fact, after viewership and the backlash, then suddenly they were like, okay, cool, we got to can him. And then Don Lemon, the final straw, they had already demoted him. But when he had told Nikki Haley, he was like, Nikki Haley's not in her prime. And then they were saying he was past her prime because I think he said she's in her I think he said she's in her 40 plus or her 50s or something like that. And he was like,
Mhm.
no, that's not your prime and blah, blah, blah. And then there was like some 50-year plus old women on the panel, and they was pissed. What do you mean prime? Prime for what? And then, of course, they were like, some dubbed women. So they
Yeah,
were done.
yeah.
After that, you didn't see
I mean,
Don
ain't
Lemon
nothing
again.
like political theater because political theater is something else. When you when they come out here and get the scratching and stuff, and I'm talking about across the board. When I'm talking about media and the talking heads, everything, it's just performance at its finest. And I would agree. If Angela Rye felt the way, she should have brought it to the forefront from the beginning. Don't wait till all these dominoes begin to fall and stuff, and now you out here on the movement. Like you should have called it and addressed it in the beginning. You know what I mean? Um, I was at the medical center at CNN in the early years. You know what? Look, and this is another thing that happened because during the C2, like during that time, a lot of people were getting monies off of that situation, right? And like I told you,
It
I've been
was
over in the
making
mafia sector,
bank.
right? Even with the
Yeah.
Gottis, most recently, one of the Gotti grandsons, right? Victoria Gotti's son, he's going down because he was getting the PPL the
Yeah,
PP.
remember that dude,
Yeah.
something with a Hellcat? Remember he went down. He had to serve some time because he had got like lightweight. He got some M's from that PPP stuff, and he had to sit down. He was buying cars, and I don't
Yeah,
know if he invested in
they
any
were
of his
getting
stocks.
PPP loans all over the place
Yeah.
and getting money and stuff. But Shamlin Scandal says Tasha K broke the R. Kelly story, and then Lifetime stole it from her.
See,
Oh
and
wow.
and this is what will happen because Tasha K is on YouTube. Then it's just, well, she's a YouTuber, she's a CC. But I'm like, is she that or is she more than that? Because yeah, factually she is a YouTuber and a content creator, but her reach is beyond that. She has a team, she has a husband that's helping her with all this stuff, and then obviously she's an astute individual herself. So yeah, it's factually correct to say she's a YouTuber, but like not everybody could just replicate what Tasha K is doing. There's a lot of people that have teams that's very astute, articulate, comedic, and then they don't have the success as Tasha K. So it's not just a given. You feel me? That that like basically you're going to be this top earner or be able to sustain yourself on YouTube. And a lot of those platforms, like you said, Fox News, all of them, a lot of their stories be broke by what the local populace, has come up with the story, and then they pick up. That's what they call. They pick up on the story and then they report it. But then you see them as the major platform and think like, hey, well, it was on Fox News. It was their story. Yeah, their story hinged on, the word and the evidence of, someone else, right?
Right. Hmm. This is crazy. Like it's like they look. I've been looking at these people, and the hustle has been real. Like the hustle, ain't nobody like look. No matter what they come out for as their scandals, ain't none of them hurting for no money. Matter of fact, that's why I don't even think they even care how absurd or crazy a situation will make them look. Like Roland Martin, I don't think he even cares because I think Roland
At
Martin
all. He
truthfully
got
is
bank.
yeah, he
He
got big, but not only that, I think he's thirsty, like he's attention starved, Because when we look at Roland Martin and what is Boyce Watkins and them, like
uh-huh.
look at their numbers, right? Or at least look at how many people actually be in their live opposed to other people. Ain't none of
Yeah.
them bringing in no money or bringing in no numbers like Candace Owens ass. Now Candace
No,
Owens,
no, exactly. So that's why Roland Martin, that's why he's always tap dancing for the Democrats, because the Democrats, he does get money to whip votes for the Democrat. Because if you look at Sabby Sabs, for instance, her
mhm,
numbers is gonna dwarf him. Whether it's Jason Black, Tariq, all these cats, they do it like every time they live, like three. Even I seen Black Alpha doing like 3K like live, and then you got Candace Owens, where I've seen times on a low end she got 50K, and then I've seen her have like 200K, like just like on her like a regular day, you know what I mean?
mhm,
So,
mhm.
and Roland Martin got like what, like a 2 million subs or something like that. So it's because he's preaching to this older boomer crowd that's dying out, and his
Right.
message doesn't really resonate with millennials and beyond that. So that's why he has to kind of whip up this thing and make accusations and call people anti-black and all this stuff. He did a softball interview with Kamala, and he got like damn near 500K for that interview, to just basically sit down with her and try to make it seem like she's a blackity black sister. And yeah, we should vote for her because she's a sister and a woman and your ancestors fought for it. So it's like he gave this softball interview, and then the numbers dropped, and it's like, damn, bro, you got, like, if this was sold for the community, why'd you get that 500K? Now, I'm not saying he shouldn't have got nothing, because they were just throwing money around. So, like, yeah, he should have got something for it. But we just know that you're compromised. And then he doesn't want people to look at him as compromised, when we know once you took that check, you took it to They're not gonna go where they're gonna get scrutinized, right? Like you see how that what's that white lady that scrutinizing Officer Tatum, Grace or something like that?
Oh, Nancy Grace.
They're not gonna go on platforms where they're gonna get questioned like that. They're gonna
I
go on
feel like
platforms.
Nancy Grace
Yeah,
is losing it a little bit too, because I'm just like,
yeah.
is she paying attention to the words that are coming out her mouth?
Well, just the thing, like all she is like a what's the chick Laura Ingram, what's the other chick Megan Kelly? That's all
Yeah,
she is.
Megan Kelly.
She's just going a little bit further on this particular case, and people have what's called recency bias. So, because
Yeah.
someone right now in the moment is, oh, yeah, yeah, I agree with that talking point, she's asking and drilling upon a question that you may ask. But then at the same time, even though she was drilling, she did let him off the hook a lot as well, because the whole thing is to appear as if I'm going hard, because that's
Oh,
all it
but he
takes for
did
some
himself
people.
in. Tatum did
Correct.
his ass in. He did himself in when he sat up there trying to make it seem like they all took polygraph tests. He was like, "Well, it's not really a polygraph test. It's something kind of equivalent. What's fucking equivalent to a
And
polygraph?"
then and then this is I'll remember that, because then he said, well, it was a voice stress analysis test, and he was like, and then she said, no, straight up, no, this is what you do in a polygraph, right? And
Right.
even they said, even if it's not admissible, this is what you would do. So, and this whole thing, if they're telling the truth, right, and they have
Mhm.
no issues taking this quote unquote voice stress analysis test, which he tried to say a more advanced test, but like more advanced way. In what way? You mean advanced in terms of new and modern, or advanced as meaning superior to a polygraph test? And she didn't really nail him down on that, because the whole
I don't
point,
even think any tests even took place, to be honest. I think he just
I don't
basically asked
either.
them a whole bunch of questions and he was supposed to be the stress analysis test. Like he's
Correct.
supposed to be the polygraph test. Like, stop it. Tatum is full of crap. You know what I'm saying? What is it? I think it's Tisa tells us her name. She calls him Officer Django. She called him Officer Django. I said, this is so you can't make this stuff up. Like, man, Tatum is full of crap. And this is gonna like slap him in his face because they know. And then apparently there's two people who did analysis on that audio. One person came out and the other person really didn't come out, or did come
Yeah,
out.
I
It
know
was
one lady came out and she said, "No, it ain't AI. Y'all could put that to bed." And this is the thing, Nancy.
yeah.
Why didn't she drill him on that? Nancy mentioned the audio, and then she kind of pivoted to the question, and then because she had the panel of everybody, which I thought it was a useful panel, but the whole thing that I don't like is these people, all of them are getting paid millions of dollars, and then they try to pretend as if they have no time. Oh, we only have 1 hour to get out this very serious topic. So everybody is in there to try to, you feel me? You know, I'll do a panel 3-4 hours, right? They got way more
Right.
money than me. They can't dedicate 2 hours to this. No, it has to be in a tightly confined. It has to be a panel where each person only get 2 minutes to speak. 2 minutes to speak about a young man that lost his life. It's just it's a lightweight circus sometimes as well, because like when Officer Tap Dance is up there lying, and then she kind of lets the lie go. All right, here, let's go to the next
Yeah,
guest. It's
it's
like,
orchestrated chaos. Like, just to be
correct,
honest, it's orchestrated chaos because they actually know what they're doing. If you spin it in circles enough, people will lose ground of what the actual subject matter is, right? Or what the actual point is being made. And then they'll throw all these little theories and thought processes in. And so everybody's off subject, and there's like so many different subject matters thrown in at one time. No, let's be clear about what this is. We are talking about a group of people, kids, right? Well, I would deem them as kids, but technically young adults, right? So most of them
teens.
were like
They
18.
say teens is the most abrupt
Yeah,
because they were all in their teens.
they were on their teens, right? They're in teens. But they were on there and somebody came up murked. Somebody came up unalived. And nobody knows. Nobody can
And hold on,
pinpoint.
sincere.
Huh?
Officer Tap Dance, who wants to interview everybody. Where's the interview with the chick? Because that chick, because they was like, nah, bruh, he stayed with the chick, and then the chick was like, nah, like he was with them.
Yeah,
And then
her name. I think her name is Katie, right?
Katie, right?
Because I was
Okay.
calling her Chrissy at first, but no, her name is
Yes,
Katie.
Katie.
But
Hmm.
her sister came out. She hasn't, as far as I know, she hasn't came out and said a thing. But the sister has came out and spoke on her behalf because I think the sister's feeling the way like, no, you're not going to railroad my sister. No, she,
Yeah, because they're gonna
you
say
guys know
he
what
was the
happens.
last to be seen with them.
Hmm. Well, no, he was. The truth was is that he was probably pressing up on the girl, or she was pressing up on him. However, it was the case, they were enjoying each other's fucking company, and maybe that's the last time you seen one of you guys might have seen him. But no, ain't nobody in their right mind gonna be stranded on an island. Okay,
And
this is
come on,
not
like
Gilligan's
this here,
Island. Okay, stop playing.
what are we doing here? They keep saying that he was his best friend, and then they keep saying he was drunk, he was drunk, he was heavily intoxicated. And I'll say, fine, let's just say he was drunk, right? I mean, that's
Right.
not beyond the realm of possibility. But you mean to tell me he was the only one drinking, and everybody else was just looking at shot? It's like, and nobody was looking at, nobody
But
else was
they really
drinking
didn't introduce that like Beezy. Like, think about it. Initially, they were not saying that he was intoxicated or
at
overly
all.
this, that, or
For like a
nothing.
few weeks, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, it just came. It just got introduced. Oh, he was drinking heavily. They were all drinking. If that was the case, I don't think he was the. So all of them were there, and he was the only one drinking. He
Because
was the
they're
only
trying to
one.
push the accidental narrative that he, but let's just go with all that, because like I said, I love to go from the argumentative strategy once I just can see the point and dissect it from there. Fine, he was sloppy drunk. If my best friend is sloppy drunk, I'm not leaving him with some chick that I don't know. Plus, I know that I got his phone and his keys, and then yeah, bro, his drunk behind will find his way back to the island. You on your own, bro. But that's my best friend. What planet does that make sense to you?
It doesn't, and and that wouldn't happen. You would literally get him if you have to put him over your shoulders and carry him to the boat. Nope, we're leaving. Like, this is what's up, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Which
Like,
which I've had to do before.
okay, because all of us have had to do that. Wrangle our little friend up and be like,
Yeah, you at the
come on.
club, cat trying to fight. No, bro, we had to physically restrain our homie and get him out of there. It's like, even though it's like, no, I'm not leaving and all this stuff. So it's like, yeah, I don't get that. And this person, I wouldn't even have called my best friend. He said this was his best friend that he grew up. He was saying basically since he was knee high to a tadpole, it was his best friend, but yet he never been to Nolan's house. And then one of the other dudes was like, well, his mom don't know me, but I parked my car at her house multiple times. I'm like, bro, what?
I mean, this is, and then it's another part, right? Where, and this part of it is like where I can agree with Nancy Grace, where I feel like she was a little bit on point, right? Where she was stating, like, so you're saying that there's no reception, but calls are being made, or people are able to text and all that stuff. So either there's reception or there's no reception. So here goes Tatum. Well, there's not enough reception to upload and this and that, but you can possibly make a call. Of course you can make all kinds of fucking calls because there was fucking calls and texts going out.
Me.
That's why there's a log, and no, and this is where they're stupid and dumbfound. It's to the point is this: if you delete something, it's not gone. Like, you think it's gone, as far
You
as
know,
you
that
can
that's
see
why
it.
I like that she had that Snapchat person on there. Yeah, like it's going for you, right?
Yeah, it's gone
You
for you.
can't
It's not
retrieve
gone.
it.
It's not
Yeah,
gone for them. And
correct.
there are logs. There are text logs, phone logs, attempted to
And
call logs.
remember, because Officer Tap Dance, he tap danced and tried to wiggle out of that one. He said, because she said, hold on, you said that you saw photos, the boys showed you photos of them on the boat. So you mean to tell me again, right? Remember, Nolan was highly intoxicated. Nobody else was drinking. Okay, the
Mhm.
boys have photos of themselves together with Nolan allegedly on the photo. So you mean to tell me no? Everybody wants to take a photo, and Nolan, who was a regular poster, he was like, "Nah, bro, I don't want to get no flicks on this sick boat." I mean, as a
Yeah,
teen, I mean
he's
that's a
definitely
pretty
gonna do
lit
that. He's gonna
trip.
be snapping a
I'm
fucking
getting all
away.
the photos I can.
Okay, snapping away. Shit, they might see something. They might see a stingray out in the ocean or a shark or something. Be
And
like,
his mom
"Oh, you see
saying
that?"
everything was wiped out, not just his Snapchat, like everything.
That's
So
a
the whole
shame.
thing where it's like, oh, he didn't post on Snap because he didn't have no service. Nah, it wasn't about because he was making the example, right? Because to take a photo with your camera, you don't need Wi-Fi, right? So she's
Mm,
saying, where was the? Because I know for sure, if I know, damn, I can't post on Instagram, that means I got to get as many photos with my camera, so when I do get service, I can post them to Instagram. That's
God.
just logically, and I don't even be posting like that. But a kid that posts, that's a very lit trip for any person. You going on an exclusive island on a boat with your homies and a little bit of drink and whatever else. You gonna see some baddies. That's lit. I'm getting as much footage of that as possible. But
Wait,
then you
have you
get his
been
phone
seeing
and
all
there's no
those?
footage.
Have you been seeing all those shorts where all the black people are out there talking about how they can't be friends with groups of white people no more? This shit is
I
crazy.
haven't seen that. I'm gonna
It's
have to look that up. Where could I find it at? It's on
just
TikTok or
pretty
what?
like, oh, I don't even know how to phrase it, right? Because the black people were talking about when you go with a group of white people talking they're gonna drop all their white friends. And they like,
That's
no, bitch,
wow.
I don't care if you pay for it. No, I don't want to go. I ain't going with you. You trying to get me unalived up out of here. You trying to take me out the game. You trying to but it does seem like a horror flick, right? Where like you have this group of people that are like your friend group, and you're the
It
only
does
black
give a I
person.
know what you did last summer
Yeah,
slasher
you
S
just flying around
vibe.
the island with their ass, and then you don't, and you the first to go. Like that is the plot to
And
any
you know
horror
what? This
story.
did not to, I mean, honestly, I hope bro Nolan get justice, but I mean this literally could be like a true crime like documentary movie and stuff. But see, a lot of
You
times we're
think it's
looking
going
at
to
just
become
the
a cold
boys.
case? Do you think it's going to become a cold case?
I think it will, simply because obviously he doesn't have the complexion for the protection. They
Mm-hmm.
will, they may find some sort of impropriety. And then, I think Mississippi are going to say, hey, look, family, we're going to shut you up, plus the family has already, raised a lot of money on the GoFundMe. I think they'll give them some sort of financial thing to get them away,
Yeah,
because should be a can of worms, because it's not just the boys about their lies and inconsistencies. Remember, the sheriff like immediately was like, "Up, no foul play, nothing to see here." So if the family didn't make noise and Kaepernick didn't step up, and you don't gotta like Ben Crump and Al Sharpton, which I have my disagreements with them, but if
right.
they didn't help to amplify this story, then it would have been nothing to see here. But then all of these facts still would have been true, right? They still would have, that audio still is the audio, right?
And I
There,
heard you mention this, right? Which I totally agree with you. Where is the Asian community? You know what I'm saying? Because I think his I don't know what his mother is Asian, but I don't know what province or country
yeah,
in Asia.
that I don't know. I've
Right.
heard some say Filipino, but I can't truly quantify that. But you do see that she presents as a black woman, but you could definitely see the Asiatic features,
Right, the
right?
Asiatic
So
black man, the Asian. Where is
correct.
the Asian community in because wouldn't this be, part of the Stop Asian Hate
Asian hate.
situation?
Yeah.
But is it
Yeah.
because this is not happening, the Stop Asian Hate doesn't come into play because the people that they would be putting out there or that would be the poster boy would be white people, right? Because white people can possibly be having Asian hate or even
Well,
black
they
hate.
do. Like according to at the height of the quote unquote Asian hate movement, the majority of crimes, they said 77%, and it really was closer to 80, but we'll go with 77%
Mhm.
of the crimes that were perpetrated against Asians were white people. But then they took some random photos of some random black dudes who it wasn't all FBA. It was a lot of it was like an African immigrant beefing with a Chinese immigrant or a Cambodian immigrant with a Haitian immigrant, but because they were racially classified as black, then it fell on the entire black community. It wasn't no delineation. And even those numbers were very minuscule, but they got amplified, kind of like what they do with the trans issues, right? They'll say, oh, they're such a small population, but then it's like you keep talking about them over and over and over and making it a
Right.
bigger issue than it is. So they were propping up this Asian hate, and then they got millions of dollars. That C-19 quote unquote hate crime bill, they specifically denounced Asian hate over 14 times. They didn't say
Mhm.
minorities. They didn't say people of color.
No, they were
So
very specific, and that's what
correct.
like, and so like this is the part that really makes it kind of like odd for black people, right? Because whenever there's like a bill or something put into play when it comes to the black community, it is always very inclusive, right? Where what is colored, right? Okay, or what is you know, the color of law, or what is you know people of color. What does that really effing mean? It's very inclusive
Exact.
and it's never specific. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, whenever there's like these particular laws and stuff that are put into play and these bills and stuff, there this where it's always there's always these doors and these openings for other groups of people to be put right underneath the umbrella of that. So then then what happens is they end up really actually benefiting from it more than the actual black community, right?
Correct.
There's
Who it was
nothing very
intended for.
specific. It's never specific as to say, and then the truth is that if you're talking about specificity, how do you get that when you have a whole group of people who are indigenous to America, right? That don't have their own label, right? Because, you know, when we talk about indigenous people, the first thing that people want to think of is, you know, what is considered Native American, right? Native American. Well, okay, native is a word, but then can there also be indigenous Americans? Like, you know, it does mean the same thing, but to be specific or to you know, to kind of like carve it out to exactly what it is. If you don't have that specificity, then one can't really just designate something to you. So if you're all under the
And,
same umbrella of blackness, then that means it applies to everything black, and everything black is not the same, you know, or what is
and
considered black.
and that's the delineation. Is they call it a movement, which in a sense it is, but I call it a process, the delineation process, which everyone else has been doing. And this is why these other groups have a resistance to it, right? Because like you
Mm.
said, we need specificity, because these other groups, they get specificity because they're able to try to wiggle and say, hey, they jump in and out of like racial harm versus ethnic harm, and then the like basically the people that are not of the lineage, who is foundational Black American freedmen, aka American descendant of slaves, aka Solon, Negro, colored, right? If you're
Mhm.
not of that lineage, a specific line that was emancipated here, then no, you're not entitled for lineage based reparation. It doesn't mean you should be subjugated or marginalized or treated as less than, but it's a specific harm done to a specific people. And then people try to conflate that, hey, I'm racially, phenotypically Black, and I got pulled over by the cops and they couldn't tell if I was FBA, so therefore I'm entitled to reparations. But that's not what it's about, right?
And
Like,
that's
I
why I
wouldn't go.
asked you about Hannibal or Carthage, right? Because Bakra, right? It's Hannibal technically, for all intents and purposes, even if you look at his coin, it's a black man. That is a black man. He has negroid features, even though this is an outdated term. I don't know what they replaced it with, but he has the wide nose, full lips, kinky hair and stuff. This is what his coin depicts. This is Hannibal. But he is coming out of North Africa. Hannibal is a black man out of North Africa. So he is a North African, and I think specifically about Tunisia, right? And so I'm saying, would one say that Hannibal is considered a black man? Now, I would say he is, and did he did something that was like just to this day known today and used today in all military experiences, how to do the line formations, in the sense that when you kind of encompass your enemy, right, you encompass them from all sides. He was the first to do anything like that, and he was the first to weaponize different fighting patterns from different groups of people. So he went all across, right, and picked up different fighters from different ethnic backgrounds, and their art, right? Their fighting arts, whether it be martial arts or if they were good at land and sea or whatever. Like he would be the first I would consider to say, like, if you were to take the Army, Navy, the Air Force, and the Marines and grab people from each one of those categories and put them together to bring that pain to a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? We coming all ways on your ass right now. That was Hannibal, and that is a black man. But to date, if we're having these arguments, right, one would say, well, he's not an FBA black man. He is a, African, right? Which is something different. And so though that is an accomplishment for the Africans, right, it wouldn't be one that's considered accomplishment if you say for foundational black Americans. And so when you deal with the foundational black Americans, you have to look at who was part of that group of people who accomplished something, right? That brought something to task or to the forefront. Now, then we will be talking about modern day science then, for the most part, and we're talking about creations and things that were made that were created for civilization, and that's usually where we fall under. Would you agree when it comes to FBA that we will fall under more so like modern day creations towards civilization to the uplifting of civilization as a whole?
Correct. Yeah. And this is where people, because again, whichever way you want to go with it, right? According to the scientists, the so-called experts, right? Race is a social construct, right? So humans share 99.9% of DNA. But
right. Hey, the table. Go ahead.
The thing about constructs is that it's about what people socially adhere to. So whether it's, a contrived thing, people adhere to it in a real way. And a lot of times people are trying to retroactively reach back and then put a modern label onto something, right? So the concept of race, like Hannibal, like back then, he wouldn't have called himself black, right?
He definitely wouldn't. He would have been like, do you think he would have been like considered like a Nubian or more?
Yeah, I would say possibly a Nubian, a Moor, a Berber.
Yeah, a Blackamoor, probably Blackamoor.
Right. So there's a multitude of names and labels and tribal monikers that may possibly could have existed that we don't necessarily know about, but we do know about several of them, and none of them were actually black and none of them were African, right? There were terms that predated that, but then you'll look back and say, well, that's an African based on, modern technology or modern science and stuff. But like, just because there's a modern scientific theory, because a lot of these things are theory, and a theory isn't a fact. It could have facts embedded in the theory, but just a theory inherently isn't a fact. It's usually like a hypothesis, an educated guess and analysis, but it's not always like set in stone. And I do believe that
if you're saying theory is not a fact, right? Because it's a thought.
That it's not inherently factual.
It's not inherently factual.
But it could just be a statement and an analysis that's a mixture of facts and opinion, or strictly opinion. You know what I mean? That's the concept of a theory. That's why it's called
theory in of itself is a question that needs to be answered, right? Yeah. And it's a thought until it becomes a verb, an action, correct? So it's kind of like in this really weird place where it's just maybe your mind is processing possibilities of, right? And there's so many possibilities of a reality, right? It can go so many ways. It reminds me of like Thanos, like in the Stones, like how many possible realities could there be for these?
When you had those books where you could like read with remember they used to have those books where it's like, read this page and it will give you an alternate ending or something like that.
Yeah, alternate universe, all the possibilities of a thing. Yeah. And so that's what makes me wonder, like when we're talking about constructs, because we do know the thought, okay, well, it was the theory of whiteness, right? That became an action, which became a construct, right? Because that now you have turn it into a verb. Now you have a construct. So let's talk about construct within of itself. Is construct actually a truth? Is it a reality, or is it just an illusion? Right? Is it a truth?
It's an illusion that becomes a reality, and once it becomes reality, it becomes the truth. And it could still be immoral, it could still be inaccurate and non-factual. However, once it becomes reality, then it becomes the truth by law and by norm and by the standard set. You know what I mean?
And
Just I mean,
it only could be truth by action, right? Not truth by thought, but truth by action.
correct. And by action that means enforcement.
Right. Action enforcement, and then also buying into, right? Like,
Correct.
believing. Like, it's a belief system. You have to
Yeah, and,
believe
and
it.
that's why it's called a social construct, because you need society to adhere, to believe, to buy in. You have to be complicit with the construct. And essentially, like people are, right? Like, they start to believe the bell curves and believe like they'll acknowledge that, okay, yes, this is fact that humans have 99.9% of DNA, but
Mhm.
they still want to stay separated, right? They still say, well, I don't want, my daughter marrying a black man. But it's like, I thought you just, like, we're all humans, right? You just acknowledge that we're all the same, but then they say, oh no, we're not the same. Oh, so you do believe in the racial social construct. So it's not
Right.
really the construct is based on our belief, our buying in and adhering to the parameters of said construct.
And belief equals benefit, right? Because I think people believe things because it is beneficial unto them to believe it. Like, they get something out of it. You know what I mean?
Correct. And especially when you think about a quote unquote racial construct where there's a hierarchy, people have conceded, okay, fine, whites are going to be at the top and then blacks are going to be at the bottom. So these quote unquote model minorities or these buffer groups, AKA tethers, you know what I mean? They are the ones that are trying to say, hey, look, we have already bent the knee to the white people, but as long as we're doing better than the blacks, then we can, push on the model minority. Well, why are you guys complaining? Just work harder, pull yourself up by your
Right.
bootstrap. So other people concede to this racial hierarchy. They're not trying to tear it down. They're not trying to tear down white supremacy. They're saying stop complaining about it. Then they're getting deported. And then who are they asking for? Where are the black people? Haitians getting deported. Where are the black people standing up? But it's like, y'all were saying stop complaining. Y'all not taking advantage of the opportunities. We work so much harder. And then we was like, fine, just work harder in your homeland or work harder to fight off ICE. You know what I mean? And then
And I
it's you
hate
get
that they keep on like roping indigenous black people, right, or FBA, or however you want to call it, into these nonsensical conversations. They keep roping us into these you know like just never ending, re- just, I don't know, they're just they're weird. Like, they're not based in like anything that's really sound, right?
no.
And we keep falling for this like whole, like, stop weaving us into your tail. Just tell us what you want. Because
Yeah.
obviously, for you to be doing this, you want something from us. What is it that you want? And be specific. You want our help. Specifically, for what reason? Why? Why do you need our help? Because, like, it's dishonest, it's disingenuous, and it's just at this point, just
Yeah,
right.
because they
Straight
go
up,
back and forth
it's
between y'all.
manipulative.
Well, they go back and forth between y'all dumb, degenerate, and don't have any power. But then when, the crap hit the fans, they're like, well, we're the FBAs. It's like, well, we're too dumb to go out there and protest and we don't have any power. So why do y'all want us out there? Suddenly, y'all only this X, Y, and Z percentage of the population. But when some kick off, they always want us to be the crash outs. But it's like, why? If we're so dumb and lazy, so they think we're dumb, but we're smart enough to go protest for them. We're lazy, but we can muster up enough energy to crash out for them. Like, come on, man. What are we talking about?
I think it's like very disrespectful to always have us in this particular position where we're the pawns on the board. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to be your pawn on your board of bullshit. Hold on one second, because somebody's back here, and let me just put this up real quick so I could just make sure. As I never know. I never know. Hold on back there, whoever you may be. I'm gonna put you on loop. Put this on loop. And there we are. Um, oh my god, I think I know who this is. Hello.
Peace, family. How y'all doing?
Hello. Is it Hoodoo, Louisiana?
It
I'm
is
familiar with you over from Be Easy's. Is this not Pan? This You're another person.
No, this is
well, no, it's the
this is
same person. Yeah,
this the
this is
pan
Voodoo.
goofy.
Yo,
Yeah,
it is Pan. Okay,
peace.
Pan.
Yes, I hope all is well. And
All is well. Don't do nothing goofy up here. Now,
no,
what
of
you want
course
to
not. Of course not. Of course not. And I'm coming in peace. Actually,
good?
I think that the solution that we see to the Tava epidemic, and this is something that I actually implemented myself. Instead of being triggered by Tevas in the U.S., just buy real estate in the nations that immigrants come to the US from. That's their Achilles heel. That's why, and I'll say this in closing, that's why you see a lot of the immigrants hating on the passport brothers movements because the Tavas, they want to have their cake what's the expression? Have their cake and eat it too. They want to have your cake and keep their cake. They don't want you to be able to eat off their plate. So that's really the solution. Buy real estate and start bending everything the immigrants are doing in the U.S. I recommend that FBAs do it in the countries that immigrants come from. I'm in Puerto Rico right now. Really,
So
I'm never
you're
triggered
a
by a truck.
passport brother.
I mean, yeah, you can say that. You can say that. You can say that.
Mm-hmm.
You can
Now
say that.
there's when it comes to the passport brothers, there's a little like stigma and things around you that particular group as well. You know that, right?
Yeah, I've seen in the media they're getting a bad light, but that's the point. Anytime you see African Americans taking their destiny in their own hands and realizing that they don't owe the U.S. anything, yes, you will see some stigmatization for sure. Matter of fact, African Americans in the U.S. are stigmatized. But really, I don't even want to, just debate over the term passport brothers. The point is, I respect African Americans that are doing what immigrants are doing in the U.S. Don't get mad, get even. Really, and just think
Mm.
about how much further that U.S. dollar stretches. If you come to say, all right, I'm in Puerto Rico right now. If you take your U.S. dollar to the Dominican Republic, which I've done, I got real estate in the Dominican Republic. You know how far it stretch? If you take that U.S. dollar to Ghana or the Philippines or Kenya, you know how far your U.S. dollar stretch? Really, and I feel like I'm being long-winded, so I just say this in closing.
It goes far
African,
in Asia and in Vietnam and stuff like that.
exactly. That's
And
my point. When
what is
African
it?
Americans,
What's it called? The Dangong Providence. The it's a Doggone Providence. It stretches really far there too.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
when African Americans go to these foreign countries, we are viewed as a model minority comparable to say Asians in the US. When African Americans move to these foreign countries, we're literally a part of the top 10%. So you instantly increase your standard of living as an African American when you leave the US. Really, I don't even know why so many African Americans stay in the US. Really, you know what I mean? Like y'all dealing with the school to prison pipeline, y'all dealing with mass incarceration, y'all dealing with police killing y'all. Really, the U.S. I see the U.S. as a woman that let another man drive your car. She let another man wear your clothes. She gives another man your money. Do you still want that woman? Really? If so, why?
Mm. What do you have to say to that? Now I know you and Be Easy had a little tension and stuff, and you feel like you have.
Man, it's all love, man. I don't got no problem with him. It's all right.
Yeah, I don't got no issues, so I don't even really want to
But do you have anything to say
rehash
to
that.
his point, like that he feels like most Black Americans should make an exodus from America itself, North America, because we are talking about North America, right? Because you guys go take yourself to South America and think you done left the continent. No, we're in the same continent.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that. Exodus, I mean, investment. Yeah, you should try to invest internationally where you can, but an exodus, I don't agree with that. All the places that he named, like, a lot of those cats, a lot of people from those places that are trying to get here. They're not really building there. You know what I mean?
Well, I
And
don't know too many people are
so when
trying to
you,
make it to Colombia, but
yeah.
let me not
So
laugh.
I'm not saying you should rule it out as a possibility. I'm just saying like people gotta look at the totality of it, rather just kind of jump into a pie in the sky situation. Because many people have been, very regretful of those situations. I do know, some people that have spoke on some horror stories that are anecdotal. So I wouldn't say that that will be everyone's experience. I'm just saying people should proceed with caution. But if you haven't even tried to build up, your own environment, your own neighborhood, your own locality, I think is, delusions of grandeur to think I'm gonna look to a foreign land and build something there. It's like they say charity starts at home. So yeah, you shouldn't stay at home, but you got to start there.
Yeah.
Two things. It'll be brief. Number one, are you aware of the fact that the average African American living outside of the U.S. actually has a higher standard of living than the average African American living in the U.S.? So it's not a pie in the sky delusion of grandeur. Additionally, with all due respect, brother, be easy. Aren't you from the Bay Area? Your community is already taken over by Hispanics and Asians, bro. What's keeping you there?
So my solution, so what are you proposing? A solution to flee like you? I mean, you sound Hispanic and
Yes,
Asian. Like
that's the solution.
what actually are you, bro? You're in
Yes,
Puerto
I'm
Rico,
gonna
right?
answer,
Like,
brother. Don't get triggered. I'm gonna answer your first
I'm not
question.
triggered, bro. So stop doing with this
All
little
right, so
goofy
let me
shit that
answer
you
your
do.
question, brother. You're being sassy. Let me answer your question. You
See,
said,
now,
"What
now
is the
that's
solution?"
disrespectful. Now,
That's what I'm saying, this nobody knows who this cat is.
All
Coming with
right,
a different page, bro.
but
Like,
let me answer your question, brother. We could have. Let's maintain our masculine energy. The first question you asked me is, "What is the solution?" I said it more than once. Move to a position of power. In the U.S., as you see, matter of fact, I give you one example. I could give two. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give two just for the sake of the audience.
what
Over
power do you
90,
have in Puerto Rico?
brother. Let me answer your question, brother. Now answer that
that's a valid
subsequent.
question, though. He's saying,
Yeah,
what power do you have in Puerto Rico?
is
Like,
that I'm gonna answer his questions in order. Can I do that?
okay, go ahead. Go.
Yeah, thank you. Let's not have ADHD. All
Right?
right. The
No.
first
Now,
question the
see, now
brother asked me.
you being disrespectful when you do
I'm
things
not
like
being
that.
disrespectful. Let's be
Nobody
orderly.
has ADHD, but
All
go
right.
forth.
So let me answer his
Go
question, please.
forth. Go ahead. Go forth.
Thank you. Now, the first question he asked me, what is the solution? I said it more than once. Move to a position where you have power. Let me give you an example of the lack of power you have in the U.S. Over 90% of African American men and women voted for Kamala. She still lost. The majority of
And
African
that's a
Americans,
lie.
what part is a lie? What part
Ninety
is a lie?
percent, 90% of black people didn't vote.
What percentage voted?
You don't know the percentage. It's your claim. You said
Brother, I'm
90%
listening
voted.
to you. What you're making a
No, but
contention.
it was your
So I'm
claim.
responding. Exactly. Anyone listening, don't take my word for it. You'll see that 90% of African Americans that voted for Kamala, and she
Now you,
still
but you didn't say that first. You said that voted.
exactly
You
that
but you
voted.
said
Yes, that
but you
voted,
didn't say
brother.
that first. You didn't say that first.
All
You
right. Do
said
you understand?
90% of the population voted for her.
No, I never said that, brother.
You literally just
Respectfully,
said that.
but now you understand my point, though, right?
But still, bro, what power do you have in
All
Puerto
right, brother.
Rico?
I'm trying to
Bro, we
answer
don't
your
need you wagging your
question,
fingers from
brother.
Puerto Rico. You fled, bro.
Exactly.
So
Yes.
you're on the
So
island.
let
What
me
have you
let
built
me
there?
answer your
Tell us
question,
about your
brother.
power in Puerto Rico.
Yeah,
We don't need
I'm
we don't need
gonna
the
get to
song and
that.
dance.
I'm gonna
Okay,
get to
just
that
get to
part.
it now.
I'm
Just get
answering
to
your
it
first
now.
question. I'm answering your first question. Did you forget?
I don't know. I
You
don't
don't
want to
want to
answer
answer?
to
Then
that. I
why
want
did
to
you
answer.
ask me?
I'm telling you the
Why
question I
did you
want to
ask
answer
me?
to. What
Then why did
power
you
structure have you built in Puerto Rico? You fled to the island. I want to
exactly
hear about the power you built up. Could you please
exactly?
explain?
And I'm gonna continue answering your first question, then get to your
I don't
second question.
care. I don't. We only care about
Then
Puerto
why did you
Rico.
ask me? Why did you
You're in
ask me the
Puerto
questions?
Rico.
Yes, I'm in Puerto Rico.
Okay, so tell us about the power, right? You
Yeah,
love
I'm
you
gonna
love it so
answer
much,
your
right?
first question,
No,
and
but
then I'll
nobody.
answer your
No, we
second
don't want to know
question.
about the first question. We want to know about the
Then why
power
did you
that you
ask
built
the
in Puerto
first
Rico.
question? Why
You
did you
see
ask the
how he
first
keeps
question?
spinning? He keeps
I'm
spinning.
trying to answer your question.
No, but I don't care about the question. I rescind the question. You know what
Okay, all
rescind
right. Now let
means,
me get to
right?
your
I
second
rescind the
question.
question.
All right,
What power
let me get to
structure
your
have you
second.
built in
Let me get
Puerto
to your
Rico?
second question. Let me get to your second question. I'm a multi-property real estate owner in Puerto Rico right now. I'm in the gated community in San Juan, literally as I speak to you. Additionally, I got a condo in Isla Verde. That's in
So building
Catalina.
power is owning property?
And
Definitely,
I just want to interject for a
definitely,
second and say that
yes,
what
Are
I'm
you
reading
kidding
right
me,
here,
bro?
what I'm reading right here says, though most Black voters continue to prefer the Democratic candidate, a larger share of Black voters cast ballots for Trump in 2024 than in 2020 or 2016. Roughly 8 in 10 Black voters, 83% reported voting for Harris in 2024,
exactly.
83%.
Exactly. That's the vast majority of you voted
Yeah,
for
but you
Kamala.
said 90
But
something
yeah,
percent
so
voted.
again, like I
All right,
said,
well,
your
83%.
numbers were inaccurate.
All right, so 83% voted for
While
Kamala.
50,
She still lost.
while
I'm just saying, but you
15%
were wrong with
favored
the
Trump.
numbers. That's all
All
we
right, and I
proved.
appreciate that correction. 83, not 90. 83% voted for Kamala, and she still lost. What power do you have in the U.S.? Please tell me.
Again, you see how he
Uh huh.
pivots back to the U.S. Why do you care, bruh? Like literally,
That's the point. That's
you're in
why I
Puerto
left the
Rico. Hold
U.S.
on, you're in Puerto Rico, and the
Exactly.
only power that you said is you own property. Everybody
Checkmate.
in the chat knows somebody that
That's
owns
checkmate.
property if they don't own property themselves.
Exactly.
So
So the
again,
point
you
is,
talking to people
all
that
right,
own
go ahead.
property, saying you have no power, and your only power is that I bought a property, huh?
Exactly. Now the point is
Come
this:
on, bruh.
the
You
total
got to do
number of
better than this.
brother. Do you own property in your own city?
Bro,
Checkmate.
you still haven't
Checkmate.
answered. You still haven't answered me. What power have you built that helps us? And I do own property. And why you
Alrighty,
giggling like a
brother.
little sassy asshole?
Exactly, brother. So the point is, and I'll answer. Let me answer the question with all due respect. In December, let's have a dialogue. In December, would you rather be in the U.S. or Puerto Rico? Be honest.
Um, First of all,
Bro, you in Puerto Rico
Yeah,
living your
yeah, yeah.
best
No, let
life.
her answer.
Why do
Let
you
her answer.
care, bruh?
Let her
Why do you
answer.
care, bruh?
I
Let
think
her answer. Go ahead, sis.
first of all, I want to make a clear understanding or give a clear
Yes, ma'am.
understanding
Yes,
that
ma'am.
Puerto Rico is the U.S. Okay, for one,
Exactly.
that's
Exactly.
number one. Okay, and for number two, when you say property, do you own the land?
Definitely. And you see, I don't run from your questions. Are you able to answer mine in
Okay,
December?
Nigga, all your
All right, go
questions
ahead.
have been answered.
so you
All right,
own the
Little
so
land,
sassy
right?
English ass
You
nigga.
own you own the
all right, go
land
ahead,
or
sis.
a parcel of land in Puerto Rico, correct? Now,
Yes,
you owning that parcel of land in the United States of America, how has that benefited you politically? Has it given you and the group that you fall under more weight in Puerto Rico?
definitely.
Okay,
Um,
so what is
well,
the
shit, I'm trying
what is
to, I'm
no?
trying to answer your
I'm asking
question.
another
You got
question.
more questions?
Yes, I
Notice you did
did.
not answer mine though. But go ahead, keep going.
Did you have a question?
Yes, literally. I ask it again. In December, what city are you from, sis? Respectfully.
That I ain't gonna tell you. But what? Go ahead.
What state? What state? What state? Those no city. What state? Respectfully.
California.
All right. You know, y'all, all of y'all beaches is polluted. They even too cold to swim in December. In December, I'm asking you a question. Would you rather be in California or the tropical island of Puerto Rico where you can see the sand through the water, through the beach, vacation environment, black Americans down here having things. We not being ethnically displaced, gentrified. Where would you rather be in December? California or Puerto Rico? Keep it real.
To me, it wouldn't matter because I think you're coming from a
Come
place. No, listen.
on. Let's be real.
Why won't you accept my answer and won't you let me
All right, well,
complete?
stay up there.
I
It's all
would like
right.
to complete my thought too.
It's all right, sis.
So, okay, I think it is okay, but I'm going to ask you this question.
Yes, ma'am.
You believe that because you're in another location in America, do you believe that you found some kind of post-racial utopia?
When did I say that? But I do live in a mulatto Wakanda, and I'm a mulatto. So yeah, I am in a more
So
comfortable
you, so
environment. I will
you
say
are in
that.
a, you're in a
Most of
place
them up
that
there
is.
identify as mixed and white.
Checkmate. Mixed is mulatto. You're dumb.
So you're in a
I said
place
mixed
you.
and white,
Yeah.
idiot.
You're dumb. You're dumb. Go
So
ahead, host. I'm listening, Saida.
so you're in a place, right, that is advantageous for people of mixed race, correct?
Definitely.
It's beneficial for a mulatto, for a group of mulatto people, correct?
White
For sure.
presenting.
For sure. Mulatto presenting, but yes, for sure.
What is mulatto presenting?
Yes. When you look at us, you can tell that we have African and European ancestry collectively.
Is it an ambiguous look to some extent, though?
Not necessarily, no. It's exactly that. When you see a mulatto, and you can see that we have African and European ancestry by
Like
visibly looking
logic.
at us.
But is it more
Yeah,
logic?
let me get some
Like
examples.
logic?
Like
Oh,
Logic,
wow.
yeah, like
Okay.
Logic, like Mariah Carey, like
Logic looks more
Patrick
white than
Mahomes,
anything.
like
Logic more white than anything, though.
well,
Okay.
that wasn't my example. That was his example. But
But
yes,
you agree
But
to
you
the
agree with it.
example.
yeah, I agree. He looks like a mulatto to me. But if you think he look white, there are other examples.
Okay, so you are in a mulatto
I mean, you could
Wakanda,
also just
correct?
hop on
Definitely,
cam too.
yes.
You could always do that. You could hop
You're,
on cam. You popping it so hard, you could do that.
Pause, brother. And man, let's clear the air.
Nigga, why
Why
would
you?
you even think about some gay shit, bro? Like, why won't you hop on
Yeah, but you
cam?
could.
You got all this
All right,
knowledge
go
and
ahead.
all this game to give, but no, there's no pictures of you anywhere, bruh.
And Sincere Saida, can I clear the air with the
Again,
brother?
you
Right?
see how he dodged that? No pictures of him anywhere. He
I'm
looks
trying to
like
have a.
Justin Bieber.
I'm trying to have a dialogue with you, brother. Sincere Saida, can me and the brother have a dialogue to clear the air? Respectfully.
I mean, you guys are
Yeah.
talking to
Now,
one
brother,
another.
be easy. Brother, be easy. Why are you acting so sassy towards me, brother? I cooked you on your own panel, but I don't got no hard feelings towards you. Can we make peace, brother?
You see what I'm saying? This is the troll stuff. This is the moist, goofy hoe shit that dudes like this. I can't even call you a nigga because you're really a wigger, bro. You won't cam up. No one has seen you, bro. You're following me, bro. You talking about some sassy shit. You're following another man to a woman's page. Just talk about I cooked you. I cooked you. It's like, bro, what do you want, bro? A cookie, a pat on the back? Is your life that miserable for a property owner who has all this power, but you got all this time to hop online and whine like a moist hoe who had her first period? And nigga, no one has seen you. My bad. Wigga, nobody has seen you, bruh. Nobody's seen you, Justin Bieber. So it's really nothing else to talk about. There was nothing to clear the air about. Use
I,
a
All right.
pan,
And
moist goofy,
can I ask a
and,
question?
and
I
that's
would
it,
like to
bruh.
ask a question
and
real
since
quick.
it, well, let me allow me to respond. It'll be brief.
Nah,
Since this,
just don't even mention me, bruh. Just
no, I'm not about to mention you at all.
go
I'm
back
not
to
about to
living your
mention you at
white
all.
mulatto life, bro. And I wish you the best, bro.
Allow me to address the host, Sensei Saida.
Mhm.
When African Americans move to the Caribbean, you get away from the sassiness that this brother Be Easy is possessed with. Really, you see how I'm resting in my masculinity. You see how I'm
Remember, this is a white
unbothered.
boy talking.
You
This is
see
a
how
white
I'm
boy
unbothered.
talking.
You see how I'm unbothered. You see how calm, cool, and collected I am. That's because I live in the Caribbean sun. That's all I'm saying, man. You can come down here and find peace. You don't got to be up there sassy in the U.S. Respectfully. But go ahead, host. I'm listening. Much love to you, my mulatto sister.
Who's mulatto?
Well, we see your picture. You're clearly a mulatto, but what's your point, sis? I'm
No, I'm
listening.
not a mulatto.
Well, we see you, sis. So, I mean, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you a question. What mulatto specific laws exist in Puerto Rico?
No, I never mentioned any mulatto specific
No, I'm
laws.
asking you, is there or
No,
are
no,
there
no, no, no,
any mulatto?
not that I know of. No, not that I know of.
Because I mean, I understand that when people buy land, right, that is beneficial to them. If a
Yeah.
group of people come together and buy land and they do something that's uniform together in unison for the betterment of a particular group of people, that can be beneficial, right? You can start your, like, mulatto town, like, like they have Chinatowns and in Koreatowns and all that stuff. You can start your mulatto town, and that could be economically beneficial for you. But far as being a political force,
Yeah,
being
let me give you an example of what I mean.
what
I'm,
no,
I'm a
just let me,
proud father. I'm trying to tell you exactly about these mulatto. This is a mulatto island, a mulatto territory. When my children went to school down here, I'm a proud parent. All of their teachers look like them. All of their teachers look like me, actually. All of the ambulances, all of the police, all of the people that work at the grocery market, they all
Mhm.
look like my kids, you know. So my kids have a direct. Even the pilots down here. I don't want to shout out the particular
So
the
what is the
airline.
name? What is the
Goddamn. All
name
right,
of
go
the?
ahead, sis.
No, I just want to know. Can you tell me what the name of the Mulatto Township is? Like, what?
Yes, when you come to San Juan, the majority of the people are mulattoes. When you come to Catalina, the majority of people are mulattoes. Even when you go to Loiza, and they say that that's an African town in Puerto Rico, but when you physically go there, the majority of the people that you see are actually mulattoes. When you go to Dorado, when you go to Fajardo, when you go to Bayamon, these towns that Aguadilla, when you come down here, the majority of the people that you see will be mulattoes. That's a fact.
Okay, so I asked that question, right? And
Yes.
so to Google, and so I'm like, okay, what mulatto specific laws exist in Puerto Rico? So is this is the answer. There are no specific laws in Puerto Rico that single out or use the term mulatto or mixed race individuals as a distinct legal category. Puerto Rican laws or Puerto Rican law relies on broad anti discrimination status rather than racial classification. General anti-discrimination framework was equal protection, okay, broad protection, so on and so forth. So now my question is that they're saying that they're anti-discriminatory,
I
and
agree.
that's great, right? You agree with that.
Yes.
Now, but you are saying there's a group of y'all that are mulatto that exist in Puerto Rico. You have started your own township, if you will, or
Miss, are you not listening? What I said was the majority of the people in Puerto Rico are mulattoes. You can literally just pull up. You can literally
We
just pull
ready
up
to
the
get
Puerto
there.
Rican census. You just pull up the
Mhm.
Puerto Rican census. That'll be the easiest way to just tell if I'm lying or not.
Okay, so is there a specific like okay, we know that Koreans have like Koreatown, right? We do know like Africans start their own little townships and stuff or shopping areas. We know the same thing with the Punjabis and so on and so forth. What is what is it for the mulattoes?
Yes, and respectfully, I'm gonna answer your question again, but and I'm not attacking you when I say this. There seems to be a comprehension block. What I'm saying
No,
is,
it's not a
when you go to
comprehensive block because you never answered the
I'm
question.
gonna answer it.
Oh,
I'm gonna answer it
goodness.
again. I'm gonna repeat it
Oh,
literally. When you come to San Juan, the majority of the people in San Juan are mulattoes, mixed race. When you go to Catalina, the majority of people in Catalina, Puerto Rico, are mulattoes, mixed race. When you go to Fajardo, Aguadilla, Bayamon,
no,
Loiza,
no.
etc., the majority of the people in Puerto Rico overall are mulattoes, mixed race.
So you're saying the whole of Puerto Rico is the
Yes.
whole thing is mulatto, correct? Okay.
No, the
And so
majority
that
is
so
mulatto. You're not listening.
it's a mulatto utopia.
It's a
So
mulatto
you
majority
so why would
territory.
you so then this becomes my question unto you, right?
Yes.
Um why would you be having conversations with people who don't identify as mulatto telling them to go to a place that is designed for mulattoes? Like
Yes. And
like there's literally a whole section, like a biracial section, where
exactly.
you can be campaigning to them.
And allow me to answer your question. No, actually, I asked the question. I said, "Hey, you as African Americans, you're already a minority in the U.S. You're being gentrified and ethnically displaced in the U.S. Even when the majority of you vote for a particular candidate, that candidate still loses in the U.S. What's keeping you there?" I asked the question. I didn't tell you to move or not move. You could stay and wither away if that's your prerogative. But I'm asking, what's
Well, I
keeping
don't
you
think
there?
anybody's withering away, right? Because when you do bring your mulatto self, when you bring your mulatto self to the United, well, you're still in America, period. So when you come into the main area
No,
of
I don't go
America,
there no more. I don't go there anymore.
if you were ever to do so,
No, no, I stay away
if you
respectfully.
were, I'm just saying. So you're telling me all the days of your life, you never benefited in any kind of way from the inroads and from all the things that Black Americans put down, right, to make life better in America. Like you didn't benefit from it at all. You just benefited from the
Sis,
mulatto.
sis, that's literally my point. Asians, Mexicans, everyone is benefiting off of what you have done. They're benefiting more than you have benefited from your own labor. What's keeping you there?
I'm asking, but you're saying, so you're agreeing that you benefited from it too, right?
I definitely benefited from what my ancestors did in the U.S. for sure.
Okay. All right. Hey, Melanated, you here? Oh, what happened? She just dropped down. I'm the only rooster in the chicken coop. But look, if you found a post-racial utopia of sorts, right? Or a
Well,
mulatto,
I never use those words, but
or a
I'm listening with
mulatto,
it.
okay, you found a mulatto utopia, right? You
A
found a,
mulatto Wakanda is what I said.
yeah,
But
you
yeah, I'm
found your
listening.
mulatto Wakanda. You found your mulatto Wakanda. And I mean, what you should, feel good in
And
that.
sincere, in order to keep the mulatto line going, you need to continuously procreate with a steady influx of white people.
Well, it's
Well,
actually the
I would
opposite.
think the mulattoes would procreate with one another, but
Exactly.
then it's a
Exactly.
50-50 situation, right? Because
Exactly.
the mulatto will come out looking more white or looking more black. And if
Exactly.
you look more black, right, say your hair is kinkier and all the things in between, and then you're running around here talking about your mulatto, I wonder if you're in other areas where it doesn't matter one way or another, you present black, how much that will save you.
But the DNA doesn't lie. Even if I came into a room, see, this is not my case, but let's say it was my case. Let's say that I presented as quote unquote black. The DNA don't lie. So even if you don't know that I'm mixed, the DNA never lies, respectfully.
No, so like when you get pulled over by the police, they're just going to give you a DNA test right there to figure out what you are.
No, what I'm saying is no matter what a cop sees me as, I don't judge myself through the eyes of a police officer.
You don't have to. You shouldn't. You really shouldn't.
Okay.
But
So no
you
matter
do.
if a police, so my point is,
But
even if a police mistakes me as black, that doesn't make me black. I thought Chinese people was Japanese before. Does that make them Japanese?
yeah, that is a truth that you're making, right?
All
Like you
right.
made a truthful statement,
Yes, ma'am.
and I am saying to you, though you present as black, and just because
No, he said he doesn't present as black.
no,
No.
I'm saying, say he presents as black, right? Let me just say it this way. Say
Yes,
he
ma'am.
presents as black outwardly. And then like the police officer says to him, "Hey, black man, whatever," and he's like, "No, I'm mulatto." So the police officer will be like, "Okay, mulatto," because he whatever you want to call yourself, but I see a black man. And then he treats you accordingly to that, right? Like, because that's how it is in the United Plantations of America. And then you're steady screaming, "But I'm mulatto," but it doesn't seem to do anything for you. What do you do then?
And I noticed that the African Americans, many, their self esteem is so low that just because a white man calls them something, they think that that's what they actually are. I answered your question already. What I'm saying is, even if a police officer thinks that I'm black, it doesn't make me black.
No,
Genetically,
it
my
doesn't.
DNA
It
doesn't
just
lie.
makes you a mulatto that got your ass beat on the side of the road. But
Exactly.
I
But
am
does that
saying,
change
And
my
white people
DNA?
came up with the
I'm
term
saying to
mulatto.
you,
Let me answer a question. Does that change my DNA if the police beat me up?
no, it definitely won't change
All
the
right
DNA,
then. All
but
right.
it would be the outward appearance, right? Okay, so let's just talk about this, right? There was once a Punjabi man. It was like the United States versus Singh, right? And he was letting it be known to the United States, to the court system, to the other thing, but it was like not the Supreme Court, but what is the other court? He was presenting it, right? As that he is a Caucasian. His DNA is that of a Caucasian. That is what he is. By nature, that is what he is. But they would not allow him to claim Caucasian because outwardly he looked like how he looked. He had dark skin, or he didn't present as what they deemed as the normal white person. It's the presentation. So therefore, no matter what your DNA say, is what we outwardly perceive you as to being. So he lost, right? He
Yes.
could not be
Do
deemed
you know what that's called?
he could not He could
Sis,
not be. Go ahead.
sis, that's called I'm white and I say so.
And he could not be deemed as a white man, right?
Yes,
So,
but that doesn't make it
I'm
true.
asking. So I'm going to go back to this.
All right.
Has the mulatto enclave,
Enclave, sis. But go
enclave?
ahead. Yes.
I did correct myself, did I not?
After I corrected you, but go ahead.
No, it was before, and then you said it, and then I just look. Okay,
I'm listening. But go ahead.
you can rewind it back if you want to.
It may have been simultaneous, but go ahead.
Have you guys went somewhere as a group and has said, "Hey, we are mulattoes, right? And we want to be identified as X, Y, and Z." Has that happened?
So essentially, you're asking me if we ask the white man to acknowledge us,
Will you guys ever?
and that show you. Hold on, and please answer that question. What you're asking me
Will
is,
you
have
guys
we?
ever
Go ahead.
come together as a group to be identified a certain way
By who?
so that you guys in political environments can say that we are lobbying for or we are acting on the behalf of this particular group for certain inroads for us collectively? Will that ever happen?
Well, the blacks cried about it. Do you remember we had the brown paper bag test? We had mulatto institutions. We had Jack in jail throughout the U.S. So actually, what you're referring to is what we already did, but then we integrated with the blacks
Not we
because we're
integrate
benevolent.
with the
Because we're
blacks.
benevolent, actually.
We integrate with
Respectfully,
the blacks. You know what?
yes.
You really just like
That's why you call yourself black.
if
You're a
that's
mulatto. You call yourself black.
in truth, right? No, I'm not mulatto.
You're a mulatto. We see you, sis.
Okay, but anyways, look.
Hold on. Do you have European ancestry?
Yeah.
Checkmate. All right then.
That doesn't
Okay.
but that doesn't make me mulatto by
Sis,
DNA.
are you able to pull up the definition of mulatto, please?
Doesn't make me mulatto by DNA, because then if that's the case, we'll be dealing like with one drop rules of
Can you pull up the definition of mulatto,
So-
please? Please, for the listeners. Please.
Okay.
Thank you. God bless you. Really.
A mulatto definition.
And I gotta go after you show this definition. I gotta go, but
No,
please,
because you're
are you
gonna
able to post it?
Oh well, then I'm not gonna read it because I want to ask a question.
No, you can ask a question. I won't run. Go ahead.
Okay.
Are you able to post the definition so we can read it?
Mulatto is an outdated and offensive racial term that historically refers to a person with mixed Black, African, and white European ancestry, or specifically the child of one Black parent and one white parent. So I want to say this to you. I am not the child of one Black parent or one white parent. That is not true. That is not my case. But if I was to say that there's white European ancestry in my lineage, yes, I would say so. But I would say it's so far back that it would be, the percentage is very low. So, but we all do, most African or Black people, right, in United Plantations of America, that happened because a lot of people were raped and some other things. And then
allow me to respond to you.
What?
Allow me to respond to you. It'll be brief. I won't be long-winded. Literally.
Oh, you're rude though. Because you don't act like no, you are, because you never want to hear another person out. You just want to get to your point.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Whatever your point may be. But look, let me go ahead and let you just go and get it out.
Literally, it'll be brief. That's why I asked you to post the definition so we could read along, because actually, and I don't know if you were trying to deceive us or not, but it says, number one, a mulatto is a person of African. I'm reading the definition right now. It says, number one, a person of African and European ancestry. That's you. Now, the second definition, number two, it says specifically a person with one white parent and one Black parent.
Didn't I just read that? I just read that.
Exactly. So by
DNA
definition,
like if you would do a DNA test on me, right? Literally, the percentage is low.
So that's what I'm saying, sis.
So
Please
I'm
allow me to
saying
complete the
to
sentence.
you, I do not identify, me personally, you identify.
It don't matter what you call
You
yourself.
you
You fit the
identify.
definition.
It does matter because just in the same tense, right? In the same example, when I was talking about you being pulled over a police officer, you say you don't have to identify a certain way. No matter what, right? However that man or that person perceives you, you don't identify that way. So it can't just be for one situation and then different for
No,
another.
it says you're missing the point. The point is you fit the definition of mulatto that you just read. You are of African and European descent. That's a fact. Whether
Well,
you call yourself that, let me say
we're
one
saying,
sentence, please. One sentence, please.
uh-huh.
Whether you call yourself mulatto or not, by definition, you are a mulatto. Now I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. So, but you are identifying me as mulatto per my skin color, right? That's how
No,
you're
no, by
saying.
definition.
No. You assumed.
No,
You
I see you.
no, excuse me. That's what I'm saying to
That's
you.
what I'm saying. I see that you have
That's what
European
I am
and
saying.
African ancestry,
I
my
am saying
mulatto sister.
that is just what I said to you.
So
Look,
come join the movement. That's all I'm saying.
I'm
So
not
come join the
going
mulatto
to
movement.
a movement. I am saying to you before you even before there was a breakdown or
Mm-hmm.
conversation about what is what, you looked upon me and
Yes.
you decided that I was mulatto.
I see your ancestry by looking at you.
You decided I was mulatto.
Well, was I wrong?
Well, technically, no, you're not.
Oh, you
But I am
did.
saying to you, but I am saying to you that
Yes.
my father, my grandfather, my grandma, my grand my great grandma, my great grandpa,
Uh-huh.
all of those people
Uh-huh.
were going into the greats are black people.
There's
Matter of
some
fact,
European in there you hiding. So I mean,
no,
where did it come from? Your mama's side? What
listen,
side it came from?
listen to what I'm saying.
All right.
Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm listening.
Now, if you probably go further down, that's where, right?
Pause. But I'm listening.
That's where you will see Irish, right? Irish.
Okay. Okay.
And that is also where you will see Blackfoot.
Come on. Come join this mulatto movement, sis. You know I got
No,
love for you.
I
Cause
don't
look, cause when you say that you black, you're identifying by the one drop rule that the whites forced on you. You know that, right?
that the whites, well, yeah, I would say that they did force that on people. But in
So
truth,
let's end on a positive note, because you heard me say I gotta go. Let's end
but
on a positive note. Let me just say this,
no,
please.
I want to finish this
All right, well,
conversation.
you go ahead and I'll go next. I'll make my closing statement next. Go
There
ahead.
are admixtures, right, of multiple people, not just black people, right? Because if you were, say, I don't know, if you were Icelander and you got, would say, somebody from, I don't know, Britland, you would be considered a mixture, right? These things are mixtures of cultures or mixtures of people or whatever. So I wouldn't really just call that like a point of contention. But outwardly, this is what I present as. If I was to go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 generations, my whole lineage is black people. Like they
Not
do.
your whole lineage, but let me say this. This is my closing
I am
statement. Please let me
telling
make
you.
my closing
I
statement.
am telling you because
All
I'm
right, go ahead.
right now
Yeah,
while I'm talking to you,
yeah.
I am looking at pictures of my ancestors. So
The
every
white ones too. You're looking at the white ones
every
too.
single
The
last
Irish ones.
my grandmother,
All right.
my grandfather, my great grandmother, my great grandfather, they're black people.
Do you know what that's called? You are a multi-generational mulatto. But let me make my closing statement,
Oh
and
my
I
gosh,
appreciate
this
you having
is
me up. Let
crazy.
me say this, sincere Saida,
Mhm.
much love to you. Peace be upon you, my mulatto sister. Just know there's always room for you in the mulatto movement. You don't have to pretend to be black. You could pretend to be who
I
you
am
actually
black.
are.
No
Stand,
pretense
you can
or
stand in your truth as a mulatto woman, as a
I am
mulatto
no,
matriarch.
there's no pretense
Well, much
or
love to you. I gotta go though, but peace be upon you. Much love.
go on with your enclave of people. Go right ahead. Did you drop yet? He's not dropping. Let me just remove him. Ooh, he's a mess. Let me.
He gonna say he cooked you.
Oh, of course, he definitely feels like he cooked me. But he's not making any sense. Like, if we're talking about admixtures or people being mixed in one way or another, damn near that's the whole populace of the fucking globe, right? There's mixtures of people.
Yeah, I mean, technically everyone is mixed, and this is why I always emphasize human beings have a share 99.9% of DNA. So when we're talking about a racial thing, it's a social construct, which is why it's fluid, right? You could say, well, this person is mulatto, that person is not mulatto. Italians weren't white, and then guess what? Now they're white. Irish people weren't considered white. Guess what? Now they're white. Right now, Lebanese people, Palestinians, Syrians, Egyptians, all classified as white here. Now, you could say they're not white, but they're voluntarily checking a box and classifying themselves as that because
Well,
it's a social construct and it's fluid.
why is a construct? It was created, right? Because it was created because they did not want people that didn't have that much melanin, because everybody has melanin, but they didn't want
Correct.
highly melanated people to have relationships with people who are not that highly melanated.
And this person, this individual, it basically exemplified why people have skepticism over what some would call the tragic mulatto. First of all, this person came under, you know what I mean, false pretenses as a different name, even though their name was Pan Mulatto, right? Not Pan African, even though you've never heard nobody say the term African American. You would be a so-called African American and you don't even use the term, especially not that much, but over African American, African American, African. And mind you, this is a person that's phenotypically, he made it very clear. Hypothetically, if I presented as black, which means in reality, you don't present as black. When I called him Justin Bieber, there was no pushback. And I said, hey, yeah, you kind of look like Logic. And he was like, well, yeah. And then he said, well, he tried to walk that back. So it's fine. You look like Logic, right?
But he doesn't think he's in America. He's in Puerto Rico.
He's in Puerto Rico, but at the same time, remember, and this is what gets rather pathetic with the so-called mixed and mulatto people. Once you say you're mixed, right? Because let's just go with the U.S. Census, right? They have black/African American, and then they have a mixed box, which essentially says 2 or more races. Once you check that box, you're saying that you're not black, and that's fine, right? I don't think you should be treated differently, demeaned, or disparaged, but you need to have a mulatto conversation, a mixed conversation. And you see, they can never galvanize mulattoes, so they're always in quote unquote so-called black spaces, whining to us about what we need to do. He hasn't built anything as a mulatto. Oh, it's a mulatto utopia, but like no mulattoes have power. Like they're just over there, they only care about like keeping their skin light. Unfortunately, you know what I mean? Because show me the mulatto movements, like you said, the mulatto civil rights movement that you can stand on. Hey, look, we're mulattoes. No, they end up saying they're black, and then when people say no, you're not black, you're mixed, you're mulatto. Then they try to say, see, that's the problem with colorism in the black community.
I think it's very odd, right? Like when it comes to like Spanish speaking environments, or that was like colonized by Spaniards, right? They don't ever like they want to claim nationality opposed to ethnicity, but when ethnicity becomes a conversation or comes into play, they always want to say Afro this and that. So it's odd that he doesn't speak upon.
No, but hold on, S3. Look how he outed himself. He outed himself multiple times, but I would just let him speak, right? He kept saying y'all, right? Like, yeah. And when you're speaking, you saying we as FB, like even if I don't identify as quote unquote African American, I know if it's talking about a specific lineage of Malcolm X, and like I could say that, yeah, that's we, that's my people, right? So you're gonna speak in those terms. But multiple times he kept saying African American, African American, African American, African American. And then he also kept saying y'all, and y'all need to do, and y'all, I thought you were quote unquote African American, but no, he considers himself mulatto, which is he's trying to get you to detach yourself from being a quote unquote African American and come to the mulatto movement. So come to something different. So you're saying you're something other than us, and that's okay. But why are you trying to wag your fingers to us? Oh, I'm just trying to give you advice. Nah, bro, you're not in position to give us advice. You're a mulatto.
Well, I'm not even separating myself from my ancestry because I know about my ancestry, but I also know the reasoning why a lot of things came to play, right? Also, I understand if I was to talk about all the various aspects of my ancestry, the reason why the people in my family unified or came together is because they were all fighters and they were all in the same position. So even if I was to talk about my Irish ancestry, it's because the Irish people and the Black people were together, right? And at that time, they could procreate and be together, and they were under the same, somewhat of the same subjugation, right? Where they want
Correct. Until they
to.
had Bacon's Rebellion. That was one of the Bacon's
Right,
Rebellion where basically that was one of they if people don't know, that's one of the first instances of once they used race to quote unquote divide people, because like you said, it was like blacks and white Irish people, you feel me? And they weren't
right,
even considered white at the time. You know what I mean? They were
right,
calling the Irish people the N words too, you feel me? Even though they were indentured servants, they still were being treated bad. And then when Bacon's Rebellion, when the blacks and the Irish people rose up, then they start giving the Irish people like goodies, giveaways, and crumbs to say, hey, you're better than the blacks, which is why I think it was Lyndon Johnson had that quote that I'm paraphrasing. If you can convince the lowest white man that he's better than the highest colored man, then essentially he'll empty out his pockets for you. You know what I mean?
facts. And then, but fortunate for my family, I want to say is that regardless to the things that were being put down, our family still like there was not a separation, if you will, right? Where some families were torn apart behind it, because now you have this thing where you could separate yourself for like crumbs, as you say, or somehow disown yourself from a reality. But what the reality is that even though you have this title or whatever under the umbrella of whiteness, you're still being
Hold
dogged.
on, he kept talking about the white man. It's called I'm white and I say so, which is that's something that FBA say. That's not no mulatto came up with that. But with the whole I'm white and I say so, well, guess who came up with the term white and the term black? If they came up with these quote unquote terms, they came up with the term mulatto. They came up with the concept of race. So he's trying to dabble in a pseudo racial argument while saying, oh, it's about I'm white and I say so. Well, they came up with all of this stuff. They the ones who came up with the term mulatto and all the stuff that you subscribe to. You know what I mean? And even in Puerto
I'm
Rico,
definitely not gonna go back. Like, I'm not gonna go past my great great or even my great great grandmother to get to identifying marker. I'm gonna have to go from my great great grandmother and forward as to what has been happening right in my family line. And even if even if for me outwardly it looks like they went down into the depths of the dirt and pulled out a white woman or a white man, I still present and look as I'm black, and that's what I identify as. I am a black woman. And if I was to go into my DNA, the percentage of whiteness is low compared to other things. Like, it just really
and
is.
look, this is what they try to do in terms of like you being a quote unquote mulatto, right? Because if you have some level of European ancestry, which we all do, and you can't truly quantify it, like the DNA tests, which are speculative, and they do say for uh, uh entertainment purposes only, right? So this is what they'll do. If you have some European ancestry, then you could claim to be mixed and mulatto, which even Candace Owens goes around and says that she's biracial, but where, but like you could look that up. So Candace Owens says that she's biracial, right? Which, if you want to go on a technicality, we all are mixed, right? We have some level of European ancestry, some level of indigenous ancestry, some level of so-called African ancestry, right? So that's a admixture, you know what I mean?
Look,
But
like melanated was getting upset. She said, "What the fuck? You keep cutting her off, ho?" Because that's what he
yeah,
was
yeah,
doing over on your channel. He was cutting you guys off, and so you just got to
no,
the point where
because
you let him talk. Like,
that's
just
what
don't
I'm
say
saying.
anything.
Because he was trying to get a gotcha moment. Because remember when you said mulatto, checkmate, I'm like, come on, bro. And then he said sassy, but the nigga was fucking giggling like a little sassy moist hoe, a little tickle me Elmo or Elho.
It's just crazy. Like, I think whenever you have a mixture of cultures, no matter what, it could be the same. Like, the melanin could still be the same, right? As far as like the
We
racial.
know what side race, bro.
You're still you're
and he
still
really
you.
sounded like a white Latino. That's why I remember whenever I start hitting them, like, because this is what I'm saying, like, bro, I'll cam up, bro. Like, I got multiple videos cammed up, and I got multiple links where you can go see me live in action, bro. Like, I do pull-ups in real life. No one knows who he is. You're a mulatto, so you want to leave the mulattoes? Fine. Is this your king? Could we show? Could we see your face? So he's willing to look at your avatar and say, "Baby girl, you mulatto, you mulatto." But are you even truly mulatto? He gave these telltale signs that the dude looks like a white dude. I hit him over the head with that multiple times. He had to concede, and that's nothing wrong, bro. If you look like John B, but sound like he looked lighter than John B. He was just like a
It's
lighter
like I
version of
don't
French
have these
Montana
like
or something.
I love myself and I don't have these fantasies, right? Like
Oh, he did take that shot and said, like, oh, see, this the problem with y'all African Americans. Y'all have low self-esteem. Did you hear him
yeah,
say that?
he did say that. And I'm like, where's that coming from? I seem to be more proud about the fact that I have black or African or however you want it, more Nubian, whatever you want to say, highly melanated skin and highly melanated ancestry than you ever would be. You are literally looking for a utopia, right? Some kind of utopia. Well, I said I'm in a mulatto Wakanda. Okay, so you're in a mulatto Wakanda. So why are you over here with people who identify a certain way trying
We're
to
we're,
get
we're
them
too
to come
dark.
to
Like, cause let's be
your
honest, we're
Wakanda?
gonna disrupt that.
And I want to know, what is your Wakanda doing for you? Because you guys own land and stuff like that, and that's great. And you seem to be having this great life. But what is it doing for you politically?
And see,
Because you're a Puerto Rican, or you're in Puerto Rico under United States.
we said it right. He was a Puerto. You could hear it, bro. It's like a white Latino that has a because Puerto Rico was a slave colony, so there's no denial that he has African ancestry, but he presents as white. So it's just this
Yeah,
white Latino that, you know what I mean. Like I said,
and
he
I
probably
wonder,
really
like,
does look like John B. Or, like I said, a lighter French Montana. But it's like, bro, build your utopia. Like, we're too dark, bro. We gonna darken up this,
yeah, because I ain't got time to
mulatto.
do all that. But I'm trying to figure out, like, I just want to know, is Puerto Rico under some different laws that I'm not aware of? Like, did I miss something?
It's a U.S. territory, so no, it's subject. There may be some local, some local laws, but you couldn't find anything that favors
It's the
mulatto. And
United
think
States,
about this.
the United States territory. So, like, is it governed by the United States or not? Like, I mean, is something else happening?
I mean, he could have told you that, but he kept trying to pivot to y'all African Americans, and that's why I was trying to drill him down on Puerto Rico. Because remember, he's telling us to leave. And look, this is what they go back to Mother Africa. But then, what do you see? A
They
bunch of
shut them
people.
down.
They're all trying to flee to get over here. So they're telling you to flee to go to your motherland that you never been to. But all of did you know there's more Jamaicans in America than in Jamaica? There's more, let me say, there's more. Yeah, that's facts. More Jamaicans in Jamaican, but more Jamaicans outside of Jamaica than actual Jamaica.
I just it's so weird because I am not trying to separate myself from my blackness. Like, I don't identify any other way. And if you do identify a different way, that's fine. That's great. There's coming down my
He
timeline.
took a shot at that, right? He kept saying the blacks, and this why you call yourself black. So again, he doesn't identify as black. This is why they love that term African American, because if they have even a teeny drop of quote unquote African ancestry, then they can say I'm African American. But he knows that he can't say that he's black because of how he presents himself. So he keeps pivoting towards mulatto and African American, trying to drill and call you an African American. But then he's telling you not only are you African American, but you're also a mulatto. So he's
That's what
trying to
I'm
tell
just
you to discard your blackness, and he's going to identify you.
That's what I'm saying. You don't get to identify me when you haven't even identified yourself amongst the world, the populace. Okay, because how do you do that? It's the same way as us considered FBA, or consider ourselves FBA, how we want to be identified a certain way. The same way the Native Americans want to be identified as Native American opposed to Punjabi, right? Which is another kind of Indian. Like, there is identifying markers. So like if you are mulatto or you want to be identified as such, then I assume that all of you guys will come together, your coalition, and then you would petition or you would go to somebody, government or whatever, and say, hey, we are this particular group of people and we want to be identified as such, and we want these particular protections and so on and so forth. It is the same way as Asians have done, the same way as white people do consistently under their one banner of all global whiteness.
On
Any other
on
cultural group has
2030,
done, you
on
know?
2030, they petitioned to have a new category called MENA, Middle Eastern North African. So that will be a new category because right now, like I said, Lebanese people, Syrians, Palestinians, Egyptians, they're all classified as Israelis. They're all classified as white. So in 2030, they'll have a category called MENA, which stands for Middle Eastern North Africa. So they can check that box. Same thing with quote unquote AAAPI, Asian American / Pacific Islanders. The Pacific Islanders said like, nah, we don't want to be considered a generic Asian. So we want to be called Pacific Islanders. It wasn't always on there. That's something new that was fought for. So if they
Right.
want to be mixed so bad, but this is the thing, they try to dabble in and out of it. Hey, I want to be recognized as mixed. And then we say, okay, you're not black. So we kind of really don't want you chiming in on the black discussion. And then it starts to say, oh, is it because I'm so light? And see, this is the problem with the black community, colorism and da da da. It turns into all that type of stuff. It's like, nah, it had nothing to do with colorism. It's just that you're not black. So I really don't want to hear from you. Go galvanize the mulatto people, but that's not what they want to do. They want to dabble in and out of blackness, but not whiteness. They're not accepted by the whites. And they say, oh, well, the whites say I'm not white. And then they come over to the blacks, even though they quote unquote don't identify as black. And then we say, well, we'll respect you, but like we're not going to accept you as one of our own because you don't consider us that. And then it gets a deflection as to the black people are treating them wrong. But what they really want to get close to white mommy and daddy who rejected them and said, you're not like us. So they're just in this perilous, identity crisis. But some are like, man, I don't care how like light my skin pigment is. I was raised, my dad is FBA. I was raised like this. I'm rooted in the culture, bro. I'm black. You know what I mean? And those people are like, oh, well, bro is black. You know what I mean? But then other people, there's some people like Sage Steele and some other people where they say, I'm biracial. So it don't project blackness
I
onto me,
mean,
which,
damn near, like, if that's the case, the whole world is biracial. And like,
yes,
what is the definition of biracial, right? It's like in truth, right? It's a cultural thing, and it's I don't know. It's you think it's a
cultural and phenotype usually, right? That's usually the metrics.
ethogenesis, like maybe ethogenesis, possibly. No,
What was the question?
ethogenesis or ethogenesis.
Ethnogenesis? What
Yeah,
about it?
I don't know. Like, does that apply? That applies, right? That is the ethnogenesis in the beginning of your genesis. What do you
Well,
think?
it could apply, and more or so applies to basically foundational freemen not being a generic African, right? The
Yeah,
ethnogenesis is them having the admixture in a new, entirely racial and or ethnic group forming, right? Because
right.
we can't say, hey, this is one particular African group because, if you look at how many, let's just say we all came
I
from
mean,
West Africa.
that will apply to the beginning though, right? Because if we go under the thought process that it's the out of Africa theory, right? Everybody was African until
A
they
theory,
weren't.
yep.
When did ethnogenesis really apply? And how did it even come about? Because if you have one group of people and they're all African and they have this certain phenotype, how did the other phenotypes and how did the other DNA come into play? That's why we have all these stories about, people from outer space and cave dwellers and everything else, because everybody's still trying to explain this shit to date. To date. How
Yeah.
does the genetic construct change? It shouldn't have in any kind of way, really, truthfully. Like, how did that happen? So when we're talking about it, like that goes, I think the word itself or the process itself, it goes way back, and it still has not really been explained. If we're talking about mixtures, admixtures, supposed mixtures, how the thing came about.
Well, it could truly never be explained. Like that's why most of this stuff are, estimates, hypothesis. Because now what people do is because people get enamored with all of the technology that we have now, and because you may be able to find something out now and speculate, people think that hey, we should be able to go back and So a lot of these things are people running particular tests to try to assume a person's identity and assume what happened, right? We
Right,
assume a lot like, hey, this dinosaurs, right? We assume that they lived for this years. And some people say, well, did the dinosaurs exist? You know what I mean? It starts to go back in that, right? People
right.
assume, that the earth is flat, and people say no, it's unequivocal that it's round and stuff. And compelling arguments could be presented for both sides, but a
And
lot of
it's like
times
weird,
things
just like
still
if a
come.
Kenyan and a Nigerian have a child, they will say that they're Kenyan and Nigerian, and by that in itself is a mixture, right? That technically that's a mixture of cultures. So like I don't understand like most people see it from that way, from that aspect, but I could be wrong, and hmm.
Yeah, it's in that regard, it could be a mixture of cultures. Some see it, will see it. Now, this is like people trying to apply modern logic on it. Some people will say, yeah, a mixture of cultures, but the same race of people. But if you had talked to those people, they wouldn't have seen themselves as the same. So they
But
would have
they
seen.
don't see themselves as one flat African either. Like they
Correct.
don't.
That's something that we've been socially engineered to project onto them. You see all the movies, right? Like when people watch these movies, I know they watch it for entertainment, but there's a lot more things that are deeper than that. Whether you watch Game of Thrones and Viking movies and all this stuff, right? Vikings are white, right? When they're doing all of these pillage and plundering and forcibly penetrating women and children, what demographic are they doing that to?
Well, an Anglo wasn't a Saxon, right? And a Saxon, wasn't a Brit or a Brit. Like they had the different
Exactly. The
factions, right?
French and they didn't just see like, man, we're all white and we're getting along together. That's why when they watch the 300 and the Spartans and stuff, it's a bunch of white people fighting each other. But you're convinced that that's not white on crime, white on white crime. You don't see that as a culture of violence and barbarism. You're just saying it's just the way things were. It's like no, like the Roman people didn't need to go around conquering and slaughtering people, but then you're convinced that because they've done it in a cinematic way. I mean, this is just the way things were. It's like, bruh, that's some like very no one would champion or cheer that on now, but you cheered it on because it was a long time ago and they made a good HBO series about it. You know what I
And see,
mean?
this is what I was like saying earlier. When you have like all these constructs colliding, and then people with their thought processes or theories that haven't really actually been, tested, tried and true, but then also what you believe in. When you have all these things colliding together, you have a pot of confusion. Like, and you know what I'm saying? So at this point, it's just really whatever your belief system is. And then you're just fighting one belief system against another belief
Yeah,
system.
it's a battle of belief systems. That's why I
Yeah.
always emphasize the social construct. The main component is about social adherence, social compliance, right?
Right,
You can
right.
say a thing, but in order for a thing to be a thing, people
You
need
have
to
to adhere
agree
to it.
collectively. Yep,
They
and
have to,
adhere to the construct and the parameters within. Like you said,
and
if
they
mulatto
create the
stood up.
parameters, though. They create the parameters. They create the lies. They create that. They create all
Yeah,
the
because
things
it's
that apply.
fluid, right? The
Yeah.
moving parts
Very
are like they created the parameters of whiteness and said that's where the concept of was. But then the parameters shifted and said, okay, cool. We've adopted Irish people into whiteness. They were calling Italians Guinea, which were saying they were African, which were saying that they were N-words, right? They
right.
shifted the parameters and shape shifted and welcome
And
aboard.
then
Now
even
you're
the
white.
Chinese did it to themselves, because you have Sicilians, which are much more darker because they're closer to the equator in Africa than anything, right? And then you have the white Italians, right? So like, but even them in that, there you see like this wanting to move away from their blackness. Only a few of them will admit to the fact that they have black ancestry, or what is deemed black
Yeah,
or
no, they
African
don't.
ancestry.
And kind of like you were saying, like when you was like, man, maybe if you go back and go into the greats, you'll find like some white person, right? Now
Yeah.
those Sicilians and even a lot of the Italians and especially the Puerto Ricans, like when they go back and they don't even have to go as far back as you was talking about, they'll see, you feel me, a highly melanated person, and then they'll actually adore that person, right? So sometimes it's like the most loving person in their family, and then they'll go around and still
And
hold
deny
quote
them.
unquote anti-black views towards everyone because they're like, yeah, this is my family member that I'll
Yeah,
uphold.
Jordan Abuela. She looks like a straight
Yeah,
up. Her phenotypes are all Negroid, but they will go out here and inward this,
and they
that, this,
loved her too.
that,
They
this,
loved
this,
their
and other
abuela
thing.
and shit.
Yeah, okay, like this is amazing. Like, oh, really? Did you tell her that she was a Mayate today?
Yeah.
And, you
Well,
know,
well,
it's
no,
like,
not her, but everybody else. It just don't even make any sense. I mean, it does make sense, but I'm just
so
saying
what do
it
you think? Do
it's
you think
foolish.
like in the future you're gonna have more conversations with dude because he obviously enjoys I think he feels like he's trolling us and I think he enjoys having these conversations, right?
He
So
does.
I feel like he's not gonna disappear.
No, I mean that's pretty odd because like sincere, you got to really think about it, right? You have
Hmm.
been on multiple battles and all this stuff, and look, you have your own platform to pop it, right? If he
Right.
really felt he won, why didn't he go live, right? He seems like at least a and then he did throw another shot, and this is why it's like he kept
He
talking
was
about
throwing all
Stephanie.
kinds of shots. I mean,
He
so
said
many.
some shit like, "Oh, I think you sincere. You have a comprehension block." That's saying
Yeah, he
somebody is
said,
dumb,
well,
or
no,
I'm
what
just
the
too
first one
ignorant to
was he tried
understand.
to say I have ADHD. And I was like, no, we're not doing
Yeah,
that.
you
Go
see,
ahead
he
and
throw
talk. Then he was like, it's a comprehension thing. No, my comprehension level is very high. And I
like
want to
I'm
tell
good, bro.
you,
Like I understand what you said. It's
yeah,
that's the thing. It's like
I
if you
want to
don't
know what's
agree with
happening
him,
over there in Wakanda Utopia of the mulattoes. And though you guys are a good 60% mulatto over there in not Puerto Rico, Puerto
and
Rico,
that's
which is
that's fairly
what is
new.
U.S. territory, right? Since you're over there, Wakanda for life, why would you even be claiming Wakanda? Because the people in Wakanda were highly
All
melanated as
dark.
people.
They would
They're all
hate
dark people.
Wakanda.
You're
They
some
literally that would be like a hellscape to them. So I
yeah,
don't even know why he was
you're in
like
some
even
other
mentioning it
place.
up. You
You're in
see what
some
I'm saying? Because they always have to give reference to what a foundational Black American or to someone that is racially classified as Black or African done, but speak to the accomplishments that the mulattoes have. He can't speak to it because if there's a mulatto accomplishment, they're not calling themselves mulatto. They are maybe calling themselves usually Black or biracial and stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like you got to
well,
pick a side and draw
I
a line
think
in
they
the
don't
sand.
identify when it comes to those type of things. Like most of the time, I hear them saying, "Oh, I'm Taino," or I'm, what it say, Boni, not,
Airwalk.
yeah, yeah, Boricua,
Oh
Boricua,
yeah, Boricua. Yeah, uh-huh.
yeah,
That's
or
what most of them say. Sunny Hostin, she
Borica,
tries to act like she's a sister girl, but when you look at how she identifies, just like I said, Lupita Nyong'o, you will call her Black, but when she said, I didn't know I was Black till I got here, she's a Kenyan Mexican. The thing is, the
right?
Mexican, kind of like the Nolan Wells thing. Nolan Wells is Asian, but the Asian's like, bro, he ain't Asian. He's a nigga. I'm like, nah, bro, he's literally Asian. It's just, yeah, because he's quote unquote biracial. They're not doing the biracial. They're like, no,
I
he
don't understand
presents, yeah,
how you can be a U.S. territory, but initially colonized
colonized. It was a slave
colonized
colony.
by the Spaniards, right? And Europeans, but you don't have any kind of racial scenarios going on. Like this doesn't
And
make
do you even know what the term mulatto means? So think about this. He wants you to be ashamed of calling yourself Black. He's trying to drill in your mind that
I don't
you're an
want to be
African
called. I don't
American.
want to be called a mule or mixed
No,
mutt.
I was just about to say that. That's what it is. The mule in mulatto stands for mule, and he's okay with that. Talking about, why not say so? Yeah, those quote unquote Spaniards. Spain is in Europe.
Facts.
Portuguese people are considered white. You can try to pretend like they're not, but that's what they've been classified as white. Even and this is reaching back in time. Like back then, they weren't considered white, but now they try to retro. Like Greeks weren't considered white, but now they say, well, the Greeks are white. Roman people weren't considered white. Now, well, the Roman people were white, right? So they keep reaching back to call everybody white, and there's no pushback from these other populations to
Well,
say
you
that
know,
they're
that's
not.
like revisionist history, right? Like they want to revise it because they want to, because there's been a campaign going on for hundreds of years where they wanted to make everything, they wanted to make everything white. There was
Correct.
nothing contributed to society or civilization by any other group of people other than white folks. Like they created it all. They made it all. Like they made the refrigerator. They
Fortunately,
made
many of the mulattoes they help believe that too, because then they kiss white mommy and daddy, and then they say yes, white mommy and daddy did all the stuff, and then the other people that did the stuff was mulattoes, and this is because, and it's not everyone that's a mulatto or biracial, but historically they have used people that identify as mulatto or Creole as a quote unquote buffer group. They would treat them better. They would say, hey, look, they're more desired, look at their beauty standards. And then if, a so-called brother man and a white dude, Brad, if he chooses a mulatto chick, it's supposed to stir up a racial or ethnic animus between the darker foundational population. So they've been used to be weaponized. And some of them is like, heck no, I'm not going to be weaponized just because of my light skin. I'm a sister and I'm gonna stand on business. And then others, they try to kind of straddle the fence, like this dude, African American, African American. Y'all need to do this, and y'all and y'all and y'all. And then it comes back to, hey, join my mulatto movement that's different than what you blacks are doing.
I think it's like, and it's really crazy because like if you're mixed, if you claim to be mixed, which would be a better way to say it, then I don't think it's anything wrong with that. Like go ahead
No, I told him
and
that he doesn't want to be called mixed or biracial, like he's fixated on this mulatto term. And
it's
his
a
whole his
negative
name is
term.
Pan Mulatto, not Pan African, not Pan Black. Mulatto. So his whole thing is to unite the mulattoes around the world, but now he's trying to project onto you that you're
That's
a
why
mulatto.
like the way he pan mulatto in itself is a negative thing to be saying. Like it's offensive, right? So I can
It
only
should be.
I can only think that you are trolling. You have to be trolling because no person who is of mixed race is gonna call themselves to date a mulatto. And they more than likely would probably take offense to it. They will say, I am biracial. And there is a movement. There is a movement for biracial people where they are trying to
Yeah,
identify.
I have seen that.
Yeah,
It's actually a growing movement, and I'm like,
it's a real
Mo
movement.
power to them. I just don't want them bouncing in and out. That hey, you buy racial money through Friday, but then on the weekends you want to turn up with the blacks. So, and then sometimes people be like, I'm biracial, but hey, I'm black, and that's why I'm saying nigga. It's like, you know what I mean? Like they think that black identity is literally about twerking and saying nigga, but
Well,
the
it's
whole
definitely going
life,
to happen because there's also identity politics, right? So
yeah.
they're going to, until they can actually establish what I was saying. Like if you have not established your own self on this playing field, and then you're getting, you're getting policies and laws and things put into place that specifically are structured around you, then you will be bouncing, and more than likely you'll be going more to the black side because usually the black side is more sympathetic. But
And more accepting as well, right?
yeah,
Like
more
we'll
accepting.
adopt them and even call the lightest person. We'll call the lightest person and say, "Hey, welcome aboard, you black." But think about this: the white people
Hey,
won't
Rami.
call the lightest. The white people won't call the lightest of them white.
No, it's just like they won't. They will definitely be dismissive. But I mean, look, there. That's why we have such things as passing. There was a time where you were pass, right? But if they found out that you had a black grandma or black mama or whatever, a
Yeah,
black
that was the concept of the one drop rule,
yeah,
one teeny top.
they
And
will.
they were going farther than that. They would like, look, my mom is white. They like, hold on, but your granddad.
But we do know there was a time like you would get strung up for it because there was
Oh, and then
questions.
I forgot something else he said. He said we tried that. So remember, he's trying to other himself. We tried to integrate with the black, and he talking about y'all had the paper bag test. That wasn't us. That was white people, the same white mommy and daddy that he's kissing booty towards. He talking about y'all had the paper bag test. Bro,
Well,
what?
see, on that part, I kind of have to give it to him a little bit, right?
Go ahead.
This is where I get when we have the whole W.E.B. Du Bois debate, right? A conversation about W.E.B. Du Bois and the talented 10th and
Okay, got you.
these black historical colleges and institutions.
And you know
And
what? That's fair. That's fair.
you feel
But
that's
let me just say this. I think that but that came from people like this dude's mindset. Because some of those quote unquote mulattoes, a lot of them were to undermine the group. So I think there could have been a sweeping generalization to see like, man, I mean, if you're this light or you're of this mulatto ancestry, are you just trying to infiltrate? Because they did weaponize many people like this Pan Goofy dude to infiltrate. Remember, he won't show his face. You feel me? He said he's not black.
well,
He's
I ain't showing my face to these bitches either. At least not here. Now I have shown my
Yeah,
face
but
before.
but you're not trying to, or you're not trying to galvanize the mulattoes across the world. And he's popping it saying y'all don't got no power, and then he's talking about how powerful he is. You can't talk about how powerful you are, but you're too scared to show your face. I don't be seeing you do it like that. You're giving commentary on stuff. He's trying to wag his finger and pretend, like he wants you to join some movement. Don't talk to me about no movement if you can't stand on at least showing your face. If you're just a bystander, then do what bystanders do. You're an onlooker. He's pretending to be a leader. And like my said, like this Wigga dude is a stalker, bruh. And I think he even came to Big Rig channel under a fake name. Because I remember one time
Well,
it was
he has two names. He has the Pan Mulatto, and then he has the Voodoo Hoodoo something or other.
yeah, it's like I think that because there was one
Because
time this
he authenticates as the voodoo person, but I'm familiar with that person,
yeah.
right? Because I've seen
Yeah,
him
it's the same
before.
dude.
So I was saying, I think, remember, I was kind of confused, but it's almost like I knew it was the same person at the same time. I was like, wait a minute, I think it's the same because I've seen him in both aspects, like under both names. So it's it'll be confusing if you're not familiar with him. And then also I'm like thinking about the whole passport bro situation, the aspect of it, because when you think of the passport bros, it's not a very positive connotation that's out there with that. It's negative.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a lot of cats. It's like not all, because it's just some smooth players that's out there living their best life, and I tip my hat to that. And then it's a lot of moist incels. You heard them, man. Your dollar goes so much further. It's like, yeah, bro, because you wasn't able to pull the top tier chicks here, so you had to go there and make your money stretch and all this stuff. And I'm a tightwad. I'm not against making your money stretch, but it's like, bro, how about making your mouthpiece more effective? And that's what he doesn't
He
have.
definitely doesn't want to talk about that part of it because when
Yeah,
we
that's why
talk
he kept
about
pivoting.
like the passport bros, like you guys don't have like a lot of those countries or well, we can't even say you went out the country, but a lot of those places that you go to do not want to see you coming. They say you guys come over there, you're like messing with the women and leaving
Yeah,
them.
they're saying you're exploiting their women and like kind of objectifying them. Ooh,
Then
I'm
you're
coming over
messing
there.
with
I
little
could get my
boys,
money's worth. Like your
and
money's worth to do what?
they're like messing with. They're going over there messing with boys that look like girls. You know what I mean? They're doing
Yeah, the
all that.
lady boys and stuff.
Yeah,
They're acting like no one knows about that and stuff. It's like, bro, cats do their research, and then and then remember, like this is what he tried to do: cut people off and pivot. And he kept saying, "Oh, y'all African Americans need to leave because y'all don't have any power." And I told him, "What is an example of your power that you've built in Puerto Rico?" And all he said is that he owned property. There's neighborhoods where black people have come together and built micro communities where they own the property and own the land. But he said that's not powerful. But it is powerful for him to buy land in Puerto Rico.
I mean, shoot, you could buy a swamp or quicksand any fucking where. Stop playing.
And that doesn't mean you have
It
power,
doesn't
which is
mean
why
it's
you
gonna
were
be
trying
a
to
good
drill
match.
him down on the basically the political movement. Okay, since you got power and you got property, what political movement, what political legislation have you done that has benefited?
Do you guys have lobbyists? Do you like what is happening? Is anybody out there trying to, get what your with your tangibles for your group, your
All he said was
interest,
the
any of that
majority.
stuff? Is any of that happening? What is your
All he said was the
interest?
majority of these cities are mulatto. So it's a bunch of mulattoes living in a city.
Oh, ain't sincere. He has other names. He goes over to Gigi, Golden Goddess, in the biracial sector. He is a nuisance. Oh, so he's over at
Uh,
Golden Goddesses.
that makes sense. Why like
Yeah.
bro is like stalking me like a little hoe like
I
that.
haven't
It's
seen
like
Gigi in a long time. Like, man, where's she been? She just been over there in the
you
biracial.
know you be in that biracial sector too.
No, well, I don't know if I'm actually in their sector or
Hold
not.
on, sincere. Don't
No,
let
no,
me
let me
find.
tell you why. Because a lot of their shit come. I feel like it's their shit that comes down my timeline, but
Okay.
I don't see actual chat, so I'll see shorts, right? But I'm aware of Gigi because Gigi came over into the beef sector some time back, and there was a thing that was going on with Gigi, so I'm aware of the biracial sector. But I haven't been in per se one of their chats that I'm aware of where they're just solely talking about what it is or what it means to be biracial, right? But I do know that I get plenty of shorts regarding them defining themselves. They'll even have their children up there explaining how they look a certain way when their mother might look, she's highly melanated with kinky hair, and then this child looks solely white, and they're trying to their children. I saw a short the other day where the girl was basically saying that her father was peach colored and her mother was brown, and that's how she ended up being peach color. I said, oh, this baby's all kinds of confused right now, but her mother made it make sense for her to explain why she looks the way she looks, like, very, very light complexion with blonde hair and no kink at all. And those are the type of things that come down my timeline. And that I assume is from the biracial sector. So I probably tapped
Yeah,
in.
no, that does make sense when when you start putting the pieces together, because like I said, he's always coming under a different page because he'll say some goofy stuff in the chat. So then when he hits the link, you don't necessarily know. And the only way you know is like he'll repeat something that was said in the chat. I'm like, hold on, was this so and so from the chat? Then he'll admit that. But like he has like multiple little pages that he hops on. And
Yeah.
there was
And
one
most
time
people really do, because that's why I call him a troll. I feel like he's trolling because
yeah.
even the
I
name of
mean,
his
you
art.
heard him, ha ha ha, checkmate. Tee, tee. It's like, bro, what's with all this little tickle me Elmo shit, you know? And then he went on my comments and give timestamps. Look at the timestamps. I cooked Be Easy and his boyfriend, and it's like, and then he kept doing all this sex play and stuff like that because
Now
he was
that
trying to.
was like, why are you doing that? Because like you can have the conversation without trying to, be insulting, but you just want to insult
He kept
everybody.
so peep this, sincere. This is what he was doing. Like and then when he insults you and then like you try to check him, then he's saying, calm down. I got you triggered. Why you being sassy? And like so like a Vibrant
He
said
reminds me of a like a Darren or a Karen with that shit. Like, no,
yeah, bro is
that's
definitely both of them. Call him DK because that's exactly what he was. And then notice, remember, we just having regular discourse, and then he kept saying pulls. It's like, so, bro, why are you constantly? And so, mind you, let me compound this with the other gay shit, sex play stuff that he was doing, and we don't really get down like that. Like, no, you
yeah,
feel me?
like you're
No
trying to
reputables
like
get
mess with
down like that
people's like their manhood or their belief system,
for
their
no reason,
sexuality.
right?
You want to sex play people, and I don't think that's right. And quite a few people do that.
Yeah.
They'll come on here and try to sex play you.
I mean,
And that's
I lost the mod, and he was so pissed he's unsubscribed from John and Big Rig because he was high and kikiing with your boy Malik, and I had to tell like both of you niggas like, bro, y'all niggas is on some like moist little frail, fruity stuff. It's like, bro, I don't get down like that. And this pasty dude, he was over there talking about So he came up there on a panel with another FBA brother, and the brother was challenging him, and then he kept cutting him off. And then I'm trying to get some order, and then he's cutting me off, and then he's trying to say, uh, uh, he told the dude, man, get the host, get Be Easy's dick out your mouth, and he kept saying that over and over, man, get his dick
See,
off.
that's like that
It's like,
whole
come on,
sex.
bruh.
They be sex playing on here, and like this particular situation is different. But I've experienced that where these women on here try to sex play me from other sectors, and they automatically want to make me into a lesbian or to this, that, another. They are literally trying to
Oh
play
wow,
with
I ain't heard that one before.
play with my sexuality. Look, this is how the story went with these particular broads. It went from first I had to be a lesbian, then it went from that to I'm some kind of trans. It went from that to I'm a camel. They went through all the gambits, and all of it
Oh,
was about
you had a few
all of it.
narratives pushed upon you.
Yeah, they were all, and when you think about it, it was all around my sexuality and all around my looks. And I'm like, why do you guys want me to be? First of all, you want me to be ugly so bad, and then you want my sexuality to be in question. Like, it's almost like you want men not to desire me. You want the men not to desire me because look at all the things that you used, and then I guess you're going to weaponize the women. I'm like, so you want to weaponize the women against me? The whole thing was just diabolical, and
Do
they
you think
they
that's for
still do.
competition or just like a disdain or vitriol? Like,
I
are
think
they competing and thinking, hey, if I clear the way for X, Y, and Z, maybe it's about the men, maybe it's about a certain notoriety you
I think
get?
it's disdain and vitriol, because I
Oh,
think
okay.
like verbally they can't soiree with me. Like they can't really have the verbal the way I have the verbal, and the things that I say are a little bit more. It touches your psyche a little bit more opposed to what they would say to me, right? And so then also it's the Game of Thrones when it comes to the YouTube. They don't want me to have traction on my channel, or they don't want me to have supporters, or they don't want me to make a bag. And it takes a special kind of person to hate on another person's business, right? Or them having a business, because we're all like people on here, we're all doing our YouTube thing and stuff like that, and we're all trying to like build our channels and make it do what it's going to do. But it does take a special kind of person who just really wants to see a person not, well, in truth, I think they want to see failure, right? I want to see you fail, and that is a special kind of dedication. I'm not dedicated to the failure of anybody. I've always been dedicated to what is going to uplift me and my people. I don't care about what you're doing enough to put energy into seeing you fail, unless I'm trying to stop you from doing a lynching or something like that. Yes, I want to see you fail at that, or I want to stop you from trying to oppress my people, what I consider my people. Yes, I want to see you fail at that. But if you're trying to just like go buy a house or something, or put some food on the table, or whatever, I'm gonna go out of my way to like, hey, look at this, and let's make sure they don't get any money in our pocket to pay their mortgage. Like, that is a special kind of weirdo. That's some other stuff. That is some kind of fucking hating going on. And so there's quite a few people who have that kind of mindset on this app. There's people who support those type of people too. You know what I'm saying? It's an enclave of weirdos. Mulatto, an enclave of them.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't get it. I really don't, right? These people want their enclaves, and their enclaves is contingent upon keeping it, ambiguous, the way they look, right? Light
Yeah.
skin, like they're cherishing this light skin, right? So as much as they try to call other people colorist, they really do, while you tried to play that stuff, man, y'all got low self-esteem. Their esteem comes from their skin pigment. You feel me? So in order for you to be esteemed based on your skin pigment, it's like you want to maintain that to a certain level, right? So
Mm.
that means that you have a preference, or let's call it a predilection, right? To you getting with lighter and
Not a
whiter
predilection, but that
people.
would be the proper word. Predilection. That definitely would be the right word, though. But go ahead.
But I'm just saying, right? In order to keep that the quote unquote mulatto, because this since race is a social construct, is fluid. Then they
Right,
start speaking about the mulatto race, right? They
right,
start speaking in terms of ethnogenesis and stuff. So in order to keep their quote unquote mulatto race, you need lighter and whiter people to help maintain that. Mulattoes are not saying, "Hey, we need darker people to preserve our mulatto heritage," right? So
right, right.
inherently, that ideology is already anti-black subconsciously. They may not necessarily hate black people, but there's going to be discriminatory practices towards black people, especially just let's talk about dating and mating, right? It can be a respectable Brad dude, and then it can be a respectable dude named Jamal, but Jamal is pretty dark. But I
Yeah.
mean, he's a viable suitor for husband material. What's going to be the deal breaker? All things being equal, his skin
I
pigment.
mean, but like they'll make exceptions to the rules, right? So if
Yeah,
Jamal,
I'm saying in many cases. I just want to be clear, not all. I'm just saying in many cases.
right. Well, I get that, but I'm saying like in this construct, right? For instance, like Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan was okay. He did not really want his daughter dating black dudes, right? But it was okay, and he kind of said something to it in nature, which is like if he has money
I was
or
gonna say, yeah, if he was rich, yeah.
if he was rich or he had
Uh, he
means or
still called him an N word, but at least if you gonna get an N word, get you a rich one.
facts. And they all have been like quite a few white women have been groomed to do so, right? If they're going to be with somebody outside of their culture, they're going to be with the ones who have means, and then we have this whole where we have these black men or even black women who don't that deny themselves, right? They don't really like themselves. They're always looking for this, experience, right? And a utopia of sorts, and they're always looking for this, they're like fetishizing other people, and so they're going to go for those particular people, but those people don't mean them any good. They really don't love them. They love what they are able to obtain from them in a moment. They know that you fetishize them. They know that you have a fantasy for them and a proclivity for them because you don't like yourself, and so therefore they can use all your weaknesses to advance their community, and also to you know fund their lifestyle, or the lifestyle that will be well enough or good enough to present to their family. You will
And
be
since that divorce system caters the man, you feel me? They can Jonathan Majors you at any time.
well,
I
yeah,
mean,
but
favors the women is what I was saying.
yeah, but they don't care about that. They will, they will take that chance. It's like, shooting dice. What are you going
Yeah,
to
no,
hit?
I agree.
What are you going to hit for? Because they want the fantasy, right? And they have a fetish. And that's why I say all the time, it's like, it's one thing if you actually, if it's not built in a fantasy, if it's not built in self-hate, and if it's not built in like having this fetishizing another person, then I could respect the fact that you guys are together. I could respect this built in love and respect, and there's two cultures coming together, being equally represented and equally respected. But a lot of times it's not like that. A lot of times it's the other person trying to morph in and become the other person's cultural group. You're never going to be that cultural group because that is not your cultural group. So then you'll see these people, all of a sudden acting this way or acting that way. And I think that's where the problem comes into play. So, what does it look like to act like you're black? Or what does it look like to act like you're white instead of just actually being who you are as a human being? Because we see it right in the tones and the conversations and stuff, like, and that's why it's become a thing to say, oh, they try to act black. Well, what does that look like? It looks like somebody's you know um language. Your language doesn't even come off like it's natural to you. You all of a sudden become the soul sister, get on the go sister. Like, this, I don't think this is a natural way you communicate. It's not
Yeah, a lot
natural.
of politicians keep doing that. They keep putting on a black sin.
Yeah,
Kamala did it, AOC, all these other people. But it's only when they're trying to appeal like to us or a quote unquote
right. They're trying to
urban
appeal
crowd.
to a
Yeah.
group of people, right? But you are putting on blackface, right? You're putting on black. You're
Yeah.
a mask. You're
Yeah.
like out here stepping fetching, and
Blackface
so
in auditory form.
in auditory form, right? You know, what I'm saying blackface orator. You know, I can
I like
speak
that.
black. You
The
know,
oration
like
of blackface.
yeah, you know what I'm saying. So like, it's like why why can't you just be yourself, represent as yourself, be respectful, and know that you come from a rich background or cultural background, that also respect the rich cultural background the other person comes from. And then
Right.
when it's
And
like
carve
that,
out a specific identity, right? Because this goes back to the quote on
right,
mulatto, right? What is a true mulatto identity, right? Because they'll talk about black culture, and black culture is really black American culture because all these other cultures are distinct, is a Jamaican culture, Haitian culture, Nigerian, right? They're not all just interchangeable. But black American culture is what our culture, but like truly, and it's not even to be funny. What is mulatto culture? Or to the people that are mixed, what is mixed culture? What is biracial culture? And no one has
and to
ever
be
been able to
honest,
answer that.
well, and to be honest, it's going to be a hosh posh, if you will, of all the cultures that brought you to.
Correct.
That's what it's going to be. You know
But
what I mean?
not distinctly theirs, right?
Right. Not distinctly theirs, but it is a representation of what is around you. So if your
Correct.
mother's Scottish, then you're going to have Scottish culture. If your dad is some kind of African, North African, West African, or whatever, it's going to be one of the countries in that region of Africa, and it's going to be
Hmm.
culture, right? And that's what it is. That's why I was talking about the whole situation with Elon Musk. He is African, he has dual citizenship, he's African, he's American, so technically he would be an African American. Stop playing with us. And he happens
And it's
to
based on how he chooses to
be,
identify. Because do you know about I always say this too, the New York mayor, his name is Zoran Mamdani. He was an
yeah.
Indian born in Uganda. So he's literally African by birth and he's an American citizen. And this is why people are rejecting the terms because it leaves wiggle room based on a technicality. You know what I mean? So, yeah,
And that really truthfully is nationality, right? Because it's geographical locations. So you're an African
correct.
American, but ethnically you're
He's
Punjabi,
it.
but
Yeah,
you're Indian,
exactly. And
right?
that's what he said. So
But then,
yeah.
but he's also, but is that a nationality? Because like you're Indian, India, right? India, and the people in India technically are Caucasian.
We'll
If we're
see.
talking about
Remember,
ethnicity.
remember, these are all constructs, sincere. It's all fluid and the parameters shift. They can get tighter, they can get wider, they all shift. And this is the concept of quote unquote, I'm white and I say so. Whoever is the dominant force, they could shift it, but it's also based on the people, the collective masses, what they socially adhere to that shifted, right? If everybody was saying no, we're adamant that Italian people are not white, then they wouldn't be white. But since they weren't white, they got adopted into whiteness, then everybody just went along and said, yep, they're white now. You know what I mean?
Facts. And every racial group has went through some kind of war or anti whatever their culture is and stuff like that. But the difference between foundational Black Americans and these other cultures of people is that we have active laws on books today that go against our well-being, right? They're like active laws. These are black codes and some stuff, and there's always laws and policies being written in to actually target us, whereas that other people are benefiting from this construct of racism, right? Or this construct of being racist, which is basically benefiting from and promoting racism. which is the oppression and suppression of other people, correct?
Promoting it while at the same time denying it. That's a critical
Right.
component, right? To promote these racist, discriminatory policies and practices, but also deny
And
it. And
and
then,
benefiting from it. Just don't forget that, because you
correct.
benefited from it. Because when there's a lobbying towards another people, you're not part of that group, so it makes you safer, right? Or puts more things into your pocket. So therefore, you're not being redlined, and you're
Yeah,
not
you're not
being
being targeted.
targeted
And
and all this kind of things.
then they conflate. Hey, well, they called us mean names too. Yeah, they called us all mean names, but they didn't target it, right? There
Right,
were no Chinese Wall Streets that were burnt down, right? They
right.
love to talk about these Muslims or terrorists, but they're not burning down their neighborhoods. Then they'll complain, oh, they got too much power. It's like, yeah, they got too much power because you gave them power to displace us. You know what I mean?
And like,
So a lot of
where's this mounting amount of predatory practices being made against you? Like it's like this overwhelming, heaping, a mounting amount of
There were a
predatory
couple years ago. Did you hear about the federal credit? I think it was the Federal Credit Union. This was just only a couple years ago, and this happens all the time. But they were caught on paper. I think it may have been the Navy Credit Union, but just look it up. It was one of these
Yes,
credit
Navy
unions.
Federal Credit Union.
Yeah, they were
Yeah,
discriminating against black people.
of
Even
course
the same,
you're tied
huh?
to the military. Most people who do that are, they either work for the military. That if you get in with the Navy Federal Credit Union, you're either tied to the military, in the military, or work for the military, like you, or sometimes like police funds, and police and stuff like that, but you are tied that way, so and you get the best interest loans and all this kind of stuff. So they were just targeting targeting all
Correct.
those
They were targeting,
black.
and that's what they were saying. Oh, look, man, you get the, and it's the same thing with the VA. Remember those VA loans and the GI Bill? Yeah,
Mhm.
on paper it was good if you could have got it, but they've
Yeah,
denied it to your people, and then they're telling you to pull yourself up by your bootstrap when they gave somebody, they giving these groups goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. Shout out to my girl Sabby Sav. She told me that one of her one of these immigrant people that she asked them one time because she did a documentary about black people being gentrified out of Boston, and
right.
she had asked the person. I don't know if this was in Massachusetts, but she did ask a person, an immigrant person, and she said, "How was you able to start your business?" Because it's like all the black people over here, they was like they couldn't get no loans, they couldn't get nothing. And he said he was able to because they have these NGOs, they have these set aside programs for immigrants. So they try to say, hey, well, it's not race based, but it's based on your immigrant status. So that's why they have like refugee resettlement programs, all sorts of stuff. The government will fund these NGOs, these private institutions, and these institutions will fund these immigrant populations and then try to pretend as if they quote unquote pulled themselves up by your bootstrap. But he also talked about that he got a government loan, and he said that he had tax free status on his business for 10 years. How
Wow.
many people in the chat can make some shake if you was able to start your business and you had tax-free status for 10 years, but you're not eligible for that as an American citizen? But as a immigrant, they talk about resettlement and refugees. I mean, they don't even want to resettle. If somebody is fleeing gang violence in Chicago or in Oakland, there's no programs to resettle you. It's like, man, you're an American, figure it out. But if somebody is saying, oh my God, the gangs in my homeland is so bad, then they say, you know what, you're a refugee. Come over here. We'll resettle you, which means we're going to give you money and help you figure things out. They don't just give them money. They help them with housing, temporary debit cards, and anyone could look this stuff up. You know what I mean? And then they'll try to pretend, well, not every single one got it. Well, I mean, I never got it, right? And mind
Mhm.
you, none of these people are citizens. They're all undocumented they're undocumented people who are trying to be citizens. So this
Right.
where they talk about the dreamers and the quote unquote DACA program and the dreamers. Guess who that comes from? MLK. I have a dream. They're
Oh yeah,
always,
definitely,
yeah,
definitely.
that's where they're talking about dreamers and all this stuff. Because who always say this? Who is the Mexican Latino version of MLK? Who is the white version of Malcolm X?
Any time I would have said it was Cesar Chavez.
Exactly. But now, what did they just recently throw him
They're
under the bus and
targeting
tearing
him.
down his? They're saying he was a sick, twisted pervert and pedo. Whether you agree with that or not, that's what they were saying. What, some odd 50 years later? I mean, why they didn't say it 10 years or 20 years later, but it is what it is. They're tearing down his statue. But even that, this quote unquote Cesar Chavez, he can't hold a candle to MLK because MLK was standing on lineage business and he wasn't calling himself an African American. He was saying that he was black and he was a Negro and or colored, right? But he was standing on business for his community, but he wanted justice everywhere. Injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. Now, when you look at Cesar Chavez, he wasn't fighting for civil rights. Civil rights is universal policy and all lives matter.
Right.
Cesar Chavez was fighting for Chicano rights. I don't know about you, but I'm not a Chicano. So he wasn't fighting for rights for me.
Definitely fighting for Chicano rights, but he's also using the Black Panther movement. He was using
correct
people to fight his war, right? And we were offering that help. And when we think about that stuff, I think there's a lot of times where these other nations or coalitions of people get upset with us because we have, history will present and tell the story that we have always been there to kind of support their war or their fight or their battle. And then once they get a leg up, they just leave us behind. We were a stepping stone. But there was all this collaboration and unification and all these different things. And, but until you're able to get something that's written in stone specifically for your people, then all of a sudden it's like, what are you doing? Well, that was then. This is now. Like, what? You would have never had it if our people weren't out there, helping you fight this fight.
Yeah, because they didn't want y'all. They didn't want them here. So we was like, nah, man, that ain't cool. They need to be here because we were buying into the all lives matter.
So, but Cesar Chavez didn't even want his people there. He wanted to get rid of them.
Cesar Chavez was calling, he was against illegal immigration. He was calling them wetbacks and all this other stuff. So he was saying, man, I don't want them coming over here like basically from the native born Mexicans here. It's like, we don't want them coming in illegally. And then this is why you see a bunch of Latinos who voted for ICE. It was allegedly 55% of Hispanic men that voted for Trump. And he was calling their countries S-hole countries. He said they're bringing crime. He called them grapists. And guess what? You know the song, I Will Vote for Donald Trump. Like, you seen them. They was out there.
Every time you sing that song, I'll be saying it again. It's crazy how you say that.
Hey, that's how they was out there. I will vote for Donald Trump. Like, they was just getting into it. I'm like, damn, okay, well, this is what you voted for. You feel me? Yeah. Now he getting your people up out here. Where are the blacks? Help us. And then they're trying to call us anti-black. And we're like, no, we good. Hold your own nuts. And then they're saying, oh, that's anti-black and you hate Latinos. And all. It's just getting goofy. Same thing with the Asians when they're like, okay, fine. Y'all on some heady up and buy. We're like, all right, fine. We just gonna boycott. We ain't gonna shop with y'all. And then they're framing that as anti-Asian hate. So kind of like you're saying, we've been used to being everyone's doormat where we crash out for everybody. So when you pull back, it seems like oppression. It's almost like a family member. You always help them out. You give them rides everywhere and you don't ask for no gas money. You let them stay at the house and you don't charge them no rent. And then maybe months later, years later, you be like, hey, look, you can still stay here. I ain't kicking you out. You know what I mean? I just need I need to hold something for the rent. Oh, damn, you gonna do me like that? We supposed to be, I'm like, what? You forgot all those months that I've been supporting you. Like you didn't do nothing for me. It was no reciprocation. Now I ask you for just a tiny drop, of effort and compassion, and then it turns it. Now you're the big bad villain.
That's why I said I don't think it's nothing wrong with everybody, like you say, everybody holding their own nuts, if you will, right? Like everybody needs to hold their own bag, their own nuts. I mean, take your nuts.
That's what they say. Handle your candle, right?
Yeah, like hold your own popcorn and your goddamn big gulp. Like hold your shit. Okay.
That sounds good right now. I ain't gonna lie. You just made me
hold your shit and I'm gonna hold my shit. You know what I'm saying? There won't be no misunderstanding. You know what I'm saying? About whose shit is whose.
But essentially that's what they've been telling us. What is the Asian community essentially telling Nolan's family? They're telling them, y'all blacks, we're not the same, right? They're not calling
Right.
themselves minorities. I thought we were all minorities. I thought we were all marginalized groups. I thought we are all quote unquote POCs. Where's the POC coalition if we're all the same? This is why I vehemently reject that term, because now Nolan Wells, a so-called Asian, a biracial black and Asian POC, was unalived under suspicious circumstances, but it only seems to be the black stomping. It's not the mulattoes. Show me the mulattoes crashing out for Nolan Wells. Show me the Asians or any Latinos and minorities crashing out for Nolan Wells. So if we just gonna be on our own, for holding our own nuts, then fine. Fine. I'm not even mad at you. We have to hold our own nuts, but this is the norm going forward. Whatever happens to y'all on your own. I wish it didn't happen, but I don't. Don't talk to me about Gaza. Don't talk to me about ICE.
Not don't talk to me
Sorry.
about Gaza. Okay, let's
I'm
not
just
talk
saying
about.
sorry.
For real, let's not talk about mass murders. Let's not talk about that when we're not going to address what's been happening to the black populace in the United Plantations of America all this time. Because if we're talking about a genocide, if we're talking about mass murks and all that stuff, we have been going through it.
Yeah, mass murks is a good way to say it.
Yeah, mass murks like that. We have been in it and going
and
through it.
look at black women in the infant mortality rate. Notice that if you look at some of these underdeveloped, what they would call third world countries, they have a better outcome of women, bringing basically having a healthy birth than black women in this so-called industrialized first world country.
Well, I mean, they probably do. They've been using our bodies.
Yeah, you know about Henrietta Lacks, right?
Facts, but what is that doctor whose last name was Sims? He was, experimenting on us so that they can have the greatest and the best of gynecologists out here.
And a lot of times with no anesthesia, because it was said that like, hey, we have thicker skin and we have a higher tolerance for pain. They reject a lot of times, like they reject a lot of times if you need medication, they're like, oh, well, we don't want you to get addicted, but they really think that, hey, we don't want you to try to sell this stuff, and then they'll over prescribe it to like the white people, and then they'll try to give you some Tylenol that you could have got at Walmart for you to just overcome your surgery. It's like, nah, give me the stuff that you gave them so I could really bounce back. And then it's just a lot of stuff, you know what I mean? With the whole if you just look up, they have a book and documentation about medical apartheid. So yes, we've been dealing with our own genocide here, and then the definition is trying to destroy a people, race, nation, ethnic group, based on obviously their race and orientation, blase, but there's a key part where it says in whole or in part. So then they try to fixate on the in whole. Well, because if they then try to destroy the entire population, it's not a genocide, but there is a critical part that says in part. So if you're trying to have these outcomes where you're even trying to destroy a part of the community based on your systemic policy and discriminatory practices, I mean, that is a definition of genocide. It's just because it may not be as brutal and barbaric as someone getting a bomb dropped on them. It's just almost like
white people got bombed twice. And foundational black people, we're the only people who got, our nation of people are the only people who got bombed twice in their so-called country. Like nobody else can say that. No other nation of people could say, hey, our own country bombed us twice. Literally set bombs on us inside our country. So no other nation of people can say that but us, except say us.
But then they keep comparing you to those groups and saying, hey, you should be at where they're at in life, and they try to make it like it's an apples to apples comparison. But it's really like apples to a steak, like a comparison that truly doesn't make any sense, right? And like right now, if you were doing a psychological evaluation and you were to look at the temperament of some young girl who grew up in a house with both parents and a silver spoon, and you try to compare it to the psyche of an orphan girl that was out on the street. She was pimped as a young girl. She was forcibly penetrated over and over and went to jail. And then you're saying, well, hey, they should both have the same psyche because they're both 18.
See,
That would that be a fair comparison? They're both young girls. They're both 18. They're both X, Y, and Z race or ethnicity. So they should have the same outcome. Why? Why? Oh, you just have a victim mentality. That's what it turns into. It's like, nah, bruh. And then you see that these other people
outcomes are based on inputs, right? Outcomes are always based on inputs. So what has been inputted in relation to Black people, and then in relation to other nations of people within the United States of America? Because it seems to me more positive things have been inputted for other nations of people opposed to, say, foundational Black Americans, because most laws are based around the oppression of foundational Black Americans. But it's not to say that there weren't laws or things that were put in place for Native Americans, you know what I'm saying, or even Irish Americans or any other people,
and even Chinese people that
or
had
even
this
Chinese.
Chinese Exclusion Act, but
Right,
but it's all about scale and severity as well.
right,
And then they done things to rectify it, right? All of these
right.
groups, right? They'll be like, well, Irish people were slaves. No, you weren't. You were indentured servants, and then after 7 to 10 years, you were able to go free. You weren't a chattel slave based on your skin pigment, and they were also paid freedom dues, which is a form of reparations, just a euphemism for reparations. And part of those freedom dues, it can be land and or capital meaning money, right? So they said those freedom dues, and they're like, okay, fine, you're done, you know what I mean, here, get this land and get the heck out of my face, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
not the same. And then they're comparing that to a person who was enslaved based on their skin tone, and then they said, we ain't giving you n-words, nothing, right? So it's not the same comparison, but they try to convince you that, oh, it is the same, you know what I mean? And sometimes people actually fall for it, but is just really impractical and illogical.
Okay, definitely. But I'm going to get off of here. I enjoyed our conversation, and
Oh
also
yeah, it was pretty dope.
the weird ass situation with the mulatto dude, Pam Mulatto. That was odd and weird. He's
Hey, but hold
ridiculous.
on, you might have to call your drop the Methuselah sincere mulatto, Saida.
Ah, well,
According to the pan pasty.
they got all kinds of names out here for me. They have put all kinds of stuff on me because, look, let me tell you something.
I mean, what's another moniker, right?
Right, it ain't nothing like the hate of your own damn people. Like when your own people are hating on you, and I'm talking about we got the same we got complexions that are similar, like highly melanated. Ain't nothing like when the black KKK tries to feel some type of way about you. The clicks, the
You talking
crew,
about the clicks, crews, and codes? That's what you talking about?
yes, when the black KKK get in their
Oh
bag.
wow, you going there with it?
Well, I mean, self hate is something. It's going to be projected, and it will show. You know what I'm saying? It will show. But I thank God I'm not a hater. Okay, but I will be a regulator. I'll regulate on these bitches real quick. But yeah, there's that. Mm-hmm.
All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and drop down so you can shut your stream down. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for coming up. I appreciate it. I had a good time.
Yeah,
Big
it
O
was
sister
great.
about to end her show. Big O has been clowning and acting up in this chat. He's just been he been but I do appreciate the super chats, or is that super chats or super stickers? I really appreciate it, Big O. You know what I'm saying? Because you do support, and Melanated, all you guys support me, and you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? The ebbs and flows of it all. But if you ain't keeping it real, then you're just gonna be real fake with it, So I just plan not to go that route. I don't have time to be fake. I'm multifaceted. I could talk about many of things, and I don't have to kiss nobody's butt. And there's true freedom in being independent and not stuck up somebody's ass like a lollipop stick or something. You know what I'm saying? Walking with somebody sitting on your head and damn near talking for you or whatever. It's just a weird thing, a very, very weird thing that I choose not to do. Sincere can come up. I can come up next time. Oh yeah, you could come up next time. You're welcome to come up. It's like, this conversation went on. It's different things I was talking about today. Of course, I've been talking about the mafia sector. Of course, I've been, some of the things in the Chitterling circuit, because I just now have designated all those people, particularly the Chitterling circuit. And then we just went into the whole, what happened over at Be Easy's, and there's other things that are going on. So we'll just see. So next time I go live, I'll just, be all over the place yet again about all the goings on YouTube. But yeah. But let me get up out of here. Thank you, Irby, from coming through. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Big O. Thank you for hitting the link and coming up here. Be easy. And thank you, Shakim, for hitting the link earlier. I feel like, I had a very good live. I enjoyed my live. And I think I'm glad it's getting back to the days where I just enjoyed my lives, like enjoying what's going on within it, and just being in my bag far as that goes. So I'll see you guys next time. And until then, stay up and don't let nobody get you down. Bye, y'all.